her arrest. Responsible for the death of one, snafu snaps, death via body slam. Blown hair, 5'6", big balls. Oops.
It's awesome.
Hey,
I'm just saying, like, I just can't. He just rubs me the wrong way.
World headquarters in New
Yeah.
Cynthia,
yes. What?
did you hey us?
Shit.
I thought
Why
you
did
said
I
hey.
hate y'all? I did, but I forgot. Oh, I know. I'll tell you later.
this.
Did you and Machine ever
All right, do
kiss
you wanna
and
do it
make
now?
up, or what's going on?
No. Oh, I was just gonna say I low key missed the flyover. Can we just get a flyover just because it's been away for a while? But after this,
Well, you know the flyover rules. I'm sorry, I can't violate those.
okay,
Flyover protocol.
Y'all know the
Is
rules.
World News Tonight with Lindsay
But
Davis.
that's a good idea.
We are now live from the ABC News studio speaking with Jack Talcott, an anti-war activist from Spokane, Washington. Jack Talcott, thank you so much for joining us. According to various organizations from Human Rights Watch to the UN, the violence in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank
High
has
quality.
claimed countless Palestinian lives over the last couple of years. For people who are unclear from afar exactly what the unrest is about, is it clearly boiled down to a land dispute, or is it far more complicated than that?
Possibly. I really think what's happening today with the genocide that's happening in Israel and the profiteering from wars and conflicts that the industrial complex continues to do. Brothers and sisters, there is a sickness throughout the world. It's called selfishness and fear. Can you see any path forward to peace or diplomacy? For my hopes, my purpose, I'm really trying to find a way to bring peace to what I'm doing here, because this is a step for me to go other places, like maybe in boardrooms and stuff, and say, hey, look, see, there's peace out here. You can see I'm doing peace. And then, eventually get into other boardrooms. While there are others doing these atrocious things, there are also some amazing human beings doing some incredible things towards the light, towards solving problems, helping establish drinking water, wells in these underdeveloped areas, underdeveloped parts of the world. There's other men and women who are helping to educate the children, the men and women who are stuck, economically or politically stuck between these lands, these refugees. Dude, can you imagine? I mean, I know how this sounds, but if God could allow me to find a way to help try and negotiate peace, or at least encourage those people in positions to do so, to help encourage them to use diplomacy to bring peace to the world, dude, that'd be something to tell the grandkids about, right? Jack Talcott, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time. Thank you.
You
Guess
got
I'm
a
muted.
10-piece
You're
membership.
Oh, snap.
Just because I really miss football.
That's so
Thank
funny.
you, Cynthia, for the 10
You're
membership.
welcome.
And I'm the reason I was a couple minutes late is because I was working on a new super chat thing, because I just don't have one that's as good.
I did a couple of myself while you were away.
Did you?
I've decided to lean in being indoctrinated. Just lean into it.
Into what?
Being indoctrinated.
But into what? What are you indoctrinated
What the
I've got judges and everything.
Everything.
I got judges and stuff coming in. Like all my things are going to be different judges coming in and giving rulings and controlling the courtroom.
Right on. I just remembered. I was just actually talking to someone earlier today. Some of you may know that Judge Joe Brown. That I've got an open line to him. I need to have him on the show sometime.
Why do you have an open line to Judge Joe Brown?
Here, I'll drop a link. I went on a panel with him almost a year ago. Barbie, you can't be mumbling at the whole channel while you're figuring out things.
Yeah, sorry, hold on.
iphi, no. TMNL and I have not made up, and I'm gonna leave it there for a while. I'm gonna give it time.
Oh, I even surrogated it for.
There's new beefs.
No, it's still the same one. I'm sure it'll come around.
It was the Lindsay incident.
I don't know.
TML.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right. I forgot about that. I forgot about it. See, it's all just for a circle. Here's what I know. I know Tommy hates everybody.
Yes.
I know Paul and I beef. I know.
Is there anyone Paul doesn't beef with?
Jennifer.
It's bootlickers. Even Jennifer. From what I've heard, it sounds like they probably beef. Doesn't she sleep on the couch with a gun?
Oh, that's right. I forgot. My bad.
That sounds like a beef to me. I've been in some bad relationships. Neither of us ever slept on the couch with a gun.
Yeah, I don't think I'd rock like that either. Would you rock in separate rooms?
Oh, that's right. I was like, we're not allowed to have guns.
Sasquatch. How's it going, brother?
What's up, bud?
Salute.
Flo, I'm very upset with you. I had an entire plan set up for us. I'm always over here slaving over this hot grill for your children, and you haven't even called. You haven't texted. You haven't written. You're over there puking up your guts, and you haven't even let me know.
But I'm glad to know that you guys were sitting around talking about me like you should be. That's the proper.
Actually, everybody asked me where you were. Everybody was asking.
Everybody
asked. What we do. Everybody asks everybody. Have you seen Flo? Have you seen Flo? I don't know.
I didn't ask anybody.
Pretty sure aliens probably abducted him.
You didn't even ask
Not
me.
You.
Not you either.
I don't like intruding.
I didn't ask. I did.
I think. Yeah, Sasquatch didn't. I did have when I finally when you get back to your phone, it's like opening the vaults of wherever the Pope lives, the Vatican. I did have messages from Sasquatch, but none of them were like, "Hey, bro, where are you?"
Well, no. Why would I ask where you were?
Nice
You would tell me if you wanted me to freaking know, right? That's your business, dude. You want to move to the fucking North Pole and fuck off for the rest of your life? I'm not going to bother you.
I will, Flo. I'm going to come hang out with you.
I appreciate you guys.
Someone said you went to jail. I think prison. And I was like, what?
I will tell you this much, though. I was concerned because we were having a conversation and you just vanished.
Yes. Well, I didn't go to jail.
We were having a conversation and you showed back up.
If I go to jail, you're going to have a Miss Flo live stream, and she's going to be up here drumming up motherfucking bond money.
I know she is.
See, that's what I was waiting on. See, like, I'm good at that shit.
Yeah.
I was just
and you're going to be helping her.
And when it popped up tonight, I looked at the thumbnail and I went, nah, that's not the one.
He was like, oh shit. I'm like, what?
I don't expect that to be the case. Of course, I didn't back then either. I didn't think that I'd make it till 30. Make it to 30, live in the most normal, down-to-earth time of your life, and then that's when they're like, oh, you know what? But fuck you.
I had a conversation with my sheriff earlier today.
That
he's been
is something that you only hear from the sort of people you want to be friends with. That's why we're homies. Go ahead.
Well, you're right. You are absolutely correct. He's been over here beating on my door every day for a week. My brother called me and man, the sheriff's looking for you. I said, that's why he ain't found me. He goes, no, dude. He just wants to put an election sign in your yard. I said, well, that's fine. You don't need to talk to me for that. He just needs to talk to somebody who knows me for that. That's acceptable.
And so you've got a sheriff's election sign.
Yeah.
You know what? I never did have the sheriff's election sign. I had the county prosecutor that lost. I had the prosecutor that lost.
That's not good.
Is this the story that ends with you shot the sheriff, but you did not shoot the deputy?
No, he didn't bring a deputy. He brought his PR manager.
They brought about 5 counties of deputies to my house.
He immediately got interested when I mentioned YouTube. Like, me and the sheriff's talking, and I'm like, well, he's like, oh, I appreciate any help you can give me. I said, are you sure about that? I have a really wacky sense of humor, and it will help, but you might not think so. People will see it. They might not be here.
Yeah, I had the losing county prosecutor, but in my house, I've told this before, I had it framed above the toilet in the main bathroom. There was a thank you certificate for donating $500 to the police department's anti-drug school campaign, where they'd go and distribute bullshit to schools. And the bag that they didn't find was tucked in the frame.
That's beautiful, babe.
Would you think that's the first place I'd look? If I saw that frame there, I'd be like, this is out of place.
If there happen to be cops in the chat, remember, check the hot water heater. Always look for the hot water heater. Check in there for the dopes, because I have hidden so many near misses on the hot water heater.
That wouldn't really apply here. I don't think they even know. I don't think he even knows what a hot water heater is.
You're thinking about becoming a DARE officer, weren't you, Flo?
Hell no. DARE is what DARE's. Look, I have this whole theory that DARE, you've got like pop culture, and you've got this school thing, right? You've got both sides of the bird, and it works to make drugs appeal to kids so that they can have product to supply to the prison industry. Because DARE didn't fucking make anybody not want to do drugs.
DARE introduced me to drugs. I didn't even know about drugs until DARE told me about them.
I knew about them.
Cool.
And what's the purpose of propaganda? It's not to teach you anything.
I'm just glad the war on drugs finally ended the problem. Now we don't have to worry about drugs anymore.
Right.
I'm glad. The war's
drugs
over.
won.
Yeah, okay.
And then the war on terrorism got rid of all the terrorists. See, like
drugs are bad, okay? Totally.
I'm pulling up. Give me a second.
Drugs are bad for certain people.
Next, we should do a war on the government.
What's really bad for everybody is getting caught with drugs. You can get sober, but you can't get out of a 20 unless you served about half of it.
It's true. Once you're on that list, you're on the list, bud. That's the way that is.
Why are you pointing the knife at me?
What are you talking about?
Sorry, I'm looking for something else. I'm looking for something that I want to share here.
I did something horrible today, Flo, and I need to confess.
Okay.
Forgive me, Flo State, for I've sinned.
Don't tell us where you hit the body.
I watched the Marvels today.
Watched the Marvels.
The Marvels. The
Marvels.
The Disney production that's horrible. Bad.
Oh, I haven't even heard of it. Dude, I haven't watched that shit, bro.
I'm supposed to talk about it tomorrow with Captain Curmudgeon on his show, and he gave me a list of movies. Was like, here, watch these. I've already watched all but that one, and I was like, dude, I hate you.
Did you lose a bet or something? Like, how did this happen?
I screwed up. I convinced him to watch the Barbie movie because I think it's a false flag movie. I think it was done by some conservative folks to make woke people look stupid, and it did. It works beautifully. And I think he went back to the same watering hole to find if there were some other movies like that, and he chose the Marvels. And I was like, dear God, please no. I even sent him the meme of the Office guy screaming, God, no, dear God, no. And he's like, no, we're going to talk about it tomorrow. And I said, fine, but we have to talk about this Russian film called Soldier Boy. If we're going to talk about the Marvels, I want to talk about something good. And I got me a
worst rapper ever.
I think the Barbie Oppenheimer doubleheader was the best pairing of all time.
I still haven't seen Oppenheimer.
I went to a ladies'
I watched
party.
more movies last few days. Good.
I went to a ladies' party, and I want you to know the ladies talked exactly about those same two movies, and they had a completely different view on Barbie, and they thought that Barbie was oversaturated and made to look dumb, and they said that guys won't get it because they never played with Barbies.
Well, what they missed, my dear, was the fact that it was so oversaturated. Okay, let me. Have you seen Barbie?
No.
For those of you who have not seen Barbie, let me run the plot by you real quick. Barbie lives in a perfect world that was perfectly made for her perfect self, and she has a doubt one day, and that doubt breaks the reality of her perfect world in such a fashion that she can't even truly exist in it anymore without discovering the source of that doubt, which is an adult who has gotten a hold to an original Barbie.
No.
What, is that wrong?
Here's where it goes squirrely. Her and Ken go to the real world, and the merest, briefest brush with not toxic masculinity, but the impression of masculinity does a complete number on everyone in Barbie Land's head, because Ken finds out about horses and men, and that men can do things. And he goes back to Barbie Land, tells the other Kens that, by the way, in the real world, men do stuff. And immediately all the Barbies put on little maid outfits and start bringing them beers. The merest breath of masculinity breaks their entire fiction.
Whoa.
Whoa. No.
I thought you were going to tell me the moral of the story was like girl power or something, but that sounds
it is. But in order for girl power to take back over, they have to literally subvert everything in the movie themselves. They ruin their own plot, their own perfection by being evil, nefarious witches to unbrainwash by putting a chick in a room and all of them screaming at the woman different feminist ideals until they come around. What does that sound like, Flo?
Propaganda.
Yeah, that's exactly what it takes, is separating them from reality long enough
like
for the propaganda to take.
It also sounds like an inversion of reality and of masculinity.
Right. It is. That's the whole point of it. And it's a very layered movie that for a 2.5 hour long Barbie commercial is deeper than you would expect if you're willing to look.
I thought
I look at things
deeper. Barbie commercial.
No, I think you have to look at everything deeply.
Not
everything, but something.
Barbie?
Not everything. I take that back.
Right.
Because like if you play checkers, you know that you're not playing chess, and you know that people do play chess.
Ooh, maybe not though. If you play checkers and you're one of those people who never learned to play chess, then you think checkers is the height of thought processes. You think speed checkers is better than regular checkers, and a speed checker person could beat a chess player, but that's not the way that works. You might beat me at checkers, but on any other frontier, you will be outthought. Because chess thinks multiple moves ahead with dozens of pieces simultaneously, and you're thinking about a checker. One.
But people do play chess, right? Right. You agree that people play chess.
Correct.
And
I played chess. Yes.
And that chess is not, sorry, I'm looking for something there. And that chess is not the same thing as super checkers. So if we know that people are playing chess and that chess players want checker players to keep playing checkers, then we know that we're losing it. chess.
Go ahead. You got it. If you want to apply a checkers,
you have to look at
mindset,
every game as if there might be a chess game. Where's the chess game in the checkers? I think that media, in particular, anything that influences people's worldview in a profound, fundamental way, is chess, in my mind, or it's at least chess by accident, maybe.
they want it to be chess, but these idiots are playing checkers with people that play checkers, and a handful of us play chess, and we see straight through it.
I also think there's backgammon. I don't even know how backgammon works. I don't know how that shit even works. That's where the real wizardry comes.
That's right. That's what I'm over here playing is freaking backgammon. My mama taught me backgammon.
And I think our government mostly plays tic-tac-toe. That's my impression of them.
See, and but here's the chess move, right? That's of course if they're playing chess, that's of course what they would want you to think, is that they're just dumb wits. Oops, everything that they do wrong is a mistake. It's just because we're airheads. But if they're not airheads, there would be the fruit of their tree would be things like they run the fucking world, right? There would be evidence that they're not actually playing a dumb game, which is that they're winning it.
Actually, I kind of disagree on one point. You might not realize they're playing. You'll be thinking you're playing with someone else while they're winning the game. Layers.
This cigar is so fucking gross.
There you go. Hey, bud, I gotta go to bed. I got 2 shows to produce tomorrow, and I just want to come and say much love, brother. Don't let.
Thanks for stopping by.
It's good to see you. You had about another 48 hours before I started bombarding different locations, trying to actually, doing that thing I do behind the scenes. Looking for your arrest records and shit.
Sure. And actually, it kind of played out the way I expected it would. I sort of expected you to be one of the slower ones who I'm in communication with to actually start invading my space. I don't mean that in a derogatory way. But
I might have. I was certainly hope it would be in a derogatory way. Dear God, man, if I'm invading your space and I don't have some stinky fingers yet, I want to know why.
Oh, your fingers will stink.
Damn right. But
that's how you get pink eyes.
I might have had my eye on a couple of locations suspected, maybe waiting for certain names to pop up and see whether or not.
Right.
Maybe. Perhaps.
In the back chat, that's probably where you should, if you ever think, that's probably the county that you need to look in.
I know. I heard you say it once. Once. You didn't even say it. You told someone else in chat that you were in the same county, and my autistic brain went click. Okay.
Information.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just a tidbit. It's just a little nugget. We're gonna stick it over. It'll be chewy later. I don't know. All right, man. Peace out.
I pick up on shit like that too. Be good.
Bye.
Later.
And Cynthia makes note cards about information like that.
I sure do.
Note cards are awesome.
I found this box of questions cards the other day. And I asked Rolo some of them, but he
asked me a question.
It all up.
I want
ask him a question.
Okay.
Ask me a question.
Did you make these cards?
No. I found this at the thrift store the other day.
Oh, I thought you said you made them.
I'm gonna be looking for little boxes now. Every time I go up in the thrift store, yeah.
What is one? What
I love thrift stores.
What one goal do you hope to accomplish this year?
Not die.
Amen.
If I can achieve
Praise
that,
God.
I've achieved my goal.
Yeah.
That's probably Flo's too. She baked the cards.
No. I'm hoping to get my shit expunged this year.
Oh, nice.
That's cool.
Is it more?
I normally don't have goals, and I normally don't tell people goals because then you're sort of held to them, which I think is part of the point of having a goal. But yeah, this year I'll be eligible to apply in June.
Sun's getting low, big fella. I'm out.
Good luck,
hey, thanks for coming.
Later.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Barbie, which one goal do you hope to accomplish this year?
Yeah, get my legal stuff taken care of. So yeah, it'll be the same thing. When I get done, then mine will be expunged, and then all the other stuff. It's 2 different legal things are going on at the same time, and they'll both be finished at the same time. So like when that's done, all of that stuff gets taken off my record. So, and that'll be by the summer. Yeah, so happy about that.
Iphi?
Now we'll have to.
I'm gonna go with make some new friends. Hopefully they're good and intelligent.
I'm building my social media.
That's ambiguous.
I know.
All right, we'll go with it. I won't push you too hard on it.
No, I mean, I just there's just so much I need to do, and it's time I put all that work into myself instead of others. So I'm going hard in the yard for me in 2024.
Well, I guess thank you and
cool.
Phi for having better goals than me and Barbie. Like we're like, woohoo! We're trying not to be losers.
We're trying to get out of jail.
No.
We're trying to do shit we should have already had going on.
Yeah, but especially me. God.
Flo states like, I'm trying to get off the FBI's most wanted list. That's my goal for this year.
You can't expunge that.
Well, not very easily. It can be done, but
I'm sure it can be, but they don't tend to make those things known.
This is a good one. The other day I had some for Provo and they were just dumb and he answered them dumb. Is it more essential to develop beliefs or gain knowledge?
It's or
gain knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you have beliefs built out of knowledge, you don't have shit except for strong feelings. If you have knowledge without beliefs, you still have the knowledge. A belief is an absence of knowledge.
What was the other choice? I already forgot.
Develop beliefs or gain knowledge.
Yeah, I would rather go with gain knowledge. I don't know, because I feel like beliefs is more like a feeling thing. Yeah.
I'm old as shit, so I'm in the develop beliefs phase. So I've gained so much knowledge. I'm trying to gain less knowledge now because I know too much. I'm like, too much information, dude. I got to figure out what's useful at this point.
But see, at some point, you're just talking about beliefs again.
Yeah.
Because if you believe that you know things and you don't need more knowledge, that is a belief.
Yeah, but some beliefs are worth pursuing, though. That's why you got to develop them, though.
So I have 2 monitors now. Steve's like motivating me to step my game up, right? Anyways, so I was able to look up the definition of belief. Hey, Flo, side note, have you met that silver guy yet?
Silver guy.
Silver.
He's like a rant 2.0.
Oh, God.
Right? And so he likes to say a lot of words, and so I can pull up the definitions, and that really irritates him. So beliefs is an acceptance that a statement is true or something exists, or something one accepts as true or real, a firmly held opinion or conviction. So I'm gonna go with beliefs. Iphi and I got beliefs. You and Barbie have knowledge.
Yeah.
And together we form Captain Planet.
I used to love that show.
But at some point, it's all a belief. Because you have to believe that you know that the knowledge is true.
An acceptance that a statement is true or something exists. Something one accepts as true or real.
Right.
That we're about to get into the religious talk, but we're not. I got another question.
But I mean, it's philosophical.
Right.
Religion just co-opts it. But
is justice?
I was going to say, I think that the key difference between a belief and knowledge is the sentiment behind it. You can have knowledge absent a sentiment. You can't really have a belief absent the sentiment.
Okay. I got another one. Y'all want to know? See, these are great questions. They were crappy questions that I was pulling for provolone. the other day.
Cool.
Is
That's good
justice
cheese.
or forgiveness more important?
Oh, these are
Ooh,
tricky
damn it.
questions.
So this is
For
good,
who?
Lindsay. We're back in the game, boo.
I think that one is a hard question without like context. I think it's like individual circumstances that would,
Right.
That's not an answer.
yeah.
Definitely
yeah.
depends on if you're on the
Yeah, it is.
giving or receiving end, I guess.
Yeah, because in some situations you may not you may be a victim of something and not get justice. And do you have to forgive your perpetrator? No.
I mean, but you don't really get one or the other.
Even if I got justice, I still wouldn't forgive the. Yeah. Like I think that's what I'm saying. So like it would be individually based circumstances.
Because doesn't forgiveness sort of like
that's a harder one to answer.
Doesn't forgiveness sort of like cancel justice? Because justice is when there is no forgiveness. So it's kind of like a cause and effect thing with me.
I think that as much as I want it to be justice, because I'm sort of a revenge fetishist, it's forgiveness for all parties involved, because obviously the recipient of justice doesn't want it, and justice doesn't bring resolve. Only forgiveness does.
And even as the giver, like everybody wants justice, but if you have the option for forgiveness, that seems to me to be the higher road. But I don't know.
But I had to read a lot of fucking cheesy books in jail that my mom sent me.
To get there. Hey, she got you there. Mom got you there.
Yeah, I was like, yeah.
Radical.
Ooh.
Radical forgiveness.
Maybe
with
I
the
need to
bright
watch
pink
some more
cover.
Jordan Peterson.
It was actually a really good book.
right?
I never would have ever read this book if I hadn't been stuck in jail where they don't give you TVs or yard time, and I hadn't told my mom I'm sorry for getting arrested again and being shitty. Said I'll read
and force you to read.
But it's a good book.
Y'all want another one?
I don't know.
Yeah, let me. I'm gonna end this poll. I'm not gonna do this for every question.
No.
But the results of this one are 57% said no, 61% said justice, 38% said forgiveness. So
okay, last one, and then we'll go on to other stuff. Which of your ancestors would you like to meet?
Oh,
I would like to meet my grandfather's family. He told me wild stories about them.
I would definitely meet my my dad's dad's dad, my great grandpa through the father lines. He's my grandpa he died when my grandpa was a baby, and there's a lot of stories about him. I just think we would have gotten along, and I've got some newspaper articles about him, but
or maybe I would meet my grandfather when he was young, not when I was born.
Yeah,
because he was a fun guy.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how far you can go back, but I think I'd go back to one of my Irish ones. They're probably more entertaining than the British ones.
I mean, if you can go way back, I would say probably one of the Longshanks or Constantine. But I doubt their capacity to have Constantine's DNA to know that we're related or not. Seems a little sus to me.
Well, why is it sus to you?
Because according to the genealogy,
it's just like that's so like far-fetched.
My aunt got one of those tests from the blood tests, and it says that I'm a descendant, right? Direct descendant of Constantine and of Longshanks, who killed who they kill? Braveheart.
That's gnarly.
I don't know how the fuck they know any of that though. How do they have Constantine's DNA?
William Wallace.
Come to unite the clans.
Yeah, no, fuck that shit. Don't try to unite anything on my family's watch. So it sounds like it
What?
might just be bullshit to me.
What?
Can anybody explain how they know how they have Constantine's DNA and would be able to know
That's a
that?
good question. I do not know. I think I asked my buddy that before because I said this. I was like, how the fuck do they have? Well, that's a good question
Like,
because they would have to have
I'm
something that would
cool
have
with it.
it, and then to
It's a
test it
cool
destroys the
conclusion.
DNA. So,
but I do
like,
know
they would
that
have to have an ample amount of the test stuff to do that. Like before that, I would feel like a museum would want to give up that for testing because, like, yeah, that seems really sus.
and even then, I just don't know how long. Constantine was, I think it was my 40th great grandpa or something. I just don't know how long I think DNA is good for, how accurate I think those tests are, how likely I think it is that they gave it to 23andMe, versus how much more likely it is that this is a product and they're giving people things that they want, which is an interesting talking point. But I'm trying to look for this. I've got some of these newspaper articles though from my actual great grandpa are fucking are dope. But I can't find it now. So Fi, you said what'd you say?
Irish.
Just one of the Irish ones?
Yeah, because the British are pretty boring. And my parents were boomers, so I don't
Native
even
American.
anything related to that. The golden generation was pretty cool, but they'd probably just talk about the Great Depression all day or something. So that's kind of.
Here's one. 2 persons were found guilty violating the prohibition laws when their cases came before the local courts today. Pat Foley, who was arrested Saturday night by Marshal John Clark, was sent blah blah blah. That's not Tuffy, that's what he went by. LL Tuffy. I'm not going to dox my last name, but of Bayfield, who was arrested Saturday afternoon by Constable Jack Couch, was fined $100 and costs in court, and costs in Judge Williams' court this afternoon. A charge of simple possession was lodged against him. It was alleged that he was intoxicated at the time of his arrest, and that liquor was found in his possession. That's not the one I was looking for.
Why is Princess in a dark room with a flashlight on her face?
We don't fucking ever have any idea why Princess is doing the things that she's doing.
Oh, it's not a flashlight. Well, for one, it's hard when you're like having to navigate the realm of Earth when you're from hell, right? So there's that part.
That is
I feel like you're getting ready to
But
tell
I was reading about Jesus' DNA.
What about it?
They have Jesus DNA? Where'd they get that sample from?
Well, see, that's what I was like. This is why I clicked on this. I was like, how would they even have that? It says a study discovered the DNA structure of Jesus. But then when I started reading on it, apparently his DNA is unlike that of any human. And I'm like, what the?
How did they know they had Jesus DNA though? Like what sort of?
That's what I'm trying. That's why I was reading this. I was like, what? Is received of February 14th of 2023. It's a PDF I had to download. Accepted date was 18th of February of last year, and then this was published on the 20th. With it is back from the University of hold on. It's in the Department of Biochemistry, the Faculty of Agriculture at Ain Shams University in Egypt. Apparently, they were able to trace it back to Mary's DNA. But how would they have Mary's DNA?
Where did they get Mary's DNA? Where are all these DNAs?
That's what I'm saying. I was like, where is this? Where are they getting this DNA?
Did they also have like Julius Caesar's DNA?
No,
too,
that's not true. That's
in a jar somewhere.
What's not true?
They don't have
they have
this
Jesus
DNA.
No, I don't think they do either.
I don't even think the Shroud of Turin was like the actual shroud that they covered his body.
I question that too.
Because again, like, how would you would have to have like so many witnesses, and then they'd have to like turn it into like a court of law to make sure no one stole it or fucked with it or whatever, and that just doesn't make any sense.
Hey, I heard something this week, Flo, and I thought about us or the panel verse, and it said, if there is something that happens and there is one witness, it becomes fact. Can we
Say
agree
that
to
again.
that? If there is one witness, if something happens and there's one witness, like, so it's just crazy, and there's one witness, it becomes fact.
The witness, I disagree. I think
skeptical
it's fact because it happened.
Yeah, but so if something happened and I told you, you're gonna be like, come on, you're making it up. That's not true. But if I
with
brought a
very
witness
low
and said, no, I
credibility.
witnessed it, would y'all now take it as fact?
Very
It's-
low credibility, but yeah, it's
I mean, it would become your statement would be fact then because you're speaking on something you know is true. It wouldn't necessarily
Yeah.
make it fact, but it would make your statement one of fact as opposed to just opinion or belief, right?
I was
Because
more
if you
so
don't,
thinking for the rant conversations.
I
with
mean,
the
I don't
rant.
think that
they
we know
saw it.
something through. If
Yeah,
you don't know it through firsthand through firsthand experience, you really don't know it as much as everybody in institutionalized science likes to disagree with that.
the reason why I like more than one witness is just to like up the ante way up, because like, you know, in case one person was confused or hallucinated or whatever, the second person can confirm or deny it, and that helps a lot.
For sure.
I
But
think
we're
that's
still
why
just
most
talking
court of
about
laws
hearsay.
like require at least like 3 to convict someone or whatever, so that's the standard.
But we're still talking about hearsay versus knowledge. If I tell you that the Big Bang happened and that's how everything got here, I don't actually have any knowledge of that any more than you do. Right?
I don't think you were there. I'm pretty sure you weren't there when it happened.
Right. But if I tell you that I hit an armadillo on the ride home tonight, that is something that I would know as a statement of fact because it happened to me.
One of the biggest problems with hearsay is like mental illness and people who just like to lie and stuff like that. So there's so many variables with humans.
Oh yeah, hearsay is a terrible standard. Almost as bad as drug sniffing dogs.
But dogs lie a lot less than humans, so I would take their testimony.
Humans tell dogs what to hit on. I still think one of
you
the,
can train dogs to like fall.
Oh yeah,
flag it. But anyways, yeah,
I think that the drug sniffing dog is one of the most absurd fucking snake oil things of our time. I can't really believe, honestly, that it's just accepted as much as it is.
I think that falls into the realm of probable cause or whatever, which is one of those magic phrases, which means anytime they want to do stuff, they'll just do it. They don't really need to convince you that they have a reason. They're just like, I assume something's in the car, so I'm just going to go ahead and search it.
They actually had they put the canine down as a witness on my arrest affidavit.
Did he put his paw on the
Oh
Bible?
my God. Then how would they call that witness to this? Yeah, like what the.
Yeah. No,
It's
all absurd. Well,
that's that bullshit.
Zoinks.
I can't find any of the shit that I'm looking for today. Oh, well, what's the next question?
That's a good question.
Hey. Never mind.
That was to you, Cynthia.
Hey guys.
Consult the question box. Will you tell us some scary stories, Princess? I feel like we're at a campfire and you're getting ready to tell us some scary stories.
This would just be like a bunch of really boring stuff for most people because it talks about chromosomes and DNA, and it basically implies that Mary was like artificially inseminated by Gabriel. It tosses in a bunch of biblical stuff and then all this other genetic testing that they've done with specific parts of the DNA, like the DAX1 and the DMRT1 cell and the SOX9, all these different genes that are in there that it's a bunch of scientific nerdy stuff. It's not really scary. It's just
Scientific
it
observations of
sounds really
what?
nonsensical.
What sample are they talking? Where did they get the sample?
I know that I never got down to because, like I said, they basically implied that Gabriel brought this other information in with his DNA and implanted it in. And I was like, okay, that's it. I'm fucking out. That's why I put that. I was like, no. I love my Christian friend to death, but this is why I can't have these discussions sometimes because then I'll read articles like this and I'm like, this is what they're down here doing. Do you see this? Don't worry about that. Do you see what they're doing here? Forget what he's doing down there. Can we get on with what they're doing on this level?
I want to know what angel DNA looks like now that you bring that up. Because where did they get those samples
that
from?
too. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, okay, so how do they know that it's not? I think the carbon dating that they do, that I don't think that is right. There's so much
terminology
stuff that don't make sense.
And no, like is
that's
this
what I'm saying. Like, they don't think we can think past our face.
I believe that this is not true, so we're going to hold to that because you are reading knowledge and you hold on to knowledge. You are struggling with that one right now.
Yeah, and I was reading it, and I'm just
what
like,
do you mean?
Yeah, I was like, I don't want to even know this. This sounds stupid.
But
yeah,
good.
And now I can't unread that.
And she
stupid.
gained this knowledge, and so now she has this knowledge, but she's going to struggle back and forth. And I'm not picking on her. I'm just saying when we went back to that question, what's the better belief or knowledge? That this is how come iphi and I are like, no, we don't believe that, and we don't have a second thought about it. Versus,
don't believe every book you read. Don't believe every book you read.
Exactly.
Don't believe it.
But that's not knowledge.
Reading that, I was like, oh no.
But that's not knowledge. Just because you read something doesn't make it knowledge.
It's not?
No, but think about the amount of tax dollars that are going into these colleges that fund the research that does, like, bro.
There's good knowledge and bad knowledge, but it's still knowledge. It's their claim.
Yeah, but on this knowledge, this figment DNA, like,
does knowledge? If I say something's knowledge, do you assume that it's true?
No. So
I will ask for your sources and evidence and
no. I mean, does the label knowledge assume truth?
No, not yet.
Okay, because I was assuming that knowledge implied truth. That if you know something,
no. There's bad knowledge. Like that's the problem.
No, but good and bad is a value judgment.
No, I mean there's just like false information out there. That's still knowledge.
Of what?
Of false claims.
Well, it's not knowledge it's not knowledge.
But you don't know they're false until you verify that, because when you don't know, it's just
that's deeper than the question goes. You know what? This is something I am going to ask take a poll on.
Hey, someone in my chat said, shout out to Al, said that bad knowledge is an example of magic. So I looked up the word knowledge because, I'm all definition queen. Oh, yeah, that's my thing. Now that I'm arguing with TML, one day we're going to have an argument and I'm going to have my vocabulary
I missed all that.
stepped up. Yeah.
He likes definitions.
Huh? Yeah. So that's why I'm the definition ready. All right. So it says knowledge is facts, information, and skills acquired by a person through experience or education. What is known in
is the problem, because some people don't experience things properly. They feel like they saw something, or they feel like they know something, and so one man's experience is not the same as the others. That's why I like two witnesses, because then you can cross-reference each one of their testimonies, and you increase your probability of reaching truth.
Where's this crucial thing?
Yeah.
Dan
But
Brown.
knowledge is tricky business, because like even like computers can fake shit. So it's like, did it happen? Well, it looked like it happened, but then you get hold of the original footage and you're like, oh shit, there wasn't even the thing there that the computer added later, and it's like, so which one
Yeah.
was knowledge? But humans are even worse, because like I said, sometimes people just like want to believe shit, and then they think they saw something, and so that fucks up the testimony.
I also think that our memory plays tricks on us.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
our
for
brains
sure.
short circuit all the time. Like sometimes you just like,
We get things cross-referenced and confused.
I mean, we all kind of suffer some form of hallucination, like the old desert trick where you look at something off in the distance of the
mirage.
desert and there's a mirage. It's because of like the light waves are not reaching your eyes properly, but there's shit like that. But there's also like psychological problems too, because like people
Yeah.
can get scared, and then their chemicals start bubbling, and then they think they see ghosts in the doorway or something like that. It's like, oh, so
someone from my chat said, knowledge is power. Knowledge is, where did it go? Knowledge is power. Can you believe in truth or false depends on the influencer.
I didn't understand that.
Knowledge is power. I think you have to believe in truth or false, and it depends on the influencer.
So this comment means that person does not believe in that true and false exist?
I don't know. Knowledge is power.
Correct.
Can have you believe in truth or false depends on the influencer. So I guess it's saying like the gurus, like they can tell us stuff and we can believe it is true. I mean, we can take a look at what David Koresh, we can take a look at Jim Jones. Those people believed it was true, but it wasn't. But they believed that influencer because he sold them a dream. Both exists. Yeah. Did I get it right?
I never liked the saying knowledge is power. I always felt like wisdom is power, because knowledge is just knowing that, why the snow is yellow, but wisdom is not eating it. So,
Oh, yellow snow. I've never ate it before. Let me check it out.
I mean,
I gotta read one or two of these news clips since I found them. This is why I would choose to meet this great grandpa. Oh no, I just lost it.
Okay,
again.
so I pulled it up because I'm that chick now. It says knowledge is information or awareness that someone has about a subject gained through learning and education. Wisdom is the ability to make sound judgment and good decisions about a subject based on insight, understanding, and experience.
Because if knowledge is power, then the internet is the most powerful being in the universe that we know of.
But see, it's not, because you can't trust the information. So it's not actually knowledge you're getting.
Yeah.
You're getting a lack of knowledge.
And then it sums it up saying knowledge is simply knowing, and wisdom is being wise.
And the chat is completely split on it too. 52% say yes, knowledge does imply truth. 47% say no. I think it does.
Look at you having a well-balanced chat.
I'm a well-balanced individual, right?
right.
Okay, I would share screen, but I can't do it without doxing my last name all over the place. But my great grandpa went by Tuffy, which I'm told is less tacky in the 20s than it is now. Tuffy, he went by Tuffy. His name was Leon, but he's referred to as Tuffy. Tuffy, he was a boxer.
Okay.
Tuffy and Whistling Jack, whose other name was unknown to the police department, were placed under arrest yesterday afternoon and incarcerated in the municipal Bastille for infracting one or more of the city's ordinances regulating the conduct of all citizens. The pair of prisoners were alleged to have been engaged in a serious affray with their fists in the bank saloon, from whence noises of battle attracted the attention of several officers of the law. According to the appearance of one of the belligerent pinchies, there had been some fighting in progress. Whether the right or the left wings or the center got the worst of it, the police are unable to succinctly state. The two laid in jail last night for a time. And where'd it go?
Has Joshua Jones and Emperor Dave ever been on the same panel before? That would be interesting.
I don't believe so. Not that I know of.
They're both in the comments. Come on up, fellas. The water's fine.
So someone said, such as we all know, JFK was assassinated. Some know Lee Harvey Oswald didn't do it, and some believe he did. It depends on the influence. You can believe more, but both knowledge, but one is only true.
Say that again.
Such as we all know that JFK was assassinated. Some know Lee Harvey Oswald isn't. Hang on, the chat keeps moving. Assassinated. Some know Lee Harvey Oswald isn't the one who did it. Some believe he did, and some believe he doesn't. Depends on the influencer. You believe most, but both have knowledge, but only one is true.
Look, so if I tell you that 2 is 3, did I give you any knowledge?
Well, you gave me the knowledge that you don't know how to do math.
No, you derived that knowledge, and that would be an accurate derivation, right? So but that example works out well because it displays that you did not gain any knowledge, and in fact, if anything, you derived false knowledge. You lost knowledge because beforehand you would have assumed I know how to do 1 + 1, right? But then if you derive the wrong thing because you got bad information, that there's nowhere in there is knowledge gained or lost. I mean, it's lost, it's not gained. So I think that
there's also irrelevant knowledge. That's another problem because there's like infinite amount of data. So like
that's also
you have to filter out the useless stuff to, be productive. That was where I was going with wisdom because, like I said, the internet has like tons of information, but if you don't filter out all the bullshit, you're never going to learn anything useful. So
last Saturday, Tuffy, a well-known prize-fighting celebrity, had a fistic argument with a Swedish nobleman who holds an exalted position in one of the log camps, the affair taking place under the auspices of Joe Lawton's bootlegging rendezvous in the old minimum house at the rear of the Ford Livery Barn. That sentence is the one I was looking for. That's just a great sentence.
He's a lumberjack and he's okay.
I'll read it again for you because it's a lot to. Last Saturday, Tuffy, a well-known prize-fighting celebrity, had a fistic argument with a Swedish nobleman who holds an exalted position in one of the log camps, the affair taking place under the auspices of Joe Lawton's bootlegging rendezvous in the old minimum house at the rear of the Ford Livery Barn. What the fuck is even going on?
He busted in on some bootleggers, is what it sounds like, and it roughed them up.
I mean, there's
one of the ringleaders, and it was a very fistic.
Each of the combatants was fined $10 and costs in police court. As is often the case, they then turned around and bit the hand that fed them, and Joe Lawton was arrested on a bootlegging charge. With skillful help of attorney Galbraith, he was acquitted by a jury of his peers. However, the tangled tops brew so confused defendants and witnesses that evidence enough was obtained to rearrest and convict him on a charge of keeping a gambling house, for which misdemeanor and erstwhile proprietor of the said rendezvous was fined $300 and 30 days in jail, or to leave town by Tuesday noon and remain away for at least 2 years. He chose the latter, and now instead of 40 bootleggers and tin horns, Pagosa has but 39. So yeah, it sounds like that there's a boxing match at one of the bootleg places, and my great grandpa was one of the fighters, and he was fined $10.
Nice.
So, anyways, that's why.
Did you ever meet your grandpa, or you just like have secondhand knowledge of him?
This is about my great grandpa.
Oh, great grandpa. I thought you said
Right, and my grandpa never met him. He died when my great grandpa was the youngest of 8 or 7, and his dad died when he was a baby. Depending on who you ask, it was either in a train wreck from a tooth infection, or he got shot. So, who knows?
Well, that's
probably the tooth infection, because that just sounds more realistic, and a lot of people used to die from infections.
Mm.
Oh, I just saw Sarah in the comments. Here's an interesting topic. Do you guys believe that it's possible to do mind control through like brain waves or satellite signals or whatever?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So like, do you wear a tinfoil hat or something, or like, how do you stop it?
Wait, mind control through radio communication? Through radio signal.
Yeah, that some people believe that. They still believe that. And so I thought that was like a 50s thing when we were just starting to discover technology or whatever, but
this is why knowledge is more important than beliefs. Hold on, Barbie, I got you.
It's kind of an inaccurate claim. So you can use like high frequency signals and fucking drive people crazy. They do this shit all the damn time.
No. I'm not talking about like sonic weapons. I'm talking about like satellites that control your thoughts and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Is like you can take a radio frequency and just basically change the frequency to be just that. So I guess sort of there's like a little bit of truth to it, but usually when we say like mind control, it's kind of like, yeah, if you want to drive people crazy, sure, right? But you can't control crazy.
You can't like make
the
them
emphasis
do
on control.
Like drive the car down the road and do this next instructions or something like that. You just make them,
You can't get
something.
You can give them headaches. You can make them sick. You can make them go mad and do stuff that they normally wouldn't do. You just can't be real specific with the control.
That's just like mind.
Correct. Well, we use it in warfare. Use it in riot control. It's all kinds of weird shit.
Can you like change their personality or something and make them peaceful?
Yeah, temporarily. Like that's making a person go crazy is like temporarily making them behave in a way that they normally would not act.
And what would the sort of like that be? Can you do that from a satellite, or do you have to be on the battlefield with them with a big truck or something?
Can you make it? Ask it again. Can you make what?
Can you do it from a satellite out in space, or do you have to be on the battlefield with them with a big truck like 10 feet away?
I don't know if satellites would have enough energy sources for that. You need a lot of energy coming from that type of distance. So that I don't know.
Interesting.
I guess in theory, if you had enough power up there in one of those things, like I don't know, a nuclear reactor with just unlimited amount of power, yes, theoretically. Do they have them up there like that? I don't know.
I'm gonna play some. This is a video I did over a year ago. It's short, but it's pretty insightful.
So JJ, you never met Emperor Dave? You need to meet him. He's a pretty cool cat.
Oh yeah, Imp Dave's cool. He's
most people don't like me nor trust me, nor should they.
Yeah, no, I agree with all those things. I like him for some stupid ass reason. Damn, CJ, where you live? I can't believe none of you guys have purple lights. walk down the street with my cell phone. I got 2 just right down the street here, right by me.
Optogenetics is the ability to
remember this
manipulate
line.
individual neuronal circuits, refining our vision, the function of individual circuits, and how they relate to different aspects of our behavior and of our personality. The basal ganglia is a part of your brain that is damaged in Parkinson's disease. This part of the brain contains many kinds of neurons, and they're all intermingled. If you activate a certain subset of them with optogenetics, you can make a rat freeze up and have difficulty walking. If you activate a different subset, the rats start moving faster. They take light-sensitive proteins from very humble species, such as algae, and can put them into another animal, such as a rat or a mouse. This gives you the ability to control the activity of your brain cells just by shining light on them. So imagine if we could use optogenetics or similar technology to get the input from an artificial sensor into our brain. In principle, we could not only restore function, we could enhance our current functions. So we could give ourselves ultraviolet light detectors, for example, the way mantis shrimps have. Or we could take an example from fruit flies and give ourselves carbon dioxide detectors, and then we could automatically sense our air quality.
The interesting thing about purple lights and blue, violet, is that it can hold the most data. There's scientific experiments with LED lights, as we see the LED lights being rolled out all over the world, not only for the Internet of Things, but these LED lights, there's scientific experiments proving that they can place false memories into people's brains and also control nanoparticles in the behavior of mammals and bacteria. Harvard researchers are saying there's a dark side to this blue light. This is why they make blue light glasses. But the reason it can store so much data for this mind control with purple and blue and violet that we see these lights popping up everywhere. This is why we have Blu-ray discs and Bluetooth, because blue can hold the data.
So far, optogenetics has had a lot of impact in the scientific world, but it hasn't been used in any human patients yet. There are a couple reasons why. One is that it requires a gene therapy. It requires a gene therapy to live with a gene that encodes for these light-activated molecules into the body. Currently in the US, there are no FDA-approved gene therapies. In Europe, there's just one.
Boy, that was that was a lot of bullshit all wrapped together with a lot of overemphasis on a lot more bullshit.
Go on.
Okay, so like the idea of light being, able to transfer information has always been the case. Take like Morse code, using like those flicker light things. You're using light to communicate.
It's literally
the idea.
You're literally taking in information.
Right. All it comes down to is
another example.
Yeah, fiber optics is the same thing. You're taking light and you're transferring, well, a shitload of data through that, right? So the idea that you can use light to transfer information, not complicated. We actually utilize some of that with satellite imagery. It's just the encoding process is complicated. But I mean, it's doable, right? Now
Shout out to OTW who's in the chat watching. Just got a membership to the Flow State of States. Welcome, OTW. Welcome to the States.
And thank you, Can't Spell Lou, for 10 more memberships for lighting it up.
Pretty sure this.
Sorry, go ahead. So far, I agree with most of what you're saying.
Yeah, the idea of light communication is absolutely not a new thing, not even by hundreds of years.
Correct.
Now, color manipulation, kind of nifty. We've known this for like a long time. You go into like a doctor's office, the walls are painted certain ways to kind of keep it calm. You can use just about anything to manipulate behavior, colors, temperature, sound, or like all kinds of weird shit. None of this is like new concepts. What they're talking about is they're trying to make it a little bit more specific. Like they want to make the details a lot more specific, like shine a light at you and you raise your right arm or some shit like that, right? That's where things get a little bit weird. And this whole like bioengineering, not actively, like you can do it through breeding. You can't actively do it. Most of the DNA sequencing that we tried to alter, we usually almost always kill the subject. It's like probably one of the most dangerous things you can do. Radiation, that's exactly what it does. It just, well, unfortunately, it doesn't really recode. It just destroys DNA in itself. But I mean, that's effectively what you're trying to do. You need a lot of energy to do it. And it's almost, I think so far, it's like 99.9% fatal. That's why people don't do it.
What you know about this topic?
Genetic sequencing, studied GMOs, trying to really understand it. You know how the media was. Like, go back 10, 15 years, bananas were like, altered, like, oh, they're horrible, they're GMO. Well, they went extinct, and so we had to replace them with something. So that was a GMO. It's when people start using terms, you kind of ask a lot of questions like, well, why is it a bad thing? It goes back to that concept of knowledge, right? You just know stuff. Somebody says something, you take it with a grain of salt, right? Could be true, might not be true. You just put a little emphasis that you hope that the person you're communicating with isn't trying to deceive you. Aside from that, maybe they only know like 5% of a thing. So you just kind of read as much as you can. I don't watch TV, I read manuals.
Cool.
So
it's not complicated. It's just not complicated.
I think you're right.
I'm not hearing anything that I disagree with or that that goes against what they're saying. Could it be presented? Is it being presented in a way that could be more dramatic than what it is? Sure. Does that mean that anything there is wrong? No.
Wow.
Okay, give me something specific that you heard that you think is
because the way they're phrasing things, they're trying to do very specific alterations of, say, behavior, personality, things like that. Things like you would normally behave based on something like, in this case, like, say, light. In this case, blue light, right? Yes, you can already use color sequencing to change behavior or to alter behavior, at least temporarily. It's doable. They're trying to basically make it more specific. Now, the original claim is like a genetic modification. You might be able to do through breeding, not so much through like a live subject and keep that subject alive to actually do tests on for a very long.
They made the claim that they could trigger different muscles in shrimp or whatever they were saying using nothing but light. Is that a false claim?
No, not exactly. So you can destroy, you can grow muscle tissue through a lot of with ultraviolet lighting. I have to go back and look on this one. You can actually do a lot of things with like ultraviolet.
Ultraviolet's still blue. It's still a form of blue light.
Yeah, it can be in that.
Violet and purple? I thought that was the reason why it was called violet.
Light is a physical property.
It's on the blue end of the light spectrum.
Physical impacts, correct?
So why are they putting blue lights on the lamppost? I didn't ever hear a reason why.
Oh, I sort of skipped over it, and it's implied. That's just my own conspiracy theorizing. I imply that it could have something to do with that.
Then why would they add a blue light filter to the phones if they knew that it wasn't if they didn't think that it was harming you? Because they passed a law that makes them put that shit in our phones now because they know that it is. So.
But I mean, what's the experiment they're doing? They're testing to see like if blue light makes people angry or something. Like what are they trying?
I'll put the link to that video in the chat so that if people are interested in revisiting that, they can. When I was doing research on it, there wasn't very much information available. So I kind of snipped out some of what I could get, which is that yes, you can impact people. So yes, you can impact people using, or you can impact organisms using nothing but light. And blue light is one of the best ways to do that. Now, to your original question, can you mind control people using light? I think that the only honest answer is we don't know. All you can do is deductively reason, and it makes a lot of sense to me that if we could, we would not know about it. I think that's the thing I can say.
We do know. We just don't know how specific you can get. Again, colors. Colors is just basically light shading, right? There's nothing fancy about it. It's a reflective pattern for a color. We use colors for all kinds of weird shit to change modification or change behavior. Example, flashing blue light. What does that usually like imply to most people within the US? See a flashing blue light.
Pull the fuck over.
Cops coming, things like that, right? Like there's authority. So, I mean, it's like we already do it, and it does have like a behavioral change to it. We just don't know how specific you can get with it, right? The idea is show somebody like a blue light and make them lift their right arm, you know, something very specific. That's where things get a little muddy. I don't personally think it's possible, but hey, could be wrong.
And I am probably, I think it is possible. I don't think that we probably know how to do it. But I definitely like there is no doubt that light can be, I mean, it's when I was the fucking jail I was in used light in this way. They want jail to be a stressful place so that people take plea deals to try to get to prison or whatever's next. One of the methods they used at the jail I was at is it was 24/7 lockdown. You had no windows, you had no yard time. You had 24/7 fluorescent lighting, like a lot of it.
Wait, you got no you got no yard time within it. Hold up, you weren't allowed to go out in like a rec area over a 7-day period.
Correct.
Ooh, yeah, that's illegal.
Can you tell me
all over the country?
Can you? How do I find more about that? Because I assumed it probably was. I didn't realize at the time what they were doing is it's the what is it? It's the interrogation techniques that they use in Guantanamo and shit.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to pull off like a legal action. You could probably most likely look into like a civil prosecution. That way you get money. That's generally how you change your town policies, like how your jail is operated. That's how you go about that. You sue the living shit out of the sheriff's department, you know, whoever runs the jail.
Well, I'm going back to try to get it expunged in June. So, you know, there's a good chance it's just walking in that county, they'll be like, hey.
Don't go for expungement and like civil action against your town or county at the same time. That's bad. Don't do that.
But no, I do want to know about that.
Expungement, then go after them.
Because they did that for sure all the time. No windows, no yard time, 24/7 lockdown. You got, and everything was either stainless steel or painted white. The fluorescent light bulbs were on constantly. I asked them why once. They said so the cameras work. Like anybody doesn't have, like you can even get cameras that don't have infrared. But yeah, it was a pressure technique. I went over, and the only time you did ever get to see the sky was if you had court. Then you'd get the parking lot between the jail and the courthouse during that walk. So I went over a month without seeing the sky, and that shit starts to fuck with you for sure.
Yeah, I've never heard of like not even an isolation, like, you know, when they put you in the box, whatever the hell they call that. Like that's not allowed.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I assumed it wasn't, but you know, they rely on people's ignorance and inability to do things about it. So when I looked into things a little bit when I got out, I learned enough about the interrogation techniques that they got in trouble for in Iraq. Recognized one of them when I saw it. But I also learned enough about, because jail is meant to be a temporary facility, not a permanent housing facility, that there just really isn't a lot of laws regulating that. But
there sort of are. It's just there's not a problem. It as a civilian, you can't really enforce laws. That's kind of like not your place. The best the only tool that a civilian would generally have against like a local government is going to be a civil action. Like that's the tool that you have. It's just hard to pull off while you're being subject to the authority.
Which I'm not anymore, except to the extent that they have to approve my expungement.
Get your expungement first. Go to focus on that. Everything else takes secondary. Get that off your shit.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean,
should be priority.
They did a lot of shit. He wasn't there the same time I was, but under a month before I got there was a dude they had in solitary who was so desperate to get to any other facility at all that he started eating his own shit so that he could get sent to a mental hospital instead. They fuck with people there.
I've never been to a mental facility. I heard they were kind of a little worse than jail.
Not than this jail. 24/7 lockdown, no yard time. Like all the things I just described. There were 8-man cells, called them tanks, which is a 30 by 30 room with you got one book at a time per inmate, 2 decks of cards, no TV, no commissary, no visitation. The video chat thing, the video visitation thing we got one time, and then they got rid of that. Yeah, you get nothing but a sheet, a bed mat, and a lot of bright lights.
Yeah, them fluorescent lights, they'll kick the shit out of you. I don't know about those little fuckers. Spend enough time underneath them, they'll drive you insane.
So don't go to jail? Is that what you're trying to tell us, Flo?
Not yeah, don't go to jail.
Okay. I was thinking about it, but you convinced me.
And especially not in a small town.
So, JJ, have you ever seen any aliens, or is that just like the latest distraction?
I've only seen one object that was flying that I could not identify. It was clearly man-made. I just had no clue. Some kind of weird aircraft.
Is it me, or is it just seems like it just keeps coming back in waves of like fads? You know, it's like a fad for a week, and then everybody forgets about it for another 2 or 3 years, and then it becomes a fad again or something.
So this is why I absolutely hate Flo, because like he's a conspiracy guy, but he only takes it up to a point. You're like, you have to cross a line before you can, be considered a nut job, right? He never goes to that. He never crosses over that line. So a UFO is really nothing more than an object that's flying that you can't identify. Period. There's nothing like special about it. It doesn't have additional claims like, oh, it was from aliens. That's an additional claim.
Right. I'm talking about aliens. I'm not talking about like strange,
Hold on. First, let me hit this super chat. Just hear me out. Thank you for the $5, bro. What the fuck is this cover art? That is the taste of home. And why is Lindsay Smith so eager to steer the conversation back to it in the chat? I cannot explain her, but I will play. This is just a prototype, but this is a prototype for what I'm working on for a video for super chats.
It'll make you filthy and rich. Can you imagine how much sweet, sweet cabbage you'll be piling up? The math is simple. Stacks plus stacks equals more stacks. So get green. See what I'm saying?
I miss days when Bill Nye actually talked about science.
Bill Nye's fun. But go ahead.
He's a nut job. Okay, so this
is what drives you nuts about me is that I only take it so far. Here's the point, though. My underlying principle is always that people behave in self-serving ways, and so they will lie if there's a reason for them to do so.
Yes,
that's always my underlying foundation, and it's a solid one. Go.
I want to
say that again, Flo. Say that again.
People always behave in self-serving ways. And if it is self-serving for them to lie about something, like what they have the capacity to do, then they'll do so. There's no self-serving reason, though, usually for people to be honest.
Can't agree with the 100% always. Can agree with the majority of the time, like 95% of the time. It's generally the practice of human nature to be self-serving. It's definitely the majority position. The always part gets a little weird.
It's almost always it's in your interest to not disclose more than is useful. So, for instance, something like zero-G technology. If we had it, I can say logically, I think there's really no reason at all to think that we would know about it. Same thing with anything that Phi will think is all out in the woods.
From a military perspective, you absolutely would not want the general public to be aware of like zero-G gravity tools. Like if you have that ability,
from any perspective, from a leverage position in business and interpersonal relationships, in any area of life.
Well, no, in business, like the interest would be money. So now you've got a tool you can sell. People would just go ape shit over it. Think about transportation. Yeah, like no more money being wasted on tires, oil, shit like that, right? Yeah, from a commercial perspective, yeah, you'd probably want people to know about it so you could sell, stuff for it. That would be the interest of the money, though, right? Military, though, you wouldn't want enemies to have a better capability than you have, and you also
economically,
wouldn't want.
It's not even that straightforward because there's a lot bigger industry around supporting the tire industry than there is around supporting the non-existent zero-G one. Any market disruption
currently, yes, but that's not the driving factor. It's not the industry that controls it so much as like the ability. Think like the red pill community, right? Sex bots are a real thing. Like they got some weird looking shit out of there. That was like 10 years ago. They had a thing on 60 Minutes where I'm like, this is creepy as shit. But there was a demand for it because they'd already had a pricing. They had already had a clientele for it, right? The only problem was at that time was I think it was like 9,000 euros. Don't ask me why it was in euros. That's where the company was at that given time, right? There was a demand for it. The problem you would think though is with the red pill community, like fuck all women kind of thing, this type of mentality. Now that there's a bigger drive for it, we have that bigger drive. There's just an alternative like the AI bullshit. The visual sexual bots, guys are really weird about how you market to them, but it's not the industry, like say the sex bot industry that would control, the demand from the clientele. It's actually the people. If they know about it, they're most likely
go to demand for there to be a market.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
So the economic considerations are a lot more complicated than the militaristic ones. There's a lot more.
Yeah, but the military takes total control, like period. That is your top echelon.
Right. All I was saying is that there's that the principle of withholding, not disclosing unnecessary information, it applies everywhere.
Like from a general person's perspective, or from like an industry perspective?
Anywhere, industry, in your marriage, in your anything you don't know about me cannot be used against me. That's
How did we get from aliens to sex bots? I've missed the connection.
Oh, well, aliens is kind of an interesting question because my first question about an alien was, how would you know it's an alien? If you saw a thing, some kind of organism, right? How would you know it's alien?
Because we haven't found any other organism on Earth like that.
Sure, we find a new species all the damn time. Roughly about 9 a year, I think.
Well, I mean, it's like a humanoid species flying around in a metal saucer or something. It's probably not a breed of dog.
Dude, look at World War II aircraft. There's a couple flying saucers that the Nazis. I think they were the first to actually build the shit. It looked like a hovercraft, basically. That could fly about like
you would know because your pre-existing paradigm controls the options available to you.
Do you think the government's just fucking with people and like help create these stories of aliens or something? Like, what do you think's going on?
Helping in a way where it's like a distraction, or look at the right hand so you don't see, or I'm going to wave my right hand so you don't see what my left hand is doing. Sure, in that concept, yeah. Mostly bullshit you see within social media, that's mostly random crazy nut jobs on the internet kind of thing.
Plus, you have the general public that would love to believe that it's true. So it's not hard to convince people.
I would absolutely not want to have to deal with an alien life form that's capable of coming to Earth.
Oh fuck!
Yeah,
no.
that's that's bad for us.
Especially if they like watch our internet, they're gonna be like, "Oh shit, we got to nuke this place."
I wouldn't care if they were watching our internet. If they were able to get to Earth and show up here, right? They've already beat us. Technologically,
Lindsay, thank you for the $5 super chat. Just Hear Me Out's birth certificate is an apology letter to humanity.
It'll make you filthy f***ing rich. Can you imagine how much sweet, sweet cabbage you'll be piling up? The math is simple. Stacks plus stacks equals more stacks. So get green. See what I'm saying?
All right, I'm gonna quit playing that one for now because it needs.
I gotta ask,
worked out.
Why would people sit around thinking about aliens? Like, well, why would you want to spend your time with that concept?
Because they're hoping there's intelligent life somewhere in the universe because it's not here.
It's it's a concept that we've been taught to think about it.
Because people want Star Trek technology and be able to fly around in space and shit. They think it's gonna happen.
We can fly around in space. Can't live very long.
No, like Star Trek, like we just drive our car to the supermarket kind of technology.
Oh yeah, propulsion system would be nice.
Not the $10 billion just to get into orbit, just so you can brag to all your billionaire friends kind of budget. Like more like just casual flying to Venus to pick up some rocks or whatever.
God, I hope they're not flying to Venus.
Also, even if we get like space travel technology, like spaceships and shit, the nearest planet that's even useful is like hundreds and thousands of light years away. So we would need super advanced technology before it even became useful.
But do you agree with my premise, Phi, that what I was saying about lying, that humans will act self-servingly and will lie if it's in their self-interest?
Oh, definitely. That's very well known. Yeah.
Do you think that applies to the education system?
Definitely.
Yes.
I think they go hand in hand.
If you were just plopped into existence and had never been told anything, what would you think we were living on?
A big rock.
Would you think that? And then, okay, let's just. I'm trying to avoid the shape debate. You wouldn't automatically assume that an alien, if you met one, was an alien, would you?
No, I don't. Even if you did meet an alien,
if I just got plopped down, even other human beings would appear alien to me, especially if they look different.
I'm not gonna lie.
You ever seen that movie, A Brother from Another Planet?
No.
It's about an alien that came down in life form, like he was a man, and he came down, and he had to learn to live like a man, and he was really confused. He got left behind on the spaceship, but he was a brother from another planet. He was black. It was interesting to watch him try to figure out how to put shoes on. And he got a girlfriend, and he didn't understand what a relationship was.
There's a lot of absurdities that we have historically believed and that we still believe.
I heard Earth girls are easy, Cynthia. I don't know if that helps, but
maybe not.
If you had to tell me what benefits do you think it could be to have people believing the current scientific consensus?
Marketing generally is the case. And then we've got proof of concept of this, not because like the scientific community is doing it. It's because there's a lot of commercial entities that will utilize specific information that comes out of science, slightly alter it, and basically you got a sales pitch. In most cases, like a pretty damn good one.
I always get concerned about whenever scientists throw out the word consensus, because most scientists I know very rarely consent on all the ideas that are claimed in the public that
And
9 out
yeah,
of 10 scientists agree or whatever,
it's a red flag for sure, and it should be.
But
Well, that's also
against
because,
the
that's
spirit
also
of
because
science.
it has a different meaning within science than it does within society. Consensus within society, like how we use the word, is like we all get together and we, by majority agree. That's not the same concept within
unless you're
scientific
talking
community,
about
what
like
they mean by
elementary
consensus.
science where we like know that, hydrogen and oxygen makes water and shit like that. Like anything beyond that, there's very little consensus in most science in the theoretical stuff they're throwing around.
Well, it's based on the concept of argument, like how a thing comes to be, like how a theory comes to it be in existence. It's based out of like conflict. There's
Take for example our recent medical adventures into the Kung flu. Would you say there was a medical consensus among all doctors about what caused it, how
no,
to treat it, how to prevent it,
no,
all that stuff,
no,
or
no,
even where it came from?
no. Matter of
Oh,
fact,
everybody knows where
most
it came
of
from.
yeah,
Well, so I mean, what's the point
the
that you're
vast
trying to get to with that question?
What's that?
What was that? No, nobody believes there's consensus. But what point were you trying to make with that?
I'm just showing that like a lot of people think there's consensus, even like with all these doctors and organizations about like how they feel about vaccines and stuff like that. And look at
You gotta not say that word though.
sorry, injections.
What I'm trying to pull out is that the scientific method is entirely the opposite of what science is presented to us in school.
Well,
basic shit like the periodic table of elements. That's alchemy, buddy. That's the occult. That's not even.
No, we actually have microscopes that can see atoms, so that stuff's been settled. That's the consensus part. We all agree that again, hydrogen and oxygen makes water. That's pretty simple. But
what you're telling me is dogma. You have never seen these. You have never combined these molecules.
Again, scientists, you can see atoms in an electron microscope, dude.
I'm not talking about whether or not I think they exist in reality. I'm talking about literally what is happening right now is you're repeating dogma to me instead of applying the scientific method. I'm telling you, as far as you've applied the scientific method.
Oh, me personally, no, I haven't.
So what you're telling me is
I don't
dogma.
want an electron microscope.
What's happening now is dogma. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that this is what's happening now. It's not the scientific method.
But I've been in labs.
It's fascinating that science class teaches everything that your average student cannot apply the scientific method to. You got dinosaurs, space, molecules, like all this shit that's supposed to be science, but you can't. Anyways, Josh, I feel like you were cooking on something.
There are people that know, but I can't tell you one of the biggest problems in science and stuff is speciality. So the problem with knowledge is that we keep getting deeper and deeper into knowledge to the point where a long time ago our knowledge was so simple that everyone in the room understood what everyone was talking about, but eventually it became so specialized. Hold on. Just follow me here. It eventually became so specialized that it takes like a 12-year PhD to understand this one thing you're studying. And now you're unable to communicate with anybody in the room because the only person who knows that is your fellow PhD who also studied for 12 years for that one thing. And so that's where the communication is broken down.
Kind of yes and kind of no. So it's like the phrasing, right? Like when you say you understand something, it's always going to be a question, right? What they're talking about is like comprehension. Can you take the information and do something with it? That's generally the metric of
that's what I'm talking about. Communication. Like even if the PhD guy who thinks he has a knowledge claim about this particle or a molecule or whatever, and then he tries to communicate it to like an engineer to build a machine to do this stuff, the engineer has no idea what he's talking about because he has to become a 12-year PhD to understand that molecule thingy. And so it's getting that specialized where it's so hard to effectively communicate any useful information at this point.
But it's always been that way. Like even before, like what we would consider like modern technology was always that way.
Well, again, a long
Like not
time
every
ago, a long time ago, the technology was simple enough where you didn't have to get a 12-year PhD. You could just have like a 4-year, science degree and pretty much understand most of the stuff we're talking about.
so technology would have been like less utilized. Not to say it wasn't available. There was tools as far back as like a couple thousand years, easy.
There's
we've
another
always had-
perfect example. Technology is fucking us over too, because again, a long time ago, humans didn't even have calculators, so they had to like use their brains to do math. And now we have calculators to do math for us, so it's making our brains softer, where like we don't even
agree with
think
that,
critically.
but Josh, you're not going to let him just move off the things used to be simpler. Hubris, are you?
Yeah, it's like it wasn't the concept that it used to be simpler. It was things were always complicated. Tools would have been complicated, 500 years ago. Nothing would have been different in that concept. You got like several arguments in here.
Architecture was more complicated.
Is what?
Our architecture, for one, was more complicated. But I mean, like, I don't think that there's any actual logical reason to believe that things have gotten simpler. Now we know that men can get pregnant. But we don't know how we can construct some of the things that we used to construct. I think it's safe to say we've gotten stupider. Our houses are made of paper and sticks.
We definitely got stupider. That's another problem, because not only is our technology getting more complicated, the people using the technology are getting even dumber. So like now we can't even handle basic level science, which again, a long time ago they could, because they had to use their brains to think critically, and that's how they solve problems. But now everybody just Googles the answer.
I putting a lot of people in a very small boat.
The general
the general population have always been dumbasses. Always. Go back 1,000 years ago.
But even the educated population back then had to think harder than the ones that they do now.
Education back in Roman times would have been like, I don't know, fucking Aristotle, like the philosophy concepts, right? But your technology would have been not what it is today. It's not the comparison. Well, the comparison's a problem, but it's because of the expectation. Like you believe that we all go to school for like, say, like the minimum 12 years, whatever the state, requirement is, right? And that we're all, because we have access to all this information, we're all supposed to pop out equally as doctors, mechanics, engineers, like we should just graduate, even with say like a PhD degree, and pop out the other end, being able to be aware of, or being comprehensive in all of these different fields. It's not the case, and it's never been the case. That's why there are doctors that are just specifically doctors. You don't take your car to go get your car fixed from, to a local doctor. You go to get yourself fixed, right? Like it's all specialty. It's always been that way.
There's doctors for just like one part of your body. That's how specific they are.
Sure. But I mean, like I'm trying to compare like different fields against each other, and you're kind of like trying to compare them like we're all supposed to pop out the other end smarter because we have all of this. No, there's a person couldn't live long enough to even acquire even 10% of all of these different fields, at least enough comprehension in it to even be able to do anything with it.
The world has always been complicated. That's not new.
But our knowledge was simpler back then, and now our knowledge is much more complicated.
I don't. That's not. You can't say that with it. Why would you go ahead, like support that claim?
Because like a long time ago, we were trying to look at things on a like quark level of specificity. Now we're talking about like dark matter and all kinds of fucked up shit. That
which is I'm glad you said dark matter, because that to me, dark matter is what they had to create to make the mathematical models work that don't work without it. If anything sounds like bullshit to me, it's dark matter.
Or black holes and shit like that.
No. So dark matter is effectively something that has to exist to make up. Well, you said it mathematically, right? It's a slot holder. It's a word slot holder for a thing that they don't know that it exists, but there's something that has to be there to equal out the energy based on other theories, right? It's just a slot holder. It's like saying the word nothing. You've never in your entire life experienced nothing.
Instead of saying our models are fucked because they don't work, what they say is our models still work, but we have to invent something here.
Well, they just invented a word as a slot holder, saying there's this thing. We don't know what it is yet. We don't know, what kind of energy it is. It's just it mathematically must be, but this is the amount that's missing. So for right now, because
it makes sense, you don't get to add in a new variable to make the equation make sense the way you had it before. It means your math.
It would in the math, but the problem is like within society, we're talking about it as it's a thing. It's just like the word nothing. The word nothing, right? Try to imagine what nothing is. It's impossible. You never in your entire existence ever experienced it. But we use the word nothing as a slot holder for a void of, and we just neglect whatever the of is.
You just remind me of another example of more complicated things. Again, a long time ago, mathematics was pretty much, a simple process because we only took it up to a certain level. And so now in modern times, ever since we invented this thing called calculus, our math has gone so batshit crazy. Like by the time you learn the highest level of mathematics that they're doing now, you have no idea what you're talking about anymore because like you're using things like an equation that includes the symbol infinity, which a lot of mathematicians treat as a number, which it's not. Infinity is not a number. It's a function that describes like a continual counting of numbers. And
I'm naked on the show. When I do the show, I'm naked. Then they look at the show and am I naked? I mean, and I mean, this is how dumb the white race is. What are we supposed to do?
Exactly.
I just had to interrupt you because I don't really know how else to say this without sounding rude, but you just don't know what you're talking about. And what you're expressing is like, it's the norm, right? It's this very common sentiment that people have in the West because we're hubristic, and we're educated.
What do you mean I don't know what I'm talking about, dude?
You're telling me that math used to be simpler.
Yeah.
Based on what?
On the fact that they didn't even know what calculus was many years ago.
What are you basing this claim on? How do you know when they decided what calculus was? What do you know about the Pythagoreans?
When they got smart enough to like put it on paper and explain it and prove it and all that shit. So anyways, I'm not saying that it's fake. I'm just saying
speculating.
I'm just saying the human brain can only process so much information in one lifetime. And so if you have to spend your entire life studying one math equation, it might be not a productive use of your time because then who are you going to explain that to? Like no one else in the room even knows what you're talking about because you're using so many random symbols and
you don't need to know. Anyways, the belief that you're putting forward as fact is speculation based off of hubris, intellectual hubris, which isn't your fault. We're all trained with it, and based on straight line improvement, which anybody can look at your own life. You're younger than me, right? And your own life has not been a straight line improvement over time. So
that's the truth.
Fuck. Right?
That's definitely the truth in my case.
I'm mid-40s, dude. How old are you?
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh shit, you're older than me. I'm 37.
And by the way, my math knowledge comes from my bachelor's degree in engineering. So I have 4 years of calculus under the hood. So
did they teach you the history of mathematics?
Yes, I had to learn that during the process of learning this shit. So anyways, what I was going to say was like, it's so fucked up that you learn, not only do you learn like what infinity is, you learn that there's different kinds of infinities and where they go and shit like that. And it's just so fucked up. It's like,
see what I was saying about assumptions? They made me look like an ass.
And then you say, and then you ask them in class, you say like, how will we ever use this in real life? And the teacher just looks at you like, I don't know, dude. I just have to teach you this shit.
Well, how about this? Why don't you help us understand what you mean by defining what you mean by simplicity and difficulty?
I mean, like again, I'm not saying like we should remain cavemen and just use stone tools or anything like that. I'm just saying like humans are always so like eager to make it sound like we're making so much progress because look at all this math we accomplished and look at all this technology we have and look how smart we are. And meanwhile, like Flo just pointed out, these retards don't even know how many genders there are and stuff like that because we're so smart.
Okay, so this is fair. So basically it's a problem of trying to label something good or bad, right? That's where the subjectiveness comes in with it. So you could, if it was your idea that you wanted a better society, you'd want to go back to the Stone Age, right? People would have been better back then, at least by our standards, from some kind of moral standard. However, we don't want to do that because we don't want to give up all of the other benefits that are generally self-serving, longer lifespan, things like that.
Modern
right?
technology, but I think at some point it becomes more of a problem than a tool that's helping us. It's like creating more problems than it's helping.
Everything comes with pros and cons. The moment the door even cracks on anything, it's going to come with a cost. Now, what that costs, you find that out over time.
But are humans smart enough to know when we're reaching our limits?
No, the vast majority of humans throughout all of history.
And we'll do this thing.
So, do we believe that our lifespan is totally for sure longer now than it was in the past?
Yes, we can demonstrate it even over a 70-year period of time.
100%.
But is our quality of life better than it was in the past? With our longer
right. So now the problem is with quality is how are you going to measure that? I would claim longer lifespan would be, part of quality, but somebody could argue against it. It's really subjective.
I think Biden is a pretty good argument against longer lifespans.
Say that again.
He should have gone the way of nature many decades ago.
I think that makes sense to me. We've got I think we have a whole lot of humans. There are parts of the gene pool that would not be exposed if humans weren't so good at dealing with nature, honestly, and then intervening on other humans' behalf. Like,
yeah, I'm one of those assholes that doesn't really like. I'm not a big fan of empathy. I really believe the vast majority of people should die.
See, this is why I fucked with you. I also am not a huge fan of empathy. Cynthia, I knew would hear that. Me and Josh aren't big on the empathy train.
Oh,
I don't even understand that. I really don't. And I'm with Josh though on you can't say 100% of people are self-serving. Yes, a majority, but no, not all.
Well, it's not. So here's the counter argument to it. So take like a parent, right? Like a parent will generally, as a person, as an individual, they're pretty much self-serving, right? But think about like the weird shit that they do within their lifespan just because of offspring, right? It doesn't. On face value, it doesn't seem like it would be self-serving. It's generally servitude toward, say, like the offspring, which somebody might say, well, that's a biological. It is within design to be self-serving because that's your purpose, right? Like your purpose is to keep procreating and keep your genetics going. It's a little bit subjective. I don't want to throw like 100% out the door because strangely enough there are some cases of altruism that have been out there. I think 3 to 5 depending on if you believe in the cases or not, where people have done some really weird shit. It's just questionable whether it's questionable on how you want to define because self-serving, boy, that's a very broad spectrum, right? It would be like the idea of like offspring, right? Some people would say that is self-servitude. You're really just, trying to keep your genetics going.
A
I claim
future
it's not.
investment.
Yeah, I claim it's not because, well, my kid's only 4, right? So like he's just a little fucking monster I have to deal with all the damn time and question my life's decisions constantly, right?
Josh, let me tell you, I spent the day with my granddaughters today, and there is nothing greater than spending the day with 3 mini me's. So I get it, because it wasn't that fun dealing with their dad, but I love dealing with them though. So yeah, that's self-serving.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess like it's one way of doing it. Yeah, but I'm a dad, not a mom. There's got to be a difference between the mentalities. I only know that any pleasure I'm going to derive from the kid's probably going to come when he's older.
Yeah, no,
like when he can drive, when he can hunt, you know.
It's going to come in the next generation. Don't look for it here, buddy.
No. The next generation, his kids, that's going to be that's going to be total revenge.
Yeah,
that's going to be self-serving on me because I'm going to utilize revenge. I'm going to punish my kid for everything he did to me using his kid.
Yes.
I'm just trying to create a better world for my kid because it kind of sucks that we're forcing them into this current situation.
I'm scared of the terminology when somebody says better world. I don't know what that means half the time.
I mean, like, than the one we're currently in. The world we're in right now is just going to shit real fast. So it sucks to bring children into
the world or the people in it.
Culture, society, whatever you want to call it, dude.
Hey Josh, if you have a kid and that's the way you talk about kids, I really feel sorry for your kid.
No. Mm-mm.
I don't know.
Oh, you mean the truth? Like all parents talk about, oh, my kid is this, special.
I get it. You're probably one of those guys that just loves every moment with your child, and I love those people. I love them. My sisters are them.
Oh, no, I don't. There's bad times. I do. There's plenty of times where I'm like, come on, motherfucker, come on, like shut the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. My son on my picture, he can be a cocksucker.
Yeah. But sometimes like that, there's just like people used to think I was crazy. I'd be like, I don't understand why y'all all like being a parent so much. And like, it's not that great. I mean, I'm saying that in the sense like it was a lot of responsibility. Huh?
Fucking kids are crazy. Kids are fucking crazy. I've got grandkids, so I know kids are fucking crazy.
But there's the other end. I'm telling you, you make it out, and that is parent. That's the greatness of it. That's the greatness of it.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Oh no, and then and your kids are adults, and you have entirely different conversations than you had when they were younger. Even when they're teenagers, it's just totally different. Like the conversations I have with my daughter are not the same conversations that I have with my son. He's a teenager. He's still in high school. There's just shit that we're not talking about. Me and my daughter, we talk about everything. Everything. It does not matter. Sometimes it's like, we'll be halfway through a conversation. I'm like, this is so weird. Carry on.
And you will see how good of a parent you are when you see your adult children. Like, that's a good feeling. When you see that your seed has finally, not matured all the way, but it's finally grown. That's a beautiful feeling.
Oh, yeah.
And there's so many aspects to talk about that, like about parenting too. Like, what's the best way to parent? And like, I'm kind of going this unparenting way. Like, so my son's only 5, my daughter's 7. And my wife is the kind of mainstream and she wants to keep him in school, but like, I totally want to go like unschool, like totally unschool, like just like fucking take them out of school and like fucking let them do whatever, like not whatever they want, but like kind of just unschool, like no boundaries, like I don't know.
Maybe homeschooling. I mean,
Montessori, like let them develop, like look into different arts or something that they're interested in, and then kind of develop them from there. Is that kind
exactly? But even look into unschooling. Like, it's even crazier. Like some of these kids that come out of the unschooling stuff is like crazy. because like all you do is support what they want to do. I don't know. It's very interesting, but like I don't know the answer. But
have you thought about the legal aspects of that?
Yeah, no, exactly. That's another fact that is very big too, man. Because also like that's very unpopular amongst like most of the people you talk to and like your family members, and they all
Well, no. I meant the legal aspects of it. You know, legally, your child. Well, I guess in the United States, unless you live somewhere else, and in the United States, they have to attend some type of curriculum. It's usually state defined. That's the minimum.
Okay, but so do you agree with that?
It doesn't matter whether I agree with it or not.
Exactly,
Like that.
exactly.
These are the things I'm subjected to. Like, what is agreeing at?
Exactly. I don't know what the answer is, but like I kind of would like to like, yeah, I don't know, just see what the outcome. Like, I know I've watched enough shows.
I think homeschooling would be a better option. As long as you can get them to pass a GED, you can teach them however you want and whatever you want. So,
well, no. In most cases, like the kids will pass the GED times 100.
Oh, definitely. That's what I'm saying. Like homeschooling's like way better than public schooling anyway. So, but you can also teach them like useful skills while they're doing their homework or whatever. And so it's
no, exactly. That's the whole unschooling thing. Yeah, it's like teaching them real skills, like everything we didn't learn, like how to deal with money, how to start a business, how to like talk to people, how to socialize.
I gotta say, I'm a bit shocked at half of this shit. That's what electives were. Like we had a home ec taught you pretty much how not to burn your house down while cooking something.
Yeah.
Wood shop. We had carpentry, mechanics. Like we had all kinds of weird shit in school. What the hell are you guys doing for your electives? Do you not remember them? Or did you not have them?
I think now they're like gender studies and stuff like that. I think is their option.
Also,
in grade school?
They never teach you anything important. Okay, like so when you're cooking, do they teach you how to like put love into your cooking and like give put passion into it and make it actually taste good? No,
you can't use that word to a bunch of guys.
Follow the square cut cookie cutter fucking recipe and follow it exactly, and that's the only way to go. No, there's like a million ways to do every single thing. There's a million different outcomes, but also if you put fucking your heart and soul into something, and you put love into it, it's going to taste good. And that's something like the thing that they don't teach you is like spirituality or like that there is like something about putting your heart and soul in. Like,
okay. Oh, too many damn words. Too many words. One, what the fuck do you mean by what do you mean by love? What do you mean by spirituality?
So Josh, he's saying like, oh, I'm sorry, Bearsworth. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. It's hard to explain, and I don't know what I'm even talking about.
Do you mind if I jump in and help you out? Do you mind?
Yeah, go for it.
So when he talks about cooking with love, like when he's saying spirituality, it's truly a state you're in. Like he's right. It is hard to explain, but when you're in that place of love and you're enjoying making the food and you're just like taking your time to really cook it and put love into it, like he's saying, self-awareness. Let's just take love out and
would that be like food tastes better if you're in a good mood while you're cooking versus taste worse if you're in a bad mood?
We can do that. You're going to pay attention to it more. You're going to be more awareness of it. And that spirituality is that balance. How many times people are tired, they don't want to cook, they're going to go throw something in the microwave. They're going to do this because they're just trying to get by, but they're not centered in their spirituality, in their walk, and understanding that, yes, even these little minor things matter.
Yeah, they do. And it goes
artists, music, art. Oh, I'm sorry.
So sorry. I don't mean to, but it goes down to like the science too, like Emoto with the water. And the crystals, when he froze the crystals of the water, like, and just from telling it loves, like, I love you, like it goes down to that, like it's that crazy that most like materialists and like really real scientism people don't put any credit into, where that there is a big thing with just your intent. Your intent is fucking humongous. Your intent and your And that's the fucked up thing with science. They'll be like, "Oh, you're just paying more attention," but it's more than that. It's way more than that. And you know, some people just will never get it. Some people will, but it's very interesting when you go down that rabbit hole, and it's so cool.
Yeah, it sounds like an overcomplicated rabbit hole that I probably would want to avoid.
It's
Just
interesting
because you're out of touch with your emotions.
It's interesting because this is the people who with empathy and feelings and who are in man Bearsworth, may I ask you where you grew up at? Like, you don't have to tell me exactly, but just like the state.
Oh no,
or
I'm in
area.
Canada. I'm in gay Canada. Justin Castro fucking bullshit.
Oh, see, it is legal here in the States. Unschooling is legal here in all 50 states.
Yeah.
Legal.
It's actually better for neurodivergent people and neurodivergent children who are on the spectrum because it allows them the option of diverse learning versus being in that structured curriculum that school forces them to be in.
Yeah.
So there's actual benefits to unschooling.
But this is interesting where the feelers, the people that feel that people have empathy in the way that the people such as Joshua who are logical, that they don't feel. And it's not that there's
you can just say it. I'm void of it. I mostly don't.
We process
I'm sure I have
things
feelings.
different. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I have feelings. I just ignore them. I don't give a shit about them.
They don't serve you a purpose.
They don't serve anybody or anything a purpose. They're just feelings.
If a feeling is in conflict with reason, the feeling has to cede to the reason, or else it is a misplaced feeling and it is a bad decision-making metric.
That's one way of putting it.
I got to think about that.
Yeah.
How it's worded.
So, like, I guess to bring it back to what, like, he was talking about, like, cooking with love, right? Like, my intention of cooking dinner is to make sure that nobody in the family starves to death. And I have to make it taste good because, well, the kid will probably throw the shit at me if he doesn't taste within his, I don't know, purview of how he likes. Not to mention my wife is picky as shit, right? So the intention to taste good is there because, well, I stuff her if it doesn't. Thus, that's my intention.
Man, that life sounds so depressing. The life that you're just describing.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter
I
how
know.
you feel.
But like you have to make the food taste good. You don't want to, so you just want some shit to just shove down your throat.
Try this. Let's try this.
You don't want to.
Let's try this. Do you believe life is based on the concept of just what feels good all the time, or majority of the time, or based on whatever purpose you're trying to serve within your life? Like, if your goal is to have a family, right, and raise kids, and I still don't even know what all that means, but go down that road, or like what is it, right? Like, which one of the purposes are you trying to serve? Because that's really what you're asking with your question.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a mixture of everything.
They shouldn't conflict.
A really hard question. Yeah, man.
They should
have no
not
idea.
conflict. If they conflict, one is wrong. What's the metric for deciding which one's wrong? I think obviously, like I said. Okay, if you dream that I did something really mean to you and you wake up mad at me, your feeling would need to subside to reality that it was just a dream.
Okay.
Otherwise, your feeling's out of place. If I feel like Bearsworth is a silly Canadian, well, I mean, that's logical. So anyways, you get what I'm saying? Logic, if a feeling and logic are in conflict with each other, logic has to win, in my mind.
This is where I think there's a miscommunication because I'm not sure we're defining feelings the same way. You're just saying like, oh, I'm butthurt today. I don't feel this way. And we're talking in a spiritual feeling. How it's
I'll give you
They're not different. They're not different.
I'll give you the definition.
Your spiritual feeling is still just how you feel about. It's just your own emotion about the thing to the rest of us. So it might be extra special to you, but it's not extra special to anybody else.
That's not true.
Lawless, welcome. I'm glad you. I almost poked at you a little bit, like just a few minutes ago, because I see you in the chat a lot, and you don't come up enough. Forever. Welcome.
Hey, what's up, Flo? Thank you for having me up here. What's up,
for sure.
everybody?
Hello.
Well, here I'll give you Cynthia.
Hold
I
on,
think
but
that was
before
her
we let
name.
Cynthia off of the hot seat, I want to press her on. Like, what's the difference?
Oh, I'm not letting her off the hot seat. I'm fixing to give her my damn definition. Love, chemical imbalance. There you go.
What? No.
Scientifically, that is exactly, actually, scientifically, specifically within chemistry, that's exactly what it is. Chemical imbalance.
What?
So that's my definition of love.
Put us
So when
together
somebody
because
says-
we're the team against y'all.
Hold on. Okay,
Wait,
but
what?
first, I want Cynthia to answer the question. Your spiritual feelings, are they different to, and how are they different from just the emotion you feel when you eat a cupcake?
Now I'm trying to think of a way to explain it to you, and that's just hard to put into feelings, how to put into words.
Just
when I
tell
say
me who it's
when I
different
say a
from.
feeling, like it's just like you're just guided to do something, and you feel it and you move on it. I don't know how else to explain it.
No, his question is to who is it different?
Are we confusing feelings and emotions? Because
you're confusing what the relevance is.
What do you mean?
I'm saying that whether it's your feeling or your emotion or your spiritual guides, all of it is just how Cynthia feels about whatever thing is happening at the moment. It doesn't matter to any of us, and it's not a different metric. It's whether Cynthia likes it or not.
But it matters in what I produce, whether it be food, conversation, art, love. So it does matter. That feeling
Only because you
has to
care
be
about it. It's
in
not a
line.
different metric. It's the same exact thing to all the rest of us.
I need a little bit more here. So specifically, if you like it, the results are more often going to be good for, I guess, whoever it involves. And if you dislike it, whatever you produce is going to be more likely uncomfortable to other people.
No, close, but no.
All right. Well, you can think about it. I don't think that I don't think there is an answer for it.
Lindsay.
Yeah.
Do you know anyone like? It's hard to explain. You just have to be in a good state of mind to do things, and if you're not,
it doesn't make sense. The answer
and if
is
you're not
simple.
in that good state of mind, you can do worse.
No.
It can be worse. It can lead to worse.
This is why I asked you these questions, because it is not different to anybody else. And the only difference to you is personal to you. It's not a hubris. It's not a metric anybody else can use. It's purely Cynthia-centric, which is why feelings are a worse metric for making decisions than logic. I'll mic drop and I'm going to do this.
No, that's not true. You can walk into a house. Let's say you're buying a house, and this house is your dream house and it's your price, but it kind of has a bad feeling. And then you move into another house.
I mean, this is the fastest blowjob I've ever had from.
Oh yeah, he serenaded me for Valentine's Day.
Nice try, deflection.
No, but he did. But okay, but you're buying a house. You're buying that. You just made me think of that. Okay, so you have that one house. Then you have another house that maybe is not quite exactly what you wanted, but it has just a better feeling. When you walk into that room, it just has a better feeling. Do you ever have those moments? You can walk into a room and feel
I got divorced a year later.
And you should have paid attention to your feelings. And that overruled reason.
No, I'd end up having to start a fight with you based off the concept of you're making decisions based off of what you want.
Y'all just don't feel. So y'all don't.
You want a house.
Explain it.
You want a house. You want a house. You're selecting a house based off of a feeling. To me, that makes no fucking sense. So if I'm going to spend out money buying a fucking house, right? Like this is going to be the thing that you and I are going to end up having to fight over, just because you won't be able to explain what's the difference between house A and house B.
I'm not good. Like you, if house A is the one that I don't feel good, and house B is the one I feel good, we're going to be divorced in a year in house A, and in house B, we're going to be married for 25 years, at least.
Oh, I'm going to go for house A.
Well, we're going to be divorced in a year.
Well, now you're just talking about simple compatibility based on preferences. When I think that the problem that Flo had here was that you deemed one better than the other, but then he fought back with, well, I think ration and logic over, is better than, for lack of better word,
if the two are in conflict. If the two are conflicting, they shouldn't be conflicting. They should be in harmony. But if they do conflict, the one that's wrong is the feelings.
So you both gave preferences, and that just, to me, they're two different things because one is not necessarily.
Oh, no. No. Because the rationality side is going to be based off of something else. Price, location, market value.
Not all the
It's
time,
Josh.
man. It's nice.
It's Josh. You just talk back through him and over him.
Nice dono, Resto.
I wasn't.
I like your picture, Lindsay.
Thank you.
No, because you're laying claim that preference is the metric, is exclusively the only metric. It's not.
Anything. We're not talking about metrics here. We're talking about two different things. One thing is that logic and emotion are indubitably entwined in making decisions because everybody has emotions to an extent.
Good word.
The other thing you're talking about is preference. Cynthia would prefer a healthy, positive environment with something that makes her feel good in some way. And you're saying, no, nonsense. I don't have to live in a place like that, just simply because I want to like the house better and use my logic and think about resale and think about this and that, not the nice patio that you want to lay out or the pond in the back that you want to fish in. And she's just arguing that both are important. And then I wanted to add one more thing before I get too long-winded. I've said this many, many times, but it doesn't seem to catch on. Logic and feelings are intricately related, whether you like it or not. They're part of every decision making. And I'm going to source a neurologist who wrote the book How We Decide, and his last name is Lehr, L-E-H-R. It's titled How We Decide. And he proved neurologically and with synapses and dendrites how, when you have a decision in front of you, no matter how minor it is to how major it is, you use both. So both are integral and important. All you guys are doing is fighting over which one is more important.
Yeah.
Mic drop.
Environmental.
Logic is basically the process of non-self contradiction, right? We can look at it that way and understand it that way. Your feelings, what's the trinity of feelings, thoughts, and actions, right? All those things should be in harmony. But if they are out of harmony, the best way to one to resolve is the feeling. The feeling is going to be wrong because the logic, if it's being logical, is not self-contradictory. There's an error in the feeling.
But
I'm sorry. Hold on. I got to interrupt you again. Resto, thank you for the super chat. Feelings are legit retarded. And thank you for the name change. As you can see, loves his new name. All right, Lindsay, go ahead.
I forgot what I was going to say because that was kind of funny and kind of frustrating at the same time. So +1 to Resto for that.
Mm-hmm.
Totally tried and succeeded.
There's no wrong feeling. Like feelings come.
I come.
Well, I'm going to tonight. Yeah, I'm going to stick with the completely disregarding feelings. I don't care. Ever.
You do care. You just want to not care. Somewhere between you two's kind of cartoonish extremes is reality. Feelings can be wrong. They also matter more than logic, honestly, as when it comes to decision making. Even the most rational people still make most decisions based off
feelings. Yes, thank you.
Right, but are they actually acting and not just reacting to the feeling?
because cognitive awareness teaches us that there's no wrong feelings. There's only wrong ways to react to those feelings.
That's some
When we
rehab
acknowledge our
bullshit.
feelings and then rationalize how we're feeling.
There's some
Like,
wrong
especially when
feelings.
we're triggered, right? Wait, let's just say Tommy came in the room right now. We would each have our own individual feeling, but how we react upon that feeling is the cognitive state, right? That we're acting and not just reacting to chemicals going off in our bodies. Like,
I agree. That's important too. You can't help your feelings. You can't necessarily control them.
That doesn't mean
because
it's
you
wrong.
have them.
It can be wrong.
Right.
Though. You can't
They
help
come.
your feelings, but
It's
they can be
a
wrong.
natural thing.
Let me rephrase. This is, in my opinion, since feelings are part of decision making, empirically proven to be. That's what I'm going upon. You cannot always help your feelings. Maybe sometimes you can compartmentalize them, but you're going to have them either way at some time or another, whether you have PTSD or able to, put them in a cabinet or whatever it is. But what Fatty's saying, I completely agree with, because whatever feelings do pop up, whether good or bad or indifferent, you have the choice, especially if you're aware of them and you pay attention to them and you notice what triggers them or what made you feel that way. You have more control over the outcome.
So we have to rationalize how we're feeling before we can act, rather than just rationally acting upon what we may or may not feel.
Yeah, and that's what
feelings are fast. It's what's fastest ultimately. Feelings are a shortcut to all the data and processing that comes in the processing that could happen. But they can be wrong, right? You can wake up and be mad at me and realize I didn't actually call you fat. It was just a dream, right? And then you would be wrong to act on that. That's why logic has to supersede feelings.
What if you
I
were
might not feel like wiping my butt, but I'm going to because logic tells me I need to.
Okay, so there's this grocery store that I went to one Thanksgiving, okay? And it was called Fiesta, but I had a horrible feeling in that grocery store. Like when I walked out of that grocery store, I was sad. And I said, I will never in my life go to another Fiesta because I didn't like the feeling in there. And I've never in my life, I will drive 50 miles past the Fiesta, but I'll never walk into another Fiesta because of that one time I had that feeling in that Fiesta store.
Well, Fiesta's a party, right?
That's pretty irrational.
It's a party.
No, it's all righty. And I was like, man, this isn't a Fiesta. Like, I'm not a Fiesta. Like, I don't feel Fiesta.
But you see how both opinions are not right or wrong. They're just kind of who you are.
I don't.
No, I think
I wouldn't
that's
even
for you,
get
sir.
out of there.
There's a valid.
It's a preference.
It's valid for each person, though.
Sure. If it was just that, they would just be a preference. But there is if there's some sort of measure, right? The question that you asked doesn't have a measure for it. Which is the right one for gas quality? Probably doesn't fucking matter. Which is the right one for financial outcomes? There's a right and a wrong answer there.
In the majority decision.
We're not arguing here or disagreeing. We're kind of talking in parallel.
God damn it.
I think you're absolutely right.
My butt does look really good in these jeans, though.
I give up.
Don't give up. Just don't get so frustrated so easily.
Oh, did you see?
You look like shit too, Lindsay. I don't know what happened, but
yeah.
Hey, girl.
There's definitely a disagreement because that's what you're talking about. You're talking about basing a decision based off of a feeling or whatever.
Josh, you're glitching hard.
Did you see Sinai 2020's comment?
Which one?
Didn't Flo get a bad feeling about DC?
Touche. And I actually have. So Chuck asked, "What about intuition?"
Good
and I
one.
starred Gary's comment that said, "What about instincts?" I think that I think that with all those things, what you're dealing with is subconscious knowledge, and that just because you don't understand one well enough for it to be logical does not mean that there isn't logic there. That's a discernment thing. So as far as if if that feeling was in conflict with something logical, right? Like the DC example is a good one. There was no logical reason for me to go. That feeling was actually in sync with logic. I asked the question of I asked an astrologer to look it up because the logic was there supporting the instinct. So
would you not agree that it's definitely contextual? Let me give you another example. By the way, cyanide nailed that one. There's going to be completely different
You're about to get
context. So let's
nailed.
say, what? You're about to get nailed? No, not yet. You wait till you go to bed.
I just had sex. I'm about to eat nachos. It's the greatest moment of my life. Unless you screw it up with whatever it is you're about to say.
Nice.
I just made I'm eating half the fucking pan tonight because I put so much love into it that it makes me feel loved by eating it.
Emotional. Damn you.
Oh no, it looks so lovey-dovey. God, you've aged so much, Cynthia. It's terrible. Bless it. It's like look at what happens when Flo goes away. Like we all just wither and die. Like oh, it's terrible. If you got to come back.
And I'm drier than the fiery pits of hell.
Oh my goodness. Jack was
right. Before Lindsay blows her fucking top, what is it you've been trying for a second to say?
That was great.
Lindsay, I love your earrings. Those are amazing.
I didn't even notice.
Thank you. I've got it.
Oh, there's sunflowers? There's sunflowers. We got actual sunflowers over here.
That face, though, says it all.
Guilt delicious.
Oh my gosh, Gary.
Oh my god.
Okay, stop it. I'm being trolled to death. Oh, there he is.
Gotta bring back the
That's
weird.
how we know she's a witch.
Look at this distraction method. He put her up to this.
All right. Do you remember what you were going to say?
Yeah, that wasn't enough. You want to do some more?
Oh, my side hurts.
Okay.
Listen, I don't talk to anybody who got a pink dick. All right.
You got this, Lindsay. Come on.
I think I can.
I'm muting my fucking mic.
You need to mute that woman. Okay, stop it. Stop it. I hate you. Okay, context. Context is all. We said you made a very good point that logic matters more in some ways. And then the woman in the chat, Cyanide, made the point that, okay, but you said the other day that you had icky feelings about something and that kept you from, or creepy feelings and that kept you from acting on it. And Cynthia made the same point too. Here's another situation in which you might be less likely to use logic and more likely to use emotion if you wanted to be more successful. Okay, say your daughter is now 28. She's getting married. You have to find an extra special gift for her wedding. It's her most important day in her life. And so you think to yourself, well, logically, what does every household need? Because her and her husband are going to move into their first new house. And you're going to get her a toaster oven or a vacuum cleaner.
Pink 9mm.
Or something useful. Is that a bad decision? No. But wouldn't it mean more to her? Don't you know it in your head somewhere that playing on an inside joke or a special thing that you share between her and you, something that you both love, something that you remember and will think of, something that would make her think of you always, would be a better gift, even if she's without a toaster oven. What do you think?
It brings in the sentiment, right? It brings in the sentimental part of a gift.
Right. And your gift is mostly based on emotion, whether
Yeah. Perfect
Yes.
wedding gift right there. Get her name engraved on the side, have it gold leafed.
And you know
She's
what?
gonna be so happy with that Glock 19 with the RMR cut.
You're just dying to be right.
Okay, no, but I am right because look, it depends on what you want. The two should be in alignment, reason and feeling.
Should be.
If
but
I
they're
want
not.
her to feel the warm fuzzies,
Yes.
then logically I need to choose not the Glock. If I want her to have protection because she married somebody like Paul, then she gets the Glock.
Right.
It's the feeling we rationalize. We rationalize the feeling. I agree that rationale and logic is more important.
Rationalize has a negative connotation.
Well, it's a thought. It's a feeling. It's after the fact of the feeling.
Feelings are faster and sloppier. Feelings are faster and sloppier.
We're not talking about your sex life here. We're talking about
That's the fastest and sloppiest of all.
I know. Oh, God.
No, I agree.
Make it stop.
I can't wait to get my dick wet.
The thinking is more important. The feeling isn't as important. The feeling is just a natural thing that
In
it's
this
our rational.
situation?
It's our
With a
thinking.
daughter?
It's our
what?
Yeah. You're not picking out a house. You're picking out a lifelong gift that will remember she'll cherish.
Well, I'm not getting her a fucking toaster. That's for
Hey,
sure.
look, speakeasy's here.
High school. What do you think? Am I right or am I right?
Well, I didn't actually get to hear everything that was being said, to be honest. I kind of just popped in.
What's more important? If emotions, if your feelings and your thoughts are in conflict, which one rules? I say reason has to conquer.
Leading question.
that reason is more important than the feeling.
Leading. So yeah. So you're asking if you're in a spot where feelings and logic are they're at a pass. You have to pick one.
They're in conflict.
Is better or reason or feelings. Yeah, I'd say logic is better. Yeah, of course.
I don't think you have to pick one or the other, too. I don't think your brain thinks.
If the two are in conflict.
Yeah, like if the two
I
are
would go with logic. I said we're arguing, in quotes, parallel, meaning I'm not completely disagreeing. I would rather rely on logic when making an important decision, too. But emotion's going to come in. That's all my argument is. So that's why I say we're arguing in parallel.
I think you're arguing just to argue.
No, I'm not even arguing.
It's the same argument.
I'm adding qualifications. I said context is all.
What the fuck was that? Who's this guy think he is?
If it's about the context and it's simple, I'm paying for a fucking wedding and now a gift. The bitch doesn't give a shit whether she's happy or not.
Josh, you sound like a Discman in your pocket when you're trying to play basketball and do a layup.
Right? I was about to say.
Yeah, I can tell who here used to play basketball.
He's got a tape player going.
Hey, Josh, I'm going to kick you. Reconnect because both times you tried to talk, it's just been that skipping CD thing. Come back. I'm not kicking you out.
It becomes natural. It's the reason that we put behind those feelings that make an action, right? When we just automatically react off a feeling, that's more of a reaction. And
I don't know what that means. I think that feeling is just a faster, sloppier way to have sex.
Depends on if you're listening to The Doors or Zeppelin. That's two different things.
Oh, I guess I think.
Yeah. It's two totally different vibes.
What feeling and
I just really don't want to go to bed thinking about that.
What?
No, I'm so good. It's all of the sex and the Doors and Zeppelin is like.
Throw in some Nine Inch Nails, see what happens.
All right, this is
the down memory lane.
Or some
That's for
Enya,
you, Barbie.
or Enigma, just depends.
You
Thanks.
can change the topic.
It's a little late for that.
I don't want to freak you out.
You're too busy thinking about sex, aren't you?
Put some fresh batteries in the rabbit. Everything will be fine.
Is it because of Lindsay's new look?
I feel so bad.
Make her
I don't know what we're gonna do for her.
Okay, good. Get her undressed and we'll do this thing.
Can you imagine that grandma up on the frigging pole? Lord.
Oh shit, we got a big 20 bomb. Thank you,
20 bomb,
Chuck,
man.
for lighting that motherfucker up.
I'm gonna do a couple shout outs.
That
shout out to
clip
Traveling
there,
Fools.
Flo. That is a really good, like, I need that clip just because, when I'm having the argument with people about fighting the government with their AK-47s, I want to give them that clip so
Like
I
last
can
night.
ask them, what is your AK-47 doing?
Here, and I'll offer you this clip instead.
Fuck you, you punk ass bitch. You ain't nothing but a no good dick sucking, taking the ass punk bitch ass slave. Still doing paperwork. You're fucked.
I want that one too. I want that one too. But hey,
Charlie Chaplin's angry.
Hold on,
that was awesome.
you got the floor, Cynthia. Go for it.
Yeah, you got Joshua. Josh, welcome to the membership. You got Traveling Fools. Traveling Fools, I enjoy your show. And I will be stopping by one day, knocking on your door, saying hello. You got Christina. You got Heather. You got M. You got Street Slayer. You got Gen F Jax. Gen X Jeff is one of the best. Jeff, I appreciate him the most. Candace. You got Pale Horse. You got Voy. You got Austin. Lawless. Jonathan. What? Wait, Green. Jeez, this was a big one, wasn't it? Dose. Who's the other one here? Somebody Mystic, Chapstick, Jerry, Woody, Enlightened, Mel, Miss J, and that was it. So congratulations to the new memberships. You can use the custom emojis. Don't forget to use the custom emojis now. You're in the crew.
And also you have access to one members only live stream that has happened. Probably will be more in the future.
How did I miss that?
I was gonna say we need to be doing another one of those soon, yeah.
Oh, I'm not even using my membership correctly.
The audacity. God.
But yeah, no, just a minute ago there was a whole bunch of people talking at once. I don't remember where we were. Oh,
That's what money does.
I offered an alternative clip to people who intentionally misunderstand the nature of the discussion.
Oh no, it's not even intentionally the nature of the discussion. It just speaks to my point of that discussion, right?
And I would actually totally agree with that point.
Right. Like, you can't. What are you gonna shoot at? What are you doing there in that situation? Just fucking blanket.
What you're doing an all or nothing argument here. Because some prevention won't solve all the problems, no prevention will solve any problems.
Huh?
The premise that you're making is that because some prevention will not solve all the problems, then no prevention is worth taking.
No. Actually, that's because my argument isn't about like I'm saying to take away guns. My argument is simply that the reason for the Second Amendment is null now because you're not fighting a tyrannical government.
I would say that it is that's a matter of opinion. I would say that it is definitely muted from when it was created.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's my point. Like I'm not like pro taking away everyone's guns, and I say have as
but
many.
every
but you have to admit it just because you want it. It's
but
not
every big scale tyranny is just a compilation of individual actions, and individuals are politer in more armed societies.
We're not saying that the government isn't tyrannical, though. We're just saying that.
I'll prove that wrong. I'll prove that wrong right now for you, Flow State.
Yeah. How do we fight back against that bomb sequence that you play? How do we fight back against that, which basically says that my local militia doesn't get F-35 and drones and everything else. So how do we actually fight back against it when that's the wording in the Constitution is fighting back, fighting against a tyrannical government?
What? All right.
No, what I was.
Dude, were you just racking slides?
Found a picture of Chuck.
Were you approving something? I was.
Yeah, I was. Okay.
Did I hear?
I forget now. Fucking where we were. Fatty. Okay.
Fatty's gonna ask Lindsay about it. No, but I was saying that more armed societies are.
Oh yes, that's right. That's right. Okay, you were saying more guns. People are more like weary about shooting.
Sort of. Yeah, sort of. If your words can have repercussions, people behave better.
Right, I get what you think that, right? I get you think that, right? So let me. This is how I'll prove it wrong. So would you agree with me that most gun crime happens within gang cultures? Would you agree with that statement? Yes or no?
No, I don't think I would.
Let's change that to poor culture.
It wouldn't happen within gangs. So gun crime doesn't. You don't think the most gun crime happens within gangs, like gang on gang?
I think that most.
I'm trying to kill as many dinosaurs.
I would say that most of it is probably just one-off idiots doing something dumb and is not gang related.
I'm trying to kill as many dinosaurs as possible.
No, the most of the gun crime comes from gangs. You can search
I don't think that it's directly gang related.
You can search it up. Most of the gun.
I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm speculating. So if I'm wrong, I'll accept that.
Let's not even go with most gun crime. Let's just say, do you agree at least that gun crime happens within gangs?
Sure.
It's just nationwide, or are we talking about a certain area?
In general.
Well, we're talking about the states, right? We're talking about the states. And do you think that gun crime happens within gangs?
Of course.
Yeah. So would you say then how come the one gang isn't afraid of the other gang knowing they have guns?
I would say that they are afraid of the other gang. That's why
why don't they behave better?
That stuff is done.
Why are they the worst behaved to each other? They're the worst behaved to each other. Gangs? They are the worst behaved to each other, and they have guns.
Think about where
you act unfair, though. A lot of people act unfair, so we're not going to. A lot of people, they're not just going to stand back on. Oh, I'm afraid, so I'm just going to stand back.
How come they can't live?
What do you mean? Sorry. What do you mean? There?
So I'm not saying in general people are going to just act unfair, but in general, in the general sense, though, fear is what drives us. So we're not going to just act violent, but at the same time, we're not going to just hide. Not everybody's going to hide. So either you're going to have that choice of, I'm going to.
Well, the rationale behind the fear that they're coming for me is to stock up on more things that can help me either defend myself.
Exactly.
Because if you look at the bigger picture, right, like here in Kansas City, you have gangs having shootouts in the middle of relatively benign general population. The population is benign, so the individuals act out of hand. They do it in sloppy drive-by fashions because they are actually scared of dealing face-to-face with somebody who's armed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this doesn't take away from the fact that they are still committing gun crimes against people with guns. You're not arguing my point.
If everybody was armed and honestly allowed to fight back, then I think that would be very different.
What makes you assume that?
The amount of situations I have de-escalated by having a gun on me is what makes me believe that.
So it's anecdotal. So that doesn't really
correct. It's a metric that cannot be measured. You can't measure things that didn't happen.
Right.
It is anecdotal.
So like, yeah.
Correct.
So like,
it's also
what my point is off of something that like happens today, right? We have gangs that know the other gangs have guns, and they still, and it's not always just drive-by fashion. Like, I can show you videos of people just walking up to people and blasting them. So like, it's not just drive-by fashion, right?
It's more so that the guns are used against other people that have guns compared to people that don't.
So like the fact you think that because of everybody having a gun would mean that people would behave more. I would argue that if you have a gun and you show any type of hostility, I'm gonna shoot you now, because my assumption is that if this gets any hotter, he's gonna use that gun. So I'm gonna act.
Let me ask you about your anecdotal experience.
And the way I can prove that is because in the UK, the police don't have guns, and there's a lot less police shootings.
And there's
But
way
in
more
the US, the police do
But hold
carry
on.
guns. Well, you gotta let me finish the point.
Okay.
What was my point just now? You haven't let me finish one point I've been making this whole time.
that you think that the more guns makes people
You're
more,
just listening
but
to
you said something in there that I want to hit on, and so you're not going to push me off of my memory of that spot. So if you remember it, then I apologize. Continue your point. Otherwise, I'm going to ask you what it was that caught my attention.
Go ahead, ask.
You said something that made, when I said from my anecdotal experience, actually you called it my anecdotal experience in a dismissive way. Then you said something that led me to think maybe you also have anecdotal experience introducing a gun into a conflict situation. Do you have anecdotal experience, and does it conflict with mine?
No, it doesn't.
What do you mean? Do I have anecdotal
Have you ever resolved a tense situation by showing you had a gun?
I've actually been involved in a situation that got more heated because somebody showed they had a gun. Actually, I was at a party, a house party once, where somebody showed they had a gun. The next guy started spraying bear mace at that guy, and the whole party got fucked up. People got shot. It was fucked up. So there was no de-escalation in that situation. Someone died on that night. So
that's hard for me to
if
believe.
that guy didn't show his gun, the bear spray probably wouldn't have got sprayed, and that guy with the gun wouldn't have started shooting blindly. Right?
Was there alcohol involved at the party?
Damn.
Yeah. So so what do we do? Like, we take away alcohol from the public? I don't know why that matters.
No, because if you're going to look for causes and you just blame the alcohol, you don't even need the gun.
Right?
Arbitrarily choosing what the situation was of a situation I witnessed.
No, I mean, if you're going down a list of cause and effects, you're going to travel it all the way back. A bunch of people.
Man,
Josh,
even with this
Josh,
crackling audio,
hold on.
he's right.
You're making excellent points. I want
He
you
is
to
making
find
out-
a better
yeah.
connection spot and come back in.
For real.
Sounds like
You
you're
made
in water,
excellent
bro.
points right there. That's an awesome point right there. I really don't think I'm under the impression, honestly, I can't fathom a world where everybody has a gun and we're gonna amp up the crime more because everybody has a gun. I honestly think that with cause and effect, if someone over there has a gun and this person has a gun, I don't think someone's gonna be like, yo, I'm gonna do something more. I really think that people are like, I'm not gonna do stuff now, because more than likely you might be more efficient with yours than I am with mine. That's just my thinking, versus, the only people we have to worry about who has a gun is the cops and are people who are not supposed to have it. That's in general for me.
You guys touched on that earlier too with
That's
why
your
cops
thing. Sorry.
Like when cops assume that every single person has a gun on them, they're more jumpy.
Yeah, so that's why I was trying to use my thing about everybody having guns. So in the UK, there's way less police shootings than there is even in Canada here. But the UK, the police don't even carry guns. So there's way less police shootings because they don't like in the UK, someone could get pulled over, get out of their car, and stick their hands into their pants, and they're not going to get shot. Where in the States, if I do that, I'm getting lit up with fucking everybody that's standing around shooting at me.
Is there as much police calls though? I mean, is the cause less, or is the cause?
I would say that part of the cause is exactly what I'm going to, is that the general population is not armed, and we've created a clear distinction where a normal person cannot intervene on a bad cop doing bad cop shit. So you got a whole bunch of douchebags. I'm telling you, I've had a lot of guns pointed at me. Nobody ever freaks me out more than the cops. You can see it in their fucking eyes. Half of them want you to give them a reason to be a hero.
Yeah.
Right, Josh?
That doesn't really speak to anything, though, right?
Pretty much. I mean, there's a lot of fucking, even at the Fed level. I mean, there's a lot of, we call them hall monitors with bad attitudes. Just shouldn't be here.
Bullied kids that became cops to have some authority in life.
Okay, this just speaks to like cops that have like authority problems, right? Like Derek Chauvin didn't use a gun to kill somebody, did he? So like let's not do that, right?
Okay. All right, okay.
And cops in Britain don't wildly stab people that get out of control in a stabbing, right?
The cop issue is a separate issue.
Again, I'm for everybody having weapons, but
cause and effect for environment.
I think a lot of the arguments, other than I just like being able to have guns, is bullshit, and like I can break them all down. I have no problem with like I am for you being able to own all the fucking guns you want. Have a whole room full of them. I'm for it. But I'm not going to let people parade around with these bullshit excuses.
So would there be fewer?
I like guns. That's your only
there
reason.
Would no.
That has any
it's a prioritization thing. You can step back and you can look at society and you can say, okay, in Australia, where you have to show proof of ID to buy plastic knives, they have less shootings. This is correct. They also have an island population that with no borders with other countries, they're able to do this in a way that reduces this crime statistic. Is this the only crime statistic that matters? No.
Which one? Just gun crime? Well, school shootings. When have they had any
gun violence? Is a reduction in gun violence the only thing that matters, or do the ripple effects matter? And then you have to say, who are you prioritizing matters to? Because what matters to society from God's eyes view and who matters to me are not the same.
Right. Okay. I tried to let me try and do this the way I did it yesterday. So would you all agree with me that regulations around vehicles are good for the betterment and safety of the society?
Say that again. All regulations?
Yeah. So, no, regulations in general. I probably did say all regulations, so thank you for correcting me. Regulations in general around vehicles
are
good for the betterment and safety of society.
Yes, the majority of us are probably going to most likely agree with you that regulations are generally a good thing. Generally speaking.
Yeah, most regulations now. Let me ask you, most regulations, do you agree with most regulations around vehicles?
For the sake of conversation, yes.
Yes, across different things. Could be guns, could be vehicles, could be, yes, we generally agree.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say. That's why if why people have such an issue with regulations on guns,
because that's over summarizing it. So Flo would probably
improperly, a vehicle can kill somebody. So we have regulations to make sure people know how to use vehicles, right? Why don't we have that same thing when it comes to firearms?
Thank you, Resto, for the $10 super chat. US, correct.
Generally, where you're going to have the disagreement within society are going to be specific regulations. Some people might say, I don't know, like a felony.
Like on guns, though. But like on guns, how can we mandate that you have a driver's license and insurance to drive on state roads, but we don't mandate that you have to go through training of any kind to own a firearm? When a car can be used accidentally or without will or with malice, just as a gun can, but we don't have anything regulating the guns saying that certain people can or cannot buy them at certain times or anything else, whatever the reason might be. But
I can come to the States. Well, me is a bad example, but if someone didn't have any type of citizenship in the States, they can still visit there and buy a gun. You understand how stupid that is?
Why?
How stupid?
Because what do you mean? Why? You understand? Oh, wait. What do you mean? Why? Would you happen to be somebody that maybe has a problem with illegal immigrants?
Me?
Yeah, any of you. Do you guys do you guys have a problem with this? Do you think it's good?
I have more of a problem with enforcement than non-enforcement laws. So no, I think that anybody who wants a gun is going to get one. I'm a felon. I can tell you.
No,
I can go
the
down
reason
the
I
street.
asked you that is because I
can get
think a
you
lot of the people use this the opposite argument when they have like a problem with illegal immigrants. They'll say like things like this. Well, they can come and buy weapons and stuff, but like, it's your
The
law
issue is that there's
them
no
to
way
do
to.
that, right?
What you're proposing doesn't have an enforcement mechanism that isn't worse than the problem.
What do you mean? Sorry.
I don't think
Well-
that these laws can be enforced in a way that doesn't create bigger problems than they solve. That's the issue.
So there's
like not allowing Idaho to have open firearm transactions, where at a gun show, a guy with a FFA license, with a firearms license, can have a booth and sell a gun with a permit and with paperwork and with background checks at the sale, but then walk outside and sell that firearm with no bill of sale.
I know, Fatty, you're liberal as fuck, but that just like, we get it.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong
I'm
with
against
liberals?
I think people should come to this country legally, but I also think that they come here illegally, and when they do, they can literally come to my state, go to the fairgrounds on the weekend, and buy a weapon. Not at a store, not with any tracking.
Fatty,
not
are
with
all
any...
cops bastards?
No.
Are most cops bastards?
Yes. I'll answer that one. Yes.
No.
Ah, damn it.
I think that Fatty's lying to me. I saw that. Grimace.
So I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear with what you were saying, Flo. So you're saying that there's no laws that could be implemented to help gun issues?
I wasn't saying it that extreme. I think that you could say that my stance
Then you
on
agree
most
with me.
things right now is that enforcement will cause more problems than the law that they're supposed to enforce.
Maybe at
Like
first,
what,
in the
though?
long run, no.
Enforcement, like right now, if we tried to take away somebody's something that they already have, compared to not.
Oh yeah, is that right? Kind of like they did for how many years and nobody did fuck all about it? What do you mean? How much of a
With
problem
what?
is it going to be, bro? What's going to happen?
I
Like, if
don't
we
know what
enact a law right
examples
now
either of you are talking about.
that people
Like
can't own a certain
propose a law, propose a law, and we'll go through it.
A more extensive
make bump
background
stocks
research, longer waiting periods.
How long of what background check do you know about the background check that you go through in the U.S.?
Do you?
I do.
Okay,
I've bought a lot of fucking guns.
Yeah,
I
so what is
learned
it?
about a
I
restraining order against me from a background check that knew about it before I got
Just
served.
explain it then. Just relax.
Yeah, no. Every gun through an FFL goes through. They have to call you in to the FBI. The FBI does a background check. They have 3. Is it 3 days or a week? Anyways, number of days to get back to the manufacturer and approve or decline the sale.
Federally, federally, it's
Right. They can't
72
just
hours.
stall you out indefinitely. But the FBI, every gun sale through a FFL dealer, which is anybody who's in the business of buying or selling firearms, has to have an FBI background check with it. The only ones that don't is if like your dad sells you a gun, a private sale between people who are not in the business.
Right.
So, do you know that only 40% of guns that are sold in the U.S. are sold through a federally licensed dealer? Did you know that?
Wow.
I did not know that, but it doesn't surprise me considering there's
Well, and
look at how many guns
your
there are.
your little background thing there seems kind of not very good.
Okay, so now propose a solution to that then.
Well, gun shows, selling things at gun shows, stupid fucking idea.
I agree.
Okay.
I
So
can
you
literally
agree
go-
with me? We
so-
should
so
stop
gun
doing
shows-
that. You should stop doing that. Private sales probably should be stopped. Do you agree with me there?
Private sales.
Ooh.
Okay, so
Private
now we
sales.
should have no private sales.
Whoa.
Okay, let's talk about
Think
private
about the
sales.
mechanics of that. Think about the
Family,
mechanics.
selling to family versus
Yeah,
me
private
selling
sales
to
of
somebody I'm
weapons. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not
so.
Don't you
So,
think?
do you know of every gun in existence?
No,
in the
Nor
U.S.
does the U.S. The U.S.
Nor
actually
does the US.
estimates.
What
yeah,
does
the
that
U.S.
have to
actually
do with anything?
estimates how many weapons are in the U.S. at any
What does
given
that
time.
I don't know every murderer that's going to be in the next 10 years either. That doesn't mean we should take away murder. Like, this isn't anything. Like, you guys' like solutions to it don't really have
No,
very
we're-
much
I'm
logic.
trying
It
to
seems like
walk
you're
you
acting
through
on
the thought
feelings up
process
here. I
of
thought
why
we
this
acted
is
on logic,
not
but it seems like
good for
everybody's
the
acting on
court.
feelings right now.
Calm down. We're working through the logic of why this is not going to be a good solution.
Well, let's think about it logically then, right? Saying that, just saying, well, it's not going to stop everything. Yeah, the murder laws don't stop all murders either. That's a dumb argument.
There are estimated to be 400 million guns in the U.S.
Calm it down a little bit.
And how the fuck could you possibly know what's sold through a private sale? How would you know that? It's impossible.
You guys
to enforce.
allow gun shows and private sales at the gun shows?
How do you know? How could you enforce this? It's not.
Do you guys not have gun shows and allow private sales at gun shows?
That's a deflection question.
Some states
no, it's
do.
Not. It's to prove the point. You guys actually promote it. You don't do anything to stop it. You promote the private sales. You don't. Well, you're asking what I can do to stop it. Well, stop fucking promoting it. That's how you do it.
It's not promoted. It's
yes,
a political
it is.
talking
Gun
point.
shows are
No,
allowed.
it's fucking no. They are allowed. They are allowed. You know who buys booths at gun shows? Gun vendors, people who sell money, who make money selling guns, buy spots at gun shows to sell guns. Yes. Do you know who's hanging out at gun shows? Fucking cops looking for people doing exactly the shit politicians bitch about.
Not up here. We got 2 guards at the door, and that's it.
Anyways, I don't care. Really, logic is just thrown out the fucking window. I guess. You guys are saying you asked me what you could do to stop that. I gave you one solution. It's stopping gun shows, but you don't see it.
That's not enforceable.
Stopping gun shows is not making that illegal. Is not enforced. Wait a minute.
Okay. No. I'll roll with it. We can even
limits aren't enforceable. Nothing's enforceable. I guess.
Gun shows have ended.
Yep. Harsher penalties, a lot harsher penalties for people that get caught selling privately. Like you go to jail for time. Yeah, that's a good way to
how are you going to know?
Yeah, how do you know this stuff though?
How is a cop going to know that a private sale took place?
How do people know that people sell drugs? Is that like in some like store federally that they fucking find out, or is there a unit, or is there a unit called the DEA that fucking investigates this shit? What are you talking about? How are they gonna know? The DEA is gonna continue doing their fucking jobs.
They don't do their jobs. They're crooks. They're exactly what I'm talking about. The DEA, all the drug enforcement shit is exactly what I'm talking about. I'm glad you brought it up. You have entire industries built around.
Yeah, all cops are bad.
The war on drugs happened for 40 fucking years, and drug abuse has gotten worse the whole fucking time. Why would you replicate this model?
You're jumping all over the place, Flo.
Why would you replicate that?
You just said DEA is all crooked. We can't have this argument anymore. I'm done the conversation because your argument is at the level.
Ignore my personal bit at drug enforcement.
And you don't listen either.
Address this. Has drug prohibition fixed or reduced any of the problems?
No.
What?
Not even statistically.
What are you talking about?
Everybody else seems to understand me. Has drug abuse been helped by drug prohibition and enforcement in the U.S.?
You're asking me how can we know that if we don't make everything legal? Do you think you would rather risk like making
I gotta honor the rules.
Like it's like everybody needs to be slapped in the face to realize getting slapped in the face sucks. It's weird, bro. We're leading a generation of fucking fools. The wise man learns from others' mistakes. The fool learns from his own. And you want to raise a generation of fucking fools learning from their own mistakes.
We are a generation. We're entire species of fools. It's the human experience.
Okay, but you haven't made no logical arguments to your thing. So, like, all I'm trying to say here is guns. We have a
2-minute topic change. We can talk back about guns at 3:12. But I gotta honor my own price schedule. Thank you, Campbell.
I could do a topic change for 2 minutes, Flo.
Okay.
I found my money drop footage. I found footage of me sweeping up money at the strip club on the internet. So I think I think when I get money for my social media that I'm trying to improve, that's like you have the flyover.
Right.
That's gonna be mine. Is it good?
That's a good one. That is a good one.
Okay.
I'm kind of jealous of it.
Well, I'm jealous of your flyover.
Patty, I see you trying to cheat the subject change. It's not going to happen.
I got 3 pages, Flo. 3 pages of advertisements, right? Of private sale shit. So
I'm just going to put you backstage for 2 minutes. Then you can come back up. It's been paid for. I see him back there eating his food aggressively.
Hey.
So yeah. How about that? Hi, Voy.
Hi, Voy.
Hi, Voy.
What's up, boy?
I hate Paul Enslaved. I hate Jack Talcott. I hate Snafu Snaps. I hate Flow State. And I'll even say his name once for his sake because I know he loves to hear it come out in his mouth. That's why he's got so many of my clips that he plays of me saying his name. He loves it. He faps to it. He fucks his wife to it. He says, "Hold up, honey. I'm about to come. Let me play some of these Tom clips saying my name."
Damn.
My
I
God.
do love it.
Flo, you got so many. You have too many fans.
That's not a thing.
Oh, yes, it is. That is a thing. Some people call them haters. I call them fans.
Mm-hmm.
They're the most loyal fans for sure.
It's true.
Probably. Yeah, I'll have to apologize. I was gone for like 10, 15 days. They had a Tet holiday in central Vietnam and shit. Live in the middle of fucking.
Oh yeah, Voy. Is Josh? Are you the one that likes nachos?
Likes nachos. You mean the dude named Nacho?
No, Flo. Are you in another country?
Yes.
Yeah. I think it's you. No worries.
You think
Is that
what's
2 minutes up? I was listening to you guys.
Well, you like some clarification. You think who is me or what is me?
Remember, I think one time we were having a conversation and you and I weren't getting along, and then I was like, "Well, I'm just gonna go make some nachos," and you're like, "Man, I miss nachos," and you started talking about the food
that was me. I hate when you fuckers talk about food. It pisses me off.
You shouldn't have said that, homie. That's what I was thinking that night. Like, bro, what did you do that for? Like, yeah, so don't do that. But I just wanted to make sure that was you.
I can't seem to get access to corn chips. I can get cheese, no problem. It's just the corn chips for some odd reason unobtainable here.
It's like trying to find a Little Caesar pizza in South Korea.
Y'all don't have tortillas?
Not corn tortillas. Nope. I've heard rumors that there's like these specialty expat shops that sell weird shit, but I've never seen them. Like it's just people say, "Oh, I heard," but when you go check it out, you never find anything. I gave up looking years ago.
In other creepy things, I just accidentally brushed my mouse across the like desktop little bar news thing, and the very top article that's got here is bill to create Kansas Gun Rights Preservation Act introduced in state legislature, with info or an image of a bunch of ARs hanging on a wall.
Heard us talking.
Big Brother's always fucking listening.
They heard us talking. Yes, I love it.
How often do you guys see somebody walking around your town with two pistols, one on each hip, and a rifle on his back, just randomly around town?
Patty, nobody cares. You deserve it. I hope that it makes you cry every time you see it. And honestly, those people are retarded. Those are the worst people of all.
Yeah,
damn.
I feel more comfortable.
They are. They make big, stupid, obnoxious scenes to try to make a point that's counterproductive to anything. They don't help the cause they're claiming to help. They just look like assholes, and they're not. If shit popped off, they'd be the first ones to get it. Yeah, no, I don't see it much, but if like it wouldn't be a concern to me. It would just be a scoffing instance. It is a scoffing instance.
Damn, Flo just hurt my feelings.
Are you one of those weirdos?
Carry a sidearm and a submachine gun sometimes.
Out in the open?
Nah, Fatty, shut the fuck up.
Well,
I heard what you said. I heard what you said. Keep Little Caesars out of your fucking mouth, all right? Don't ever talk about Little Caesars no more, all right?
My bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
Next time I fly out to America to get some Little Caesars, I'll make sure to stop by so you can get some too, all right? Keep Little Caesars out of your goddamn mouth. It's the best pizza straight out the box pepperoni. No, bro, no cap.
Can you find corn chips down there? Do you get some good corn chips down there though, or do you got to work for your nachos? How do you like your nachos down there?
Gotta work for them. Gotta work for everything.
I don't fucking know. The same way I like my tacos. It's the same fucking food. It's just a different. It's just a different consistency.
Could be a tostada.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and you unfold a tostada and it's a Mexican pizza, and then you punch a taco and now it's nachos, dude. It's the same thing, all right?
Cynthia started this shit. Start talking about food. Fuck my world all over.
I'm the wrong person to talk to food about. That. God damn it! I'm sorry. I just woke up from a nap. I'm the wrong person to talk about food with.
How easy is it to get a firearm down where you're at?
Oh, it ain't none out here, but I do respect gun rights. Oh wait, can we talk about that right now? I'm not even gonna talk about it because I don't really like to talk about it.
2 minutes
But
is up. Yes.
my stance on it is everybody should have any blick that they want. If you ain't blicked up, that's your fault.
Yes.
So again, the stance I said you all had was I just want them. Like you guys are just agreeing with me. Okay, then that's fine.
I mean, there is
There's no other reason for it. I'm glad to give you that. Like that's fine.
What is the other stance aside from I just want?
That we have.
What do you mean? You've never heard people's arguments for gun regulation?
I'm saying ultimately everything comes down to what you want.
You haven't heard those arguments before?
Like
you're reducing one side to I just want. Every argument for anything is just an I want statement.
Yes, I want to be able to protect myself. I want to be able to blick down the dude that is trying to blick me down. And then, like I said before, when his soul leaves his fucking body, I'm gonna hit his soul too. And every guardian angel that picks him up, I'm gonna hit them too. Everybody get hit.
Do you also want guns in the hands of crazy people that shoot up schools?
Want? No.
Want?
You
No.
don't want that? It seems like you're saying you do, though. Because I'm trying to propose things that could stop that from happening, and you guys seem to think like this is infringing on your American rights.
It is.
You don't actually have, by the way.
Flo made a good point, though.
Well, it's infringing on logic to think that if we just don't let it be legal, it's not going to happen.
Sure,
it's not about it's not okay. No, that's not my statement, though. No, laws are not things that stop crimes. They are deterrents. So my statement is offering other deterrents to guns being in the hands of psychotic fucking people.
And I'm saying that's not actually deterring anything.
Based off what? Your feelings. It's based
your
off
claim
your
is
feelings.
based off your feelings. We can look at prohibition laws across the world. Look at prohibition laws anywhere in the world. Right? Look at gun laws within individual communities in the U.S.
What does that mean?
It means all the most gun-violent heavy places have the highest gun laws.
I said something, and then you say, "Look at gun laws." Like, what does that answer? Anything?
I think he's trying to compare. I'm finna go to Taco Bell. I'm gonna hop back up though. But I'm finna go to Taco Bell.
Like prohibition, you can't have something. Like example, say weed, right? That would be one prohibition. That we had alcohol prohibition. I guess it was the 1920s. That was another prohibition. There's always prohibition. And the question that he's basically bringing up is are they effective? Do they stop, that thing that you're trying to stop from getting into somebody's hands? And the answer is always going to be no.
You'll never stop criminals, no matter what the fucking laws are.
Correct.
This is a dumb statement, right? So,
nobody-
like, we're not talking about completely stopping crime. We're talking about deterring and minimizing it. That's what we're talking about, right? So when I talk about something like making gun shows illegals and having like an auto imprisonment for people that get caught selling guns privately without a license, this is things that would deter people from doing those actions. And if you don't believe so, then that's dumb, because then why don't we just make murder legal?
Right. But the examples that you brought up, like let's say school shooters, right? How were those weapons acquired? Usually from parents or relatives.
Look, there are answers to all your questions, Easy. You just have to listen long enough.
It's not about that, though. It's about the concept and not the answer.
What does that even mean?
It's about the concept that laws, doesn't matter what law we make, it doesn't stop what the law is intended to defer.
Correct.
Right. Some laws, but perfection is not the standard anyone's holding laws up to. That's a red herring. Nobody's trying to say if it's not perfect, it's not worth doing.
You just said that. You literally said my thing wouldn't stop it wouldn't stop it from happening. That's what you just said, because you're telling me a law put in place wouldn't stop things from happening.
The new law would cause more problems than it would solutions.
What's the problems that it would cause?
I'm not even going to start unless you're going to listen to me. Just like any enforcement law, you have a whole nother validation for law enforcement to overcharge to supply their own industry. You have what reason do you think you would have for it to help? All you do is
I gave you no. I gave you reasons it helps, and now this is the corner you're backed into, and you realize that there's actually no fucking answer to it.
It won't keep guns out of the hands of crazies. That was one of your reasons, right? Or it will.
Yes, it would minimize it. Yes, it would. Yes,
Has that ever happened before that you're aware of?
What do you mean? Has it ever happened before that I'm aware of? What do you mean?
What do you think I mean?
You don't think so? You're telling me. Wait. So you're
actually look in history.
There was never illegal guns used in crimes.
No, he's actually talking about when in history was a gun grab successful. That's what you're asking, right? Like,
or these type of laws. Why do you think?
Well, if you want like an example in history, well, Australia is an example.
Australia is not an example. That's a country.
Why isn't it
more specific? Why
isn't it an example?
What is a good example you know of a shooting that did not happen because there was good gun control measures in place?
I'll
tell you it like this. In Canada, compared to the US, you guys have 3 times the amount of gun crime. And we have stricter regulations on guns. Does that help? Or do you need more?
Well, you would have to, if you want to be honest, you're gonna have to look at the other crime numbers too, right? Because if people don't shoot other people with guns, they might use a knife or a hammer, So you got to be honest. So you got to be honest and
they might use a fucking water bottle too.
The population difference is 10 times, so that's not even a good.
But they don't stand up in a window in a high rise and throw knives at people, right?
Right.
No, look, there's 3 times more gun violence in the country that has 10 times the population.
That guy in Las Vegas
doesn't help you.
That guy that did the Las Vegas shooting, where did he buy all those guns again? At a gun show? Oh yeah, that's right.
How old?
Come on, bro. You guys are asking for examples when America holds all the examples of why.
That's not what I asked for an example. You're moving the goalpost.
I'm not moving
flag on that.
You asked for an example of when fucked up guns cause fucked up things, right?
No, an example of when
if that guy wasn't able to buy those guns at the gun show, he wouldn't have had all those guns at Las Vegas in that hotel room.
That guy passed FBI background checks. 2 strikes.
If he didn't buy all the guns at the gun show. If he didn't buy all the guns at the gun show, the gun show is the problem here, Flow State. The gun show, nothing.
This is the fastest blowjob I've ever had.
Bro, you've been wrong twice. You've been
Some of the
wrong
weapons
twice.
he had
Canada
were
has a
bought
better.
private sector.
Canada has a worse gun violence measure than the U.S. And that dude passed the measures in place. He passed background checks, bro.
And those
Wait,
are
did you just say Canada has worse measures than America?
Canada has Canada has a third of the gun violence and a tenth of the population. Yes, that's worse.
Oh, it's per 100 people, dude. It doesn't matter about the pop. Oh my gosh.
The problem with
this guy's like
gun
you're
theories is
trying to like play with stats that doesn't make any sense. What you just said, per 100 people, right? There's 30 gun crimes in Canada, 80 in America. You guys got three times the 88 actually in America. You guys have three times the amount as we do in Canada.
You said there's 3 times more gun violence in the U.S. That's correct.
Canada, yes, and I just said that again.
The amount of people.
Right.
It's per 100 people, though. It doesn't matter about the population. It's per every 100 people.
Then that was a misstatement on your part.
Oh my god!
What it was? I responded to things that you said.
Drink more Coke juice, bro. Come on. I haven't said nothing that is not factual, and like it's like we're arguing, and we're all arguing over feelings. That's what you guys are arguing about.
I hate to be the sources guy, but it's getting really close to cite your sources being needed in a lot of places.
How about the Brady Bill?
What part you want me to cite my sources on?
After Reagan got shot, we enacted the Brady Bill, and we said that people can't just buy semi-automatic. There was a variation of what type of semi-automatics you could buy, especially when it came to rifles and bump stocks and hardware and silencers. And now that the Brady Bill is not in force anymore, we've seen the numbers that were so-called banned, those things, the increase has gone up, and the increase of those being used violently has gone up. So enacting something now, are we going to say that we're going to have a buyback program and take away things that people have that we're going to now deem illegal, or are we just going to restrict the sale of them? That's the main topic in this whole gun debate is if we make any more laws, it's going to make it harder on the system because we're going to expect people to turn in their guns, or the government's going to come take guns away. When neither of those is going to happen.
That you are in blue and he's in red, because you sound like, well, it's all about laws and it's all about restricting freedoms. And it's disgusting. It's disgusting the way you people think. I'm just going to be honest.
Who's
just going to be very blunt about that. But it totally suits.
Yeah, I'm confused too. Who's you people? I'm just so confused. What just happened?
You're about to get everybody
that come here and chant like, we need more laws. Please give us more laws, less freedom. This is what you guys are propagating.
Damn, I'm over here quiet. You talk about your people.
Me off. It really pisses me off.
Well, that's not necessarily true. So, like, you think you think less laws would be more freedoms? Again, I would like to state if we make murder legal, I know there's a lot of people that's getting pew-pewed tonight.
Hey,
okay?
Easy. I got
if you think it's more free to have to run around with your family and children in a place where you can just get shot legally, I mean, you go ahead and live in that free place. There's places all over the world there. You should probably get out of the country that's not free then, right?
Easy. I think I got a troll of yours following you around.
Is it Haku?
Also, actually, now that you mention it, do you want? I don't know him.
Haku's my G. That's not a troll. That's not a troll.
Okay, what about Scotty?
We get along real well.
Oh, Scotty apologized. He's been cool.
Yo, I ain't gonna be here that long either.
Mr. Pimp?
Yo, good convo, man. I'm just listening in, but I'm kind of with Easy. Everyone's got a good point, but I don't know. I'm kind of with Easy on
Can
this.
I just ask a question, right? Because I feel
I'm in California, by the way, so I'm in the States. I own 3 guns, but go ahead.
Yeah. I come from a place with no guns, right? So like, well, rarely any. You can get them on a hunting license or a collector's license, but that's about it.
Yeah, I got them all from.
What I'd like to say is that all the people from pro-gun side have done is try to defend and deflect any statement that he's proved to show that it would be safer. Right. What I would like you to do now is try and somehow prove to me how it's safer without gun regulations.
You got it.
For who?
For society. For society.
Okay.
Come on.
Well,
How is it safe for society if you all have a gun?
That's the biggest incongruency right there. Is I'm not concerned about society until I'm concerned about my own well-being and my family's. So,
and where does your own
you and your family aren't part of a society?
I was about to say, but I don't think the two are at odds.
Where do you live? Yeah, you're part of a society. That you live in a society. Do you not want that society to be safe and better?
Yes.
I don't think that more law enforcement and more laws provides that. I think
you can't just state that. You have to show me why that would not create that. So, like, where would the increase of laws?
We can look at the war on drugs.
The war on drugs is a joke.
Has that decreased your safety in society?
Yes, it has actually.
What about the war on grapes?
How has the war on drugs decreased your safety? Can you explain that?
I've been raided 3 times by law enforcement over drug charges that were over distribution charges that were. I never distributed to anybody, but regardless, I was not made safer. My family was not made safer by having SWAT teams full of men with guns and their fingers on the trigger, rushing in to make sure that
so you got swatted 3 times with no history of drugs.
I had no priors.
That's weird.
That seems
weird.
I don't know. Something seems off here. Like, so, like, what was the reasoning for swatting you?
I was in a small town. There was too much law enforcement and not enough crime.
No, I'm asking, what's their reason? What was their reason?
Drug warrants. It was drug search warrants.
No, drug search warrants. That's not. That can't be the reason, dude. What was the reason?
What was the reason?
What was the search warrant for?
For drugs, for methamphetamine.
They had to have a reason. Why would
did someone report this? Like, what was it? What was their investigation?
No, I mean, if you want
this is weird. Like, they don't just get a warrant and raid your house for no reason at all, right? Like, you're painting a picture here that's impossible, bro.
Exactly.
Well, I'm trying to keep it brief because I've told the story a lot of times. The case originally opened. My name was mentioned 3.5 years before the first time I was raided in connection with somebody else. It wasn't about me. My name just came up in passing. The ATF who did that investigation left town, never talked to me, nothing, didn't have any interest in me. 3.5 years later, 3 years later, a new sheriff is put in office. The local sheriff's office kept those interviews. When my name came back up again, when they were looking for people, they were looking for crime to drum up, basically.
So they can keep their societies.
So then there was 2 witnesses on my first search warrant affidavit. The first one mentioned me in passing 3.5 years before the raid. The second one had never met me. He was mad at his wife. She was a sack hoe. She was running around. So he went into the police station and dropped every name he could think of. Mine was one of them. That was enough. That and a few fake trash pulls.
I just don't believe it. I'm sorry, I can't believe it. Like, you're saying that your name got brought up in an investigation.
Really, I believe it.
3 years later, for absolutely no reason, they raided your house.
Right, that's fine. I'll take that statement as per. No. Read it
over here. I believe
I can nothing else though. Like, come on. There's nothing else. It's literally your name was mentioned one time.
With that in, right?
Well, wait, what state are you in? Well, you don't tell us.
Kansas.
Don't tell us. No, you don't have to.
Hold on. I'm looking for the search warrant. We can go through the whole motherfucking thing.
No, in some states, you're right. They do that. But yeah, absolutely. So yeah, my bad.
Same thing.
You got a fucking shit end of a fucking stick there.
Yeah, that's bad luck.
Okay, so flow state then. Would you think? Do you think that's a common thing that happens like that?
Yes, dude. Yes, I do. Yeah. Yes, I do.
Yeah, it's not though. That's why it's so hard for me.
I'm happy to hear why you think you're in a better situation, have a perspective on that than I am. Yes, I got raided 3 times. It was a small town in Kansas. It was all on. I ended up taking a plea deal for possession with intent to distribute, based all off, presumptions. The second and third raids were basically due to the fact when they raided me the first time, I had 4 gun safes in the house that were not mentioned on the search warrants. I did not give them the combination. The locksmith couldn't get in. the fire department couldn't get in. Finally, they called dudes with cutting torches and had them cut open the safes. So I had a good defense that they shouldn't have been there. They took out 30. Hold on, they took out 34 guns, I believe, in that raid. I knew I was under investigation. Every single gun in my house was spick and span. So they put me up on $100,000 bond with presumptive.
Wait, you knew you were under investigation?
God
I knew I was
damn,
under
bro, that
investigation.
sucks.
Yes.
Can I run through
once
something
they
with you?
had weak cases against me, and a quarter ounce of dope was all they had, then they kept raiding and raiding until they were going to get me.
They follow up on every name.
Yeah.
Every name that a confidential informant gives to the cops, they will follow up on. I got raided on a meth warrant. I never fucking had the shit in the South ever. I was growing weed.
There's a really easy argument for this, right? Can you just run through this with me? Right. So, do you think before murder was legal, there was less people getting convicted for murders that they didn't do? Less people being investigated for murders that they didn't do. Less people getting houses raided for murders that they didn't do. But we'd say overall, statistically, that it ends up to a greater good. So the fact that, yes, sometimes they are going to raid people's houses that are innocent, that is going to happen through all crime. That is how crime works, right? We throw out a large net and then we narrow it down.
Miscategorization is the issue. Because
but then you don't go, we will have no murder.
Killing, right? Then if you kill somebody enforcing the killing laws, you still killed somebody. You haven't reduced any, in my example, which is a great example, you haven't reduced any substance abuse. You haven't saved anybody. I wasn't out in the street throwing dope in kids' eyeballs, right?
No, I'm saying that in every crime, there is always going to be people that get investigated that didn't do the crime. This is going to happen. They're not going to have 100% accuracy rate.
Correct.
Not every time they raid a house. Correct. Not every time they arrest somebody for murder. Yeah. Not every time they arrest somebody for any crime. But that is not an argument.
Right. The same red herring.
Enforce these crimes. So why would we not enforce crimes? Because sometimes they might get it wrong. Why would we not enforce a crime for that? That is not an argument.
Why don't we make all sorts of things crimes? Why don't we make all bad decisions crimes?
Because not all bad decisions affect society with such a severity.
Well, I don't
Correct.
know about that.
But if we can enforce things, you see, and if it reduces things, you see, at some point you get into a philosophical question of who has the right to make a bad decision.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. I sort of agree with Easy right now, probably for a different reason. We're getting off topic, which, I mean, the point is that the creation and enforcement of laws creates a new set of problems. People who want more laws ignore all the other problems created.
But you haven't named any problems with making gun shows illegal.
If you can't see the parallels between one enforcement action and another, one prohibition law and another,
stop. You can't see it either because you can't name it for me.
I'm not going to go in circles for you. Prohibition.
It's not going in circles. Just name the fucking thing that gun shows is going to cause a problem if we make gun shows illegal. Just name the thing, fool. Just name it, bro.
Prohibition does not work.
We're not talking about this. Oh my gosh, you're just saying
the problem that it creates is it creates more rules that need more enforcement.
It'll create an underground. Right. If we were to make,
we should just let people drink themselves to death in bars. We should let people drink and drive. We should let people drink and drive because
but it will reduce the numbers.
They do that. They do drink and drive.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Against it.
Are you in favor of removing drink driving as a crime then?
I just want one person to name the problems that comes with making gun shows illegal. Just please fucking name this. Anyone.
It creates an underground. It creates an underground and those sales will happen anyways.
The problem is that you create more laws that need to be enforced through more violent actors on behalf of the government. That's it. You create more cops.
Oh my gosh.
What are we trying to reduce violence here? Or are we trying to reduce violence?
So the answer is there is none.
No, that wasn't the answer. I don't
No,
know how
no,
you
no. Right. So Fatty said, no. Easy. Fatty said it would create more of an underground market. That is true, but do you not think that the amounts in decreased? So they're going to decrease because it's underground now. It's not as easy, not as accessible. People won't be able to do it as frequently. It will be getting charged with harsher penalties.
I got 3 pages. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
front to back,
exactly.
Private sales advertised that I can call this guy
tomorrow. And they make that illegal. That should be illegal.
Yes, they should. And if they do, it will still create an underground, and that still will happen, right? But it will reduce.
Implement the harsher penalty.
It'll reduce the number.
That's fine. Then you introduce harsher penalties for gun ownership if you have a gun without a license and if sold a gun throughout the proper systems.
This is a philosophical argument that the war on drugs is a perfect case study for. Shows doesn't stand. Yes, it is.
It is. It is.
Prohibition
you have the point of view and the perspective of somebody that was harmed by it, because a lot of society did benefit. There's a lot of people that didn't have a bunch of weird shit happen in their life because
we can look at this statistically. I can take a step back from this. In 40 years of the war on drugs, the number we've spent over $2 trillion on the war on drugs. We've locked up how many more people, and substance abuse rates have only increased since then.
Per capita.
On what measure is this a success?
If you think substance abuse increase has anything to do with it being legal or illegal, that's retarded, because there's so many other factors that contribute to substance abuse.
Then
so that's
why would you think gun violence
statement that you just made, right?
So you think guns are addictive? You think people will die from not taking them? You think that people will go into withdrawals from not shooting guns at each other? What kind of fucking correlation are we making here? Are you that attached to your gun that you're going to fucking start shaking if we fucking make you get a passport for it?
This is getting an increasingly hard conversation for me to have without misstepping. But I will say that if it came, no matter what, I've been on a lot of things, and I've done a lot of withdrawals, and nothing sounds worse to me than not being able to defend my daughter. Nothing. I would be lying in detox wing, puking up withdrawals from benzos before I'd ever.
Yeah, but there can be love, right? So now you're acting on feelings again, buddy. We're talking logically.
No,
I'm acting on logic. My logical first loyalty is not to
if gun shows were illegal, you wouldn't be able to get guns?
Logical first. What is your first obligation to, or your first loyalty? Is it to society as a whole?
Your family first. It's always going to be family.
Yep. And what is again the society that I live in is how I fucking function, navigate, and protect my family. Right? I don't go move my family out to Iraq because of how hard it would be to protect my family out in Iraq. Do you understand how dumb your statement is when you're saying, "Oh, I don't care about the society. I care about my family." You are a part of the society.
Yeah, but they're not synonymous, and you know that. That's why when
they aren't.
They're not synonymous. That's why when shit pops off, you want to be able to defend yourself.
That's the
not have
right
to call
everyone
cosplay or freaking ride in on whatever.
And that's why society is fucking shit, because you all think it's all about yourselves. The world resolves all about me. It's all about me. If I'm happy,
how
fuck the rest of the world.
Here's how we know where responsibility lies. It's who gets to bear the brunt of things going wrong. If you get mugged in an alley and that goes wrong, does society bear the brunt of that, or do you?
Overall, society does.
Wait,
this isn't a philosophical question.
Go mug again.
Does society have to pay for it?
Not nearly as much as you do.
Okay, but you just said they don't have to pay for it.
Society's injure in that situation is abstract at best.
Right. So I'm not trying to stop people from having a handgun and properly having regulations on guns. I'm not stopping you from having a handgun to protect yourself by putting regulations on guns, am I?
Sorry.
So what would you say about the statistical decrease in gun crime from homicides to suicides in Australia after the gun ban?
That's all we can only speculate on what could have happened from the time that a law wasn't implemented, right? But at the time that we implement them, right? We speculate that it will decrease the amount as well.
I don't know enough about what happened in Australia but I treat the two, suicide and homicide, as very differently in my mind. I don't think that the method of suicide is significant at all. I think that there's a lot stronger argument for the method being significant with homicide than with suicide. I think if somebody's suicidal, that's not an issue of having a vote.
I get what you're saying. That's only if you look at gun deaths.
I didn't just say suicide, did I? I said it's decreased all of them. So it's like homicide and suicide. Listen to the full sentence and don't just cling on to one point. I said all statistics due to firearm death, so homicide and suicide, had decreased after the implementation of the laws in 1996. Like, I don't know how you think this.
I just didn't listen to you again. My bad.
I'm naked on the show. When I do the show, I'm naked. Then they look at the show and am I naked? I mean, and I mean, this is how dumb the white race is. What are we supposed to do?
Sorry, go ahead. Say it again.
Like with the Brady bill. Yeah. We can only speculate what more could have happened now that that ban has been lifted. We can look at the sales. We can look at the uses of things that were sold that are used violently to find where that stat is. But there's always going to be an underground. I realize that, but doesn't mean that we don't try to not do anything just because there will be an underground.
It's about net harm reduction, right? The net harm reduction. So gun violence doesn't get any special position for me compared to any other violence. I would have to look at I would have to look at the whole ripple effects. I can say that from where I live in the ass crack of America, I feel like definitely more harm will be done by giving cops more reasons to do what they do, which is enforce shit violently.
So some more statistics would be that the
oh my God. You don't like
no.
You see these that have no examples to them, no like
I've got you
hold on. Let me easy. How do you enforce a law? How do you enforce something?
That's not the point of laws, though, right?
How do you enforce something?
You're saying
the
that
only method
what I have
boils
been
down to
talking
violence
about is making regulations, and my example was making gun shows illegal. And you're and you're saying
also the stat for firearm homicide did not increase pretty much at all. It's actually slightly decreased, but not by a significant amount. So in Australia, when they did ban guns, it did decrease firearm homicide and firearm suicide, but did not increase non-firearm homicide. So there you go, more stats.
Sorry, I just wasn't listening to you again. It's getting to be a pattern.
Again, so you fucking
99% certain that the suspect is black.
I'm actually ignoring you on purpose now because you're annoying to me because you tried to tell me what the fuck to do on my own channel. This is my channel.
No, I didn't tell you what to do.
I want to listen to, and so far it's not you.
Bro, you know how childish you look when you do this just because people are pressing you on your fucking take, dude?
You've been pressing me all night. Fatty presses me on shit constantly.
Yeah, but I think the reason you didn't do what you did to Haku to me is because like you want to keep some connection to me and you don't want to like burn a bridge or something. That was disrespectful.
I do have a
relationship
with you that I don't have.
You on your take, bro. Why the fuck would you do that?
All right, here, how about this? We can play that.
Haku gets a little
Haku doesn't have that pre-existing relationship with me.
I have not been disrespectful to you at all. I have stated stats that you asked for. You said somebody states their sources. My source is the RAND Institute. Yes. Objective analysis and effective solutions. And you can go and search that. The effects of the 1996 National Firearms Agreement in Australia on suicide, homicides, and mass shootings. You asked for this while I was in chat, so this is why I've come up here.
Why do you have a gun? You're acting so negative.
One less negative person on this earth.
Americans just don't get the British tone.
Fuck, bro.
Yep.
So can I ask the question is his position is to shut down gun shows? Is that what his position is?
Whose?
Speakeasy. Oh, he's back. Ah, damn it.
That's basically an argument.
That
yes,
wasn't me that time.
Right. So like gun sales at gun shows, like these they're basically gigantic flea market looking things where guns are usually bought in bulk. It's actually gun stores that generally that's your vast majority of purchases go that way. That only accounts for like 4 to 9% of annual weapon purchases in a year. I mean, it's not a big number.
We're talking about the private sales that happen like in Idaho where I'm at, where a licensed dealer can have a booth, but then he can also have a personal booth, right?
Right.
And he can also go out into the parking lot and sell 1-to-1, or I can pick up my local Nichols worth.
Why do you need that? Why you don't need that at all? You don't need a gun show. You don't need a gun show to have a private sale.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand
the private sale than it is the gun show.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand like why that thing, like why look at that? Why even look at private sales? That's problematic too, just from inheritance.
Private sales is hugely problematic because
you
can't. There's no way to enforce that,
and there's no way to track anything. So 40% of all guns purchased are brand new guns with a FAA license.
And the proposed solution to that, which is no private gun sales, is basically unenforceable. It's like proposing car wrecks stop happening, or Australians quit being snippy.
It's also assuming that we do like we did with the war on drugs, that we deem a drug illegal and then we go after it. Where having new gun laws enforced or putting new gun laws on the books does not necessarily mean that we're going to hire a bunch more cops to go enforce taking people's weapons back or enforce certain things. It's more about selling things that we deem shouldn't be sold, like bump stocks.
But what the thing about laws is that they are only and always enforceable ultimately through violence.
Not necessarily.
That's what it all comes back to. So there's no point in proposing a law that's just about this or just about that, unless you recognize the fact that what you're doing is you're putting another reason on the book for one person to behave violently towards another, and that enforcement's job is to enforce. Right.
Assuming in this case that they would be enforcing by going out and looking for things and causing more of a problem by then just having a buyback program where people voluntarily take their bump stocks and sell them back to the government or whoever it would be.
They could do that right now. I mean, they do that right now. It's kind of silly. It's silly because people turn in junk guns that don't really work anyways. And I mean,
as far as like everybody's ARs, if we don't, the problem is semi-automatic. People don't understand that semi-automatic accounts for, I don't know the percentage, but I would say most guns. Most guns aren't a revolver, right? They gas cycle and reload on their own. That's all that semi-automatic means, right?
I'm surprised that people even think that fully automatics are illegal. You can legally own fully automatic weaponry. Just have to have a specific license for it.
My sheriff endorses. My sheriff wants people to own fully auto. Our concealed weapons permit package through this county includes fully auto.
Yeah,
that's because there's no law that says we have to even have a permit to carry. Right? We're in a freedom state. We're in a patriot state. We're in an open carry state, right? Every day I see at least a few guys with 2 pistols and an AR walking through town, getting out of their truck, putting the AR on their deal so they can go in and go grocery shopping. Yeah, they think that the more guns there are, that a good guy, right, always stops a bad guy with a gun. The only way to stop a bad guy with a gun is with a good guy with a gun, right? So they want to be the good guy, and rather than just keeping their shit concealed, they want to be the out front, exuberant good guy. Those guys are fucking idiots, right?
I'm a big fan of open carry, but that's always seems to be the debate is, what's better in society, concealed or open carry. I like the idea of open carry because it advertises like, there's problems. Like if you're going to bring trouble, trouble's going to, you're going to get trouble, right? But then
who's going to be the first one targeted is that guy.
Yeah, that's the argument for the concealer part, right? Like you want everybody to be dangerous if need be, right? But
that's the argument with putting a cop in every school, right? He's there. He's the one. He's the good guy with the gun, right? He's the first target. You know.
Well, that's to be fair. Again, the vast majority of society is not going around, taking their weaponry, their legally owned weaponry, and shooting up shitload of people.
They're leaving it in their pocket. They're putting it in their holster underneath their shit like they're supposed to, because you're trained when you get a concealed weapons permit on how and when and why to even think about those things.
Have you
My
guys
problem
even...
I have is the hunting, right? You guys mentioned hunting. This is a great example for me to bring in that when me and the ex went to hunter safety, I went to hunter safety as a Boy Scout in like 4th grade. Okay. I could always go buy a tag. And as soon as I got 18, I started buying guns. She'd never been through hunter safety. She can legally go buy a gun and do whatever she wants with it, right? Through hunter safety, you have to take a class to be able to buy a tag to go out hunting.
Yeah,
in that class, they teach us things like firearm safety, how, when, and why to point things, and actually how to shoot them, right? People can go out. So that's my problem, is people can go buy guns and not have any training whatsoever. But I have cops. Okay. We had 3 city police officers, 2 of which I went to school with, my same age, who were in hunter safety in my same class, that could not buy a tag to go shoot an animal, but could walk around town and enforce laws violently when need to be. That's a problem to me. How come? How does that exist? Where people can buy a gun and use it however they want to, but if you want to go shoot an animal, you have to have training on how to shoot that weapon, and how to even think about firearms in general. So it's not about where to place the bullet in the animal. It has nothing to do with that whatsoever.
Yeah, like you. Well, I just turned 40 not too long ago, a couple months ago. I'm like you. I took the hunter safety course. It wasn't Boy Scouts. It was Weeblos, like one level down.
Yeah, 4th grade.
It was like
Weeblos, you bet. Yeah.
As kids, that was kind of the requirement. And if I recall correctly, that's what it was required to get your hunting license. But back then you didn't have to be age 16 to hunt. Then I think that's a new thing. Before then, we could go hunt.
Well, then let's talk about vehicles then. Same thing with vehicles, right? We get trained. We go to driver's ed, whether it's with your parents or anybody else, whatever it is, and then you get your card signed off and you go take the test with the state-sponsored person. Why is there not something like that? Why can't we do something like that? Very basic, easy.
I don't think anybody I don't think anybody's like anti, So like if I recall correctly, again, it's been quite a few years. Hunter safety course is really about like just keeping the weapon pointed up, shoot, keep your finger off the trigger, real basic stuff. I don't think anybody's opposed to that.
Ultimately, though, the answer becomes because the Constitution gives us the right to not be infringed upon.
Well, it's a philosophical, sort of. That's the legal issue, but I think that there's a philosophical issue that underpins the whole thing, which is, can you regulate somebody's right to defend themselves? And a hunter's safety course. I mean, all the issues that you have with ID laws at voting booths, you could make the same argument. Obviously, I would prefer that everybody take a hunter safety course, right? But there is a philosophical argument underlying it that,
or at least just a firearms course, whether it's not about going out and shooting an animal. Just in general, the class is about how to handle things, how to think about things, how to use trigger locks, how to use cable locks, how to use safes, and how to separate your ammo from your gun, but keep one loaded where you need it and accessible, and like the whole dynamic.
I'm sort of sorting through this as well. How would you say that? I mean, then that would mean that somebody who doesn't have that, who hasn't been through finger locks class, does not have the right to defend themselves.
No, I wouldn't say that. No, I wouldn't say that.
With a gun.
It's a matter of, no, I would not say that. It's a matter of, if you want to own a gun, you need to take a class. It's a 2-hour class.
If you don't take the finger locks class, you cannot use this method to defend yourself. And I think that when you rephrase the claim, that's pushing a boulder uphill a lot more.
Yeah, but you're rephrasing it as a finger locks class. It's a firearms safety class.
Right. Okay.
I did. You don't know how to use it, right? And that and that every person, while they're taking driver's ed, should probably go to firearms class at the same time, and have more access to that, and have people be able to take those classes. Because I think everybody should own a gun. I just want them to be trained a little bit. I don't want people out there that don't know how to do anything, that are just pissed off.
I don't know that I think that a lack of training is the reason most gun violence happens. Do you?
Yeah.
No,
it's not.
No, but it would at least give some sort of societal norm, right? Other than the norm.
Placebo activity. And actually,
yeah.
And I mean, this might be moving off topic too far, but I sort of think that there's an issue when you have government doing things that people or families or communities should be doing on their own. It removes the individual obligation from people mentally. And I think I think child support enforcement did more to harm family unity than anything else could have. Just because of the way it mentally shifts responsibilities in people's minds. So I think that you run the same risk with things like this. We didn't used to have all these laws nor all these issues.
Yeah, now is where I tend to agree with Flo. This is we've put the government way too far into family, like across the board. This is why this is just across the board, whether it comes down to like education, comes down to
the libertarians would say that we need to have a group unity that each individual community should be able to provide security for ourselves, and in doing so, that we don't necessarily need cops.
Yeah, I'm kind of a.
We need laws and we need a norm, but we don't give the we don't give the fucking food industry all this shit over our lives where we don't even know how to grow food anymore. Type of argument, right?
Oh, that's true. Yeah. We don't. It's not.
You're right. Thing in parallel that we don't want to give our gun rights and our right to protect ourselves over to just a government, right? We just don't. But we do, and we have, and we've reached that societal jump where we've got so much people in society that doubles every second generation, that we're living in a fucking analog world in a digital space.
Right, but the threats, I would say that the threats and deterrence scale to an extent, but not beyond that. So, for instance, government or society is really bad at preventing you or me from getting attacked. Actually, they're impossible at, like, just couldn't be any worse in my mind. So it's not an appropriate address there.
I mean, it's like, how would we prevent like a Charlie Manson compared to a Ted Bundy, or compared to a Dahmer?
You absolutely can't. Not legally speaking. There's nothing that can stop that.
We can do things that make societal more of a norm to where those people don't become what they become.
I think the best way to do that is to enable people to defend themselves in the event they do encounter one.
Yeah, I think so too.
So more guns.
Do I want my daughter's friends out handling weapons when they haven't been trained, but my daughters have?
I take it. I take it way past more guns. More guns teach kids how to fight. That way they'll learn when not to fight. On top of that, I mean, just across the board. The
argument is, though, wouldn't the parent be responsible for training their own kids?
Yes.
Right? If we want our kids to have guns at 18, be able to protect themselves when they're out driving and for whatever reason.
Fuck all of you.
Does a class like what I was talking about, does that eliminate a parent from being able to just give their son or daughter protection and train them? Or
of course not, but it does mentally remove the burden of the obligation. It puts the main obligation into the government's hands, just like education or any fucking thing else.
Sure.
Parents don't teach their kids fucking shit.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna lie here. So
and
like my kids
and the other parents are probably fucking drunk and high. Who knows what they're teaching their kids?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like take a lot of the position back. I'm a federal officer, by the way.
Yeah.
I take a lot of the I guess the parenting back away from the government. Do shit. So my kid's 4, right? Legally speaking, state of New York, you can't have a firearm till you're age 16. My kid's got his first rifle last year.
Sure.
Just is what it is, right? And the reason is it's how I was raised. It's how just basically replicating an old way of, how my parents did. I assume grandparents did to them. and I just don't give a shit about the government. Now, if I'm going to get caught, it's going to be because we were out on the property, we were spit firing off, and game warden shows up or something, right? Like that's the only real way I'm going to get caught.
Yeah.
My daughter was 5 the first time that I let her shoot an AR. She was so small that I had to get behind her, put the stock on my shoulder and just let her squeeze the trigger. Exact same mentality. The only way for people to, people just got to assume responsibility, right? We can't continue to outsource problem solutions to everyone else or to other entities and expect not to have new and more continued problems. Solve this for us. Solve that for us. It's a child.
That's what I'm talking about, the prescription right there. It's really about us. Not gonna lie, like so a portion of the other rest of society. I don't know if it's a big portion or a little portion, but shitty parents, right? They're gonna raise shitty kids. Those kids are gonna probably die of Darwinism or some bullshit, right? Let them go off and fail. We stay over in our lane, do our shit the way hell, dad did it, grandpa did it. Just keep replicating that and just compete with them.
Or the dumb kid becomes Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah, whether he gets killed on the street or dies in prison, that's his
the
problem.
dumb kid's only as potent as he has the capacity to be.
It's true.
So if I want to teach my first 2 kids go to driver's ed, right? My third kid, he's like, fuck, I've been driving enough. You let me drive enough. He goes in, takes the test. They still all had to take the test, whether or not they were homeschooled or not. You still have to take the GED. You still have to take the driver's ed ultimate course with the state. Same thing could be done with a hand-me-down gun when you turn 16 or 18, that you just go take the test. You just go show somebody that you know how to operate the thing. You know the terms, the vocab words.
You understand the philosophical difference between defense and operation of a vehicle, right? Like you're making pragmatic, you're confusing pragmatic and philosophical arguments, and I think the two should align, but the justification for each one is different.
No, justification is the same. That no matter what we do, we're trained. We're trained in what we do. If we want to be able to do something like drive a car, for instance, we need to take the driver's ed test. And under that comparison, a parent can teach their kid how to drive. They still got to go take the test to get the license. Parent can teach their gun, weapons safety, whatever it is.
Only on public roads, only on government roads. That's
so when it comes to defense, compared to
anything else,
guns,
the reasoning doesn't hold there, because you can defend yourself anywhere. You can drive a car, anybody can, anywhere except on government roads. The fact of the matter is, we don't drive anywhere but government roads because they're everywhere, right?
Yeah.
But you can drive a car all over your yard and straight into the neighbor's front.
And you can carry a gun and have one on your property and do what you want on your property. But when you want to carry one out into society, whether it's concealed or open, you need to know, how to store it in a rifle, how to use
the private sales laws would restrict that.
So if we eliminate private sales and say that everything has to be registered somehow, literally, if I took a weapon into my police officers into the station, they would laugh at me if I wanted to register.
If you eliminate private sales as legal, then you're saying somebody cannot defend themselves on their own property unless the government knows about that gun. You're doing the opposite.
And again, it's not the opposite though, because because
a private sale. If we're talking about a minor, right? Like the kid who can drive the car anywhere on private property, he can also defend himself on private property, but not if he doesn't have that gun registered.
On private property, you can, but if you want to go out into society and carry a weapon, then that's when you would need to have your license on you.
So as private transfer, I don't.
So I know where you're going though. So for private transfer, it would mean that unless you go take the class, you can't go buy a gun, basically, right? And that would mean that you can't buy a gun and protect yourself on your own property without having taken a class.
Hold on, I know, Josh. What in the suspicious ass shit is this?
Somebody was asking me.
You're gonna refer yourself as a federal agent and then say you're just an associate of Flows.
No,
Josh
somebody was asking about my YouTube channel. Fuck off.
Oh.
Flo is my narco. Yeah. I think that's what
Josh is somebody that I met just through the panel verse. He is my favorite villain. He's a douchebag. He stands for everything I stand against, almost. But he's explaining. He's kind of a cop.
He's just confused.
No, technically, I'm also a reserve state officer for New York. I'm never there to be able to do anything.
He lives in somewhere in Asia, and he works for the State Department, arresting Americans abroad.
A small percentage. Like, that's a small percentage.
You had to keep Air America running.
Well, what's the rest of what you do? Maybe that.
Business, believe it or not, like they oversee contracts between U.S. Businesses and foreign entities. That's got to be like 85% of business there.
Of your job?
Yes, that's
really?
Kind of what Department of State. You cannot be a U.S.
I understand.
citizen.
I was separating your role from State Department as a whole.
No, I'm just saying that's like the whole going after U.S. citizens. That's a small percentage, like 5-6% of what we deal with. The vast majority of daily business is mostly dealing with U.S. citizens as like a business doing a business with overseas businesses. We got our hands in everything. You'd be surprised. There's a lot of shit you as a U.S. citizen. Yeah, you as a U.S. citizen cannot really kind of conduct a lot of business openly with other foreigners. It's a big no-no. Well, I mean, it's highly regulated.
Like, give me an example. Like Arrested Development sort of shit?
No, I mean, you can break it down to real something simple. Let's say you build like some type of encryption method, right? Like that's a regulated industry. You can't actually sell that to foreign. I think what's the lowest grade encryption process? IonCube, I think, is the lowest. Anything above that, you could be just like a web developer and you're just, selling shit to some foreigner. You can't. You have to actually have permission from State Department to do so.
Josh, will you make a fucking YouTube channel with like one video?
If
like,
they've got fucking questions, they can ask you. I'll come up in panel and answer whatever questions they want.
That's more unsettling that you're just always here listening at the questions.
Some of the questions I don't understand. Like the guy was
I prefer my agents to be out in the open as opposed to sneaky and rifling through my trash like they have been in the past.
Well, technically speaking, right? Like once you throw your garbage out, it's kind of like urine, right? It's not yours once you pee it out, right? Now it's open to the public. Don't throw your garbage in the garbage.
Is that if they have the ability to pull trash and sift through it later, they can say whatever the fuck they want, which happened on both of the alleged trash pulls.
Yeah.
How do I know that? Because I put out my trash. I know that one of those pulls had nothing but a broken chair and a stack of National Geographics in it.
This is an argument why you really should burn your trash. You'd be surprised what you can figure out.
We do open pit burning up here, and I do.
But it didn't. That's what I'm saying. It didn't matter because they said they pulled shit anyways.
Yeah, I mean.
So as long as trash pulls are legal, they'll just say it. And if I suppose that if I took it to court and tried to press them on it, they just would have pulled shit out. They'd already rated me twice by the time that they did that one in the example. They just provided something.
I gotta ask about that because I'm a little unsure now, but I'm pretty damn sure, with the exception of entering your property to pull the trash out, right? But if there's like some designated toss your garbage out, like pull it out to the street kind of thing, anybody can walk up.
It's public property, yeah.
Yeah, and the way that they match that back to you is there has to be an item of mail or something in the trash with it. So.
Yeah, no, they said they'd pull the coffee filters out of my garbage, and I'd never made coffee in this house fucking ever. I don't drink coffee. Sure, it ain't cooking meth either. So
mail is a little weird because you legally not supposed to be opening anybody's mail, even if it's in the garbage. I think I got to go look that one up too because mail is a really weird thing. But now if they're fed,
the garbage is the proof that the stuff in that garbage is actually yours. Yeah, so they'll take the whole bag, or they'll take a couple pieces of mail with whatever they want that they found for evidence and use that to collaborate that thing was yours. Even if you're living in an apartment or something, the bag is the apartment's bag, therefore it's your bag. Dumpsters in apartments are the worst. There's cops rifling through that shit all the time.
Mm.
Doesn't mean that we
Yeah,
make
it's ultimately all you have is he said, she said. You can't prove what they didn't find. Like the thing that I'm referring to specifically, where I only put out National Geographics and a broken chair in the dumpster that day. They said they found a meth pipe made out of one of my mom's prescription bottles.
Whoa.
Damn.
Now think about this. Think about this.
Plastic?
These are all good questions. When is the last time that they made prescription bottles out of glass? Have you ever tried to smoke out of plastic? How would that work? I know what they did is the mom's prescription bottle, that mom part is I don't know why they try to get fancy. In the National Geographics, they were addressed to my mom. So they probably got her name and address right there and tried to find some way to tie it back. I don't know why they would do that. But what they're referring to is a recycler. During the first raid, they'd gotten a hot rail tube with a recycler on it.
Yep. That'll happen. Yeah. Open pit burning's the way to go, boys.
I think so. I think just in general practice, man, because you throw away like all kinds of weird bullshit you really don't want people to know about anyways. Like you should be destroying your mail, burning it, and all that shit. Just you don't want people knowing that shit.
I used to be really good about that, but then, I got raided, and nobody wanted to steal my credits because you can't go to jail with credit card bills, and so at that point, it's just like, fuck it. But you are absolutely correct.
Or take it to the dump yourself and throw it in the pit. That doesn't mean they're not going to go search through the landfill.
Where I live now, I can have a burn barrel out here. I mean, I don't know what the laws are, but I know that in practice, I've never had any issues with it. So
when I'm stateside, I'm upstate New York. Where are you at, Fatty?
North Idaho.
All right. So upstate New York, we have like a lot of burn bans. I'll say like 9-10 months out of the year. I think like 2. So we've gotten into the habit of storing everything up, wait until right about the time that it snows, and then burn then. Because usually there'll usually still be a burn ban going on during that time period.
Like for wildfire.
You can't really see the smoke or shit like that, right? So we live so far out. Nobody's going to see anything. Nobody's going to be able to report some smoke. I might be a Fed, but I still do some shit I'm not supposed to do.
More so like camping burn bans and just open pit or open campfire burn bans and shit when you're out in the woods type of stuff compared to having a backyard fire pit.
Yeah, no, New York, when they say burn ban, they mean nothing. No open flame on anything. Yeah, you probably get nailed for fucking flicking a lighter. Like New York is weird. It's a weird, shitty state. Really strange.
We got burn bans all the time, like for during fire season in the summertime. But as soon as by October, that's completely lifted. Probably by even middle of August, it'll start to lift. But yeah, it's a pain in the ass. Fucking have a campfire when you're out camping.
Yeah.
Hence the word campfire. But even still, during those people still have backyard fire pits and backyard burn pits and just use the little screen grates or something so you're not putting spark and ash and whatever. But
what's hunting like in your area?
Fucking awesome.
Damn.
Moose we got 2 winters ago. The steaks were purple. Like bright purple. Fucking thing had a belly full of huckleberries.
Damn.
The steaks taste like candy, bro.
Yeah.
Lots of grouse. The wolves are moving in. The wolves have pretty much taken out like half of our elk herds. Good amount of bear and cougar and shit like that. Still got, quite a amount. The grouse always depending on the spring, on how the eggs end up. They're too wet. A lot of grouse, still a decent amount of pheasant. Most of the pheasant are all taken out from the fields, turning into houses. But man, I mean, anywhere up here, you could be in the middle of fucking nowhere. I could be at Jack Talcott's house in a half an hour, or I could be in the middle of fucking nowhere in a half an hour.
I like deer hunting. I don't do much small game anymore. It's just too much work, not enough meat, but. Specifically, why I like deer meat is
really good on the birds this year. A lot of duck. The goose were kind of a little low this year, but
I can't. They're either They're either too puny, it's too much like defeathering, too much work just to get a little bit of meat. It's just way too much.
Yeah, I'm kind of a bullet per pound guy anymore.
Yeah.
And small game, it's a lot of work getting out that early in the morning, sitting at the blinds and the decoys and shit. Freezing
I actually just had a dream about hunting randomly. I don't normally dream at all, but I woke up going, shit, I need to check and see if it's deer season. Maybe I can still get a deer. And then I was like, oh, wait.
Yeah. It's usually over by what, New Year's or something?
Oh, well, I don't know when it is. I was too lazy to hunt even when I was allowed to own guns, but the season isn't what the preventer is.
Yeah, right. Are you on your 7th year now or what? Where you can get your rights back?
Yeah, 7th year. So I can apply. It has to be 5 years since the completion of my sentence. And
nice.
So I had misread that.
Yeah,
so
some are 3, some are 5, some are 7, but either way, it's just about writing a kite to the judge and whatever. I paid a guy to do mine because I was getting some other shit taken care of too, but it was definitely worth it.
Yeah. I'm gonna wing it myself. I'm a pretty good lawyer.
Yeah. And really, it's just about alerting the judge that it's time for this to happen. Then he files the form, and it's that quick.
Well, and you know, hopefully they allow it. I was, and I know that probably a lot of people say this, and a lot of times it's bullshit. Like, but they don't like me there. I did get denied the first request for early completion by my PO, which kind of blew her mind. She'd never had that happen. So, you know, there's a decent chance that they'll go, no, fuck you, because it's you. Which
either way, it's your right though. It's not about their choice at that point in time.
No, it is. It is though. That's why you have to request for expungement. They have to make the decision that, you know what, this is right. So even though they kind of they're supposed to give justification for denying it. You know, it's whatever. They didn't really give justification for denying my early completion.
That's right. Because when I had gotten busted, Idaho was a whatever, where the judge needed cause or whatever. But by the time I'd gotten through the system and through the 7 years, it was reworded to where you have the right to obtain your rights back. So they can't deny you your right once you've completed all the bullshit.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's the way it is here. I could be wrong. I'm glad you said that, because
it's worth looking into it. But, yeah, it's definitely worth looking into, because that was something that really bothered me, was that the judge can just say whatever. And then my buddy Scott was like, no, dude, he's a lawyer. He was like, no, dude, just file a kite.
Well, and part of my that actually might be the case, because when I apply for expungement, there's really 2 requirements of my conviction that I'm appealing. The first one is a new law that I think does give me the right, and I'm being vague intentionally so I don't dox myself too overtly. But anyways, one of them I think that is the case of. But while I'm filing for this one, I can also include full expungement and that one I believe is up to their discretion. At least that's all the paperwork makes it, because like when the forms you have to fill out, you have to give justification for why it is, like it just leaves all that information up to their hands. But the judge and prosecutor told my attorney during all the shit, they said the reason we're giving him this plea deal is which was for border box. Basically, I got probation, is because he fucked up bond 3 times on supervised bond. So we just assume he'll do his underlying sentence, which was not the case.
Yeah, small town shit's definitely different. We've got pretty small town shit up here that keeps everything pretty fucking stupid.
Well, and this is sort of the point that a lot of people don't get, is that, is it anecdotal? Sure, but I can speak as somebody who's seen what happens when you have too much law enforcement and not enough cops.
Yeah.
Was I breaking the law?
No,
of
no,
course.
crime. No,
I was,
crime.
of course, I was breaking the law, but the harm was not prevented by enforcing that law. It was caused. And I can say that I've seen enough of the war on drugs that I can say that that's probably pretty goddamn consistent. universally, I've known a lot of people who have gone down in things. Every single one of them, I can say, their family is not better off having them in prison. They were not better off having gone through that.
But
The cops are better off getting enriched. It's an industry. That's all it is. And it's got the moral backing because everybody went to public education and the cops are the good guys and yada, yada, yada. But it's all a gimmick. So,
but overall, in general, though, you and your family are better off because that did happen now and maybe not just at the time, right?
no, I would say not. I would say that we're as good off as could possibly be hoped for given that situation.
Sure.
Most people, I mean, I was friends with my divorce attorney. After my divorce, I got to be friends with my lawyer. So when I got arrested, I had basically an open tab to private defense.
Sure.
Without that, I'd still be in prison. So, I mean, already right there, I'm way better than anybody else. But I would say no, that none of us are better off now having been through that. I assume that you're giving it credit for my sobriety. I don't, if I'm being 100% honest, I don't think it would get that. I can't say for sure it wouldn't.
But your mindset and you're not out, being an idiot all day and shit.
Well, and I wasn't then either.
Right.
Yeah. No. No, I would say that none of us are better off having gone through that.
I mean, I got busted for weed. I still smoke weed. Doesn't mean I can't see that process helped me and has made me.
There's always going to be lemons to every and lemonade out of every situation. But I would say on the whole, if we're looking at objective measures, it wrecked my net worth. It wrecked my credit. It wrecked my gun rights ownerships, my my occupational prospects for a while, which that I would say is a lot more lemonade than I would have guessed. But on paper, for sure, we're all the worse off for it.
Yeah.
I would say that the upsides have been realizing like, oh, hey, I'm actually way happier working as an independent contractor, making $10,000 less a year. Right. So, but yeah, I would say that if we're just looking at objective on paper measures, for sure, all of us are worse off. I mean, I can't say that
I can see that
my 6-year-old daughter isn't better off hating cops. I didn't even teach her that.
She's definitely better off having a dad that isn't driving around with, holding, so to say, right?
Right. Which he wasn't before.
Right.
I was very cautious about my shit. And
and not to apply, but you know what I mean in general, that all the fuckery is gone.
There's a lot of implied and assumed benefits. I think that it would be surprising to most people to know how much that wasn't really a factor. I mean, I was a single dad for most of the time. She got raised. You could say that she got part of her sense of self-confidence, which is vast, by the way, by having been raised in an environment where she, look, I did this sort of shit with my household. In my house and in my car and on my turf, there's a hierarchy. And it was me, then it was her, then it was anybody else. So she grew up like 2, 3, 4 years old, right? If there was 4 of us in the car, she was riding shotgun. She made grown ass men the bitch. If she wanted one of them to paint her nails, guess what they were doing? They were painting her fucking nails. So you could say the other way around, that she actually benefited from having been raised around in an environment like that, where, so it's all perspective.
It is, and that I can see that 100% the same way too. That the way I raised my girls. So,
and I do actually think that was, looking back, I think that was that dynamic at least was a good move on my part. I think that kids are raised to not have any confidence with authority, but it's just bullshit. Like if you know something, right?
Well, that and just parents in general are, so caught up in their own fucking lives. They're not teaching social skills, let alone, confidence skills and love skills and crying skills and anything else that it takes for people to deal with the world, and expecting school or society in general to just raise our kids, and a lot of checked out, uneducated people teaching uneducated children.
Well, the goddamn TV. That's what I see a lot of parents doing. They're throwing their damn kid in front of the TV and let the TV raise their kid.
Or the tablet or the computer or the machine. And
oh God, it's even over here in Asia, it's horrible. Even like kids, my kid's four. Fuck, even all of his friends got like little tablets and they're all running around constantly glued to the thing. I'm like, oh, fuck off. Go ride a bike. Get the hell out of the house. Jesus, I can't figure it out. It makes no sense to me.
There's so many aliens in the air, they don't want us looking up. They want us looking down.
Ah, jeez. That was the aliens. You had to throw that in there. Asshole.
Yep.
Well, shit, homie.
You let him go with the aliens thing. You're going to let that fly?
Oh, you know what? I got distracted by this comment I pulled up on screen about me being lucky being friends with a lawyer. Definitely. I had a lot of things that I was lucky about, and that was definitely probably the biggest one. The other is that I did a lot of things smartly. So the first raid, they seized every cell phone in the house, including old ass flip phones that my daughter just uses toys. So they see probably 20 cell phones, 2 laptops, an external hard drive, a couple tablets. Sent all that shit to the lab. Didn't get not one useful piece of anything off of anything, because I had trained myself in the habit of using language intentionally and cautiously. So that was a big boost. The other thing was just having the safes. Even though they blowtorched them open, the fact that I had them gave me a better position to negotiate a plea deal from, because they pretty much broke the law. And we were going to take it to trial until the third raid, when they got me again. And there's special rule sentencing. When you get a felony conviction or a felony charge when you're out on felony bond, you have to serve your sentences back to back. So at that point, we were willing to take a plea deal.
Yeah.
Now I got to ask this. Okay. So association with feds, that's bad. But friends with a lawyer, that's good?
Oh, fuck yeah. Lawyers are awesome.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I consider lawyers to be like bloodsuckers.
I'd rather have a half a lawyer as a friend than a fed. No offense.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying you can.
That lawyer. So it's about what your role is in it. Criminal defense lawyers, sure, I'd say even when they're defending downright bad people, they're a necessary evil. I suppose you could say the same thing about cops. I think that there's nobody lower in my mind than a prosecutor. Their job is to screw somebody as hard as they can with whatever they can, regardless of what they believe, every time. They're the lowest of the low. At least cops' job description has some, it doesn't explicitly say that you have to be the biggest dick sucker you can.
Yeah, DA position's usually really political. Yeah, fuck, that sucks. Well, hell no, my position's political. So it's got a level of bullshit that comes with it.
And I'd say then you get down into what sort of crimes are the law enforcement going after. If it's a crime with a victim, that's a hell of a lot better than if it's just general revenue street patrol or like DEA, for instance. If your job is enforcing victimless crimes, you're just a piece of shit. That's all there is to it.
Yeah,
you are the criminal.
Which, with implementing new gun laws, does that also imply that we need to have a new force that goes out and enforces these laws, or are we just going to put it on the encumberment of the existing police officers and whatever to catch those laws while we can?
Well, I think that part of the problem is people don't even know what laws exist.
Right? No shit.
And that's a big thing that I have with the background check thing with guns, because people don't know that that exists already for basically anybody who's doing bulk transactions. Now, I know that you've got listings there of gun shows.
Yeah.
Well, no, see, just a little weird here. So there's definitely already a force. That's what the ATF is for.
Which is an illegal establishment, by the way, constitutionally.
Right. Now, there's another problem that comes with it, like centralized databasing for firearms. That's a big no-no. Like that, you're not supposed to have. So then it begs the question is, if you go to Walmart, buy 2 firearms, depending on what state, but buy 2 firearms, 2 hunting rifles, let's call it, right, from Walmart, right? It's usually going to be like a matter of a week or two. ATF's going to show up at your front door and ask you questions. I mean, how do they know to go to your house, right?
I can answer that. Is that rhetorical?
Well, no, that's the question is how do they not have a database if they know to come to your house? You're the one
Whenever
that made the purchase.
Because the ATF, when you buy a gun through an FFL, the ATF does a background check on you.
Right.
And if you get, now I don't know how they'd know if you actually completed the purchase. They're not supposed to know if you completed the purchase, just if they ran the check and what gun, and what gun you applied for. So I know in the county I used to live in, it was 3 or more handguns within a week. Then the local sheriffs would get a notification that that I had run 3 different background checks for handguns. They can choose to follow up with that however they like.
I'm literally seeing cases with just hunt rifles. They call them like a 308 or something, right?
In that case where they have 7 days, right? If they don't respond back, okay, let's say I go to Walmart, I want to buy a shotgun and I want to buy a 30-06. I can walk out that day with the shotgun. Okay, I can buy it and walk out. No checks, no nothing on that. But if I want to buy a revolver compared to a semi-automatic pistol, I can walk out with the revolver and not the pistol. Okay?
Hold on, I don't think, but the enforcement actions Josh is talking about is who's enforcing it? I'd say it's probably local law enforcement.
After 7 days, they turn in the paperwork to the feds for the background check. I haven't paid for the weapon yet, but they put it on hold. And once that yes or no answer comes back from the feds, then they can call me and say, okay, we got it back. Come and pick up your deal and make the purchase at that point. After 7 days, if they don't get back to the store and tell them no, then it's an automatic yes.
Right.
So after 7 days, you go pick up the weapon, but then say after 14 days, it rings through the system.
But the feds still should not be informed if you have made the purchase or not, only that you applied for it.
So after the 7 days, they still run it through the system and it comes back hot on their side. They call and say, okay, now we need to access that person because it's flagged. They shouldn't have been able to buy that weapon and they own it now. And they want to go.
Wait, start over. After the 7 days, what?
After the 7 days, if the store doesn't get notified that it's a no, then it's an automatic yes, and the person go grab it and take it home.
They don't rerun it. They don't rerun it.
They don't rerun it, but later as it comes back, see the system right now is the backlog. So there's like a 2-year backlog, right? But
oh no, it's not. Not at all. Not at all. Background checks? Oh no way. Not a chance.
Yeah. In Idaho there was. Yeah.
No.
There was, and there's probably still about a 6-month backlog because we don't care about that.
They do them on the spot. They do them on the spot. There is no backlog. This is a nationwide thing.
Right. They send it
There's
to
no
the feds.
Backlog. No, they call it in. It's a phone call.
The feds don't have backlog, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
So they have their 7-day time period. If they don't get it into the system in that 7 days, and the person goes and makes the purchase,
the Fed gives an answer on the spot. No, there's no back. Because you fill out the form. The vendor calls it right there on the spot. Normally, if you're clean, you get an instant go ahead. Sometimes you get delay. Sometimes you get decline. What you're talking about only comes into play if you get a delay.
When you get the delay, that's right. When you get the delay, right? Then there's that 7-day whatever period.
Right. After which you can buy it if they don't respond with a decline.
And if it still goes through the system in 10 to 14 days,
they don't rerun you after 7 days, though. What I'm saying is
they're not rerunning it.
No, he's talking about if the return comes back after the 7 days and it's a decline.
Right.
right?
The decline process and verification of the decline process has that overbooking.
Well, that's
right?
that's a Fed function. That's not backlogged 6 months either.
It's
okay. Never mind. I'm sorry. I think I see what you're saying. I disagree. I disagree with what you're saying. I disagree with the reasoning, actually, with a lot of it. But go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah.
I keep cutting you off.
The delay process, right? When you get that instant delay.
Well, also because
your name is still in the system.
It's not an FBI. It's not a federal function that's doing this stuff. It's a local function that has the gun store notify the local sheriff, which like I was saying, and it was 3 pistols in a week.
Yeah, that depends on where you want. So they've got the verbal call-in where you can pick up the phone and call it in, which is I've never seen it. I've just only heard about it. They've got the computer system where you can actually type it in as you go. That's gun store. That's what I've mostly seen. That one's hit or miss, whether it works half the time. And then they've got the fax system, which I've never heard of being fast. I mean, could happen.
I've never seen anybody use that.
Yeah. Now, the computer system is direct access to the Fed database. However, the problem is it goes down all the damn time, like every fucking thing else. Anything automated within their system goes up, down. The hell, for us, the NCIC, we have access to. That shit's always hit or miss.
In my experience, buying guns, and I used to buy a lot of them when it was still legal. I have never had anything but like fucking prompt at when I was allowed to buy guns, it was right back on it. The one time I think I applied and I didn't know I had a restraining order against me because it had been filed that day and I hadn't been served with it yet. They instantly came back. They instantly came back delay. And then about half an hour later, they came back decline. Now, here's the thing. At that point in time, the dealer knew me well enough because I'd bought enough guns from him. He's like, I don't know what's going on. Something's weird, but I know you. I'll sell it to you anyways. He called me back a little bit after that. He's like, bro, so you have a restraining order. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
So, and my point is that they've been that system has always been straight the fuck up as far as its accuracy and promptness.
So being in the Midwest, what he's talking about was that system where that's a delay. That's when they're supposed to notify ATF, and ATF is supposed to come to your house to retrieve the firearm.
It's the FFL is. I guess I'm not actually entirely sure now. I think the FFL is supposed to notify the local sheriff where I was at. I don't know how it is everywhere.
Which they used to do. That was a thing up here that if you bought, if you went in and made a big purchase and bought 3 to 5 guns, or you had a period of days where you buying multiple guns through different stores, it was the dealers. If you bought them from the same dealer, they were supposed to report that as a possible red flag deal. Now that we're an open carry patriot state, none of that shit applies. You can do whatever the fuck, you buy whatever you want. And I got bump stocks. I got shit. But the thing of it is
they're stupid.
Man,
I only tried it once. I never enjoyed it.
On a smaller, oh man, I'll tell you what. Well,
you gotta figure out how to like balance. It's like a balancing thing. It's sort of like teeter tottering. I don't know. It just felt
the right mech and the right springs and everything for it to bounce back right. But I mean, in general, they're pretty much a gimmick and anything else. But like I said, the thing with all of this is it's not like we're gonna. In general, we're not gonna imply a bunch of laws and try to apply laws that take anything away from anybody. We just want to reduce the sale of the amount of shit that's getting out into the market, like bump stocks, like.
Well, that's what you're saying is self-contradictory.
Like the Brady Bill, right? There were certain things in the Brady Bill that weren't just the actual firearm, like silhouetted targets compared to just round targets.
The reason that we have so many different types of drugs now after the war on drugs is because there's something that people want.
Yeah.
And if you restrict their way of getting it one way, they'll innovate another. People want bigger firepower,
but the overall
desire is there. Right? No, I don't believe so at all. The desire is there, and I do look a lot at the war on drugs as a metric for how prohibition works in general. All you've done is spur on innovation. If we had just left everything legal, I bet you we wouldn't have nearly the fentanyl problem. Fentanyl probably people wouldn't know what it is because they just go down the street and get their same old smack they'd always been smacking.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I don't know. Yeah, it is kind
of. That's my thought.
But it doesn't mean that the hair would be clean.
So when you look at firepower, if you're talking about legitimate use, you're talking about self-defense primarily.
Sure.
If it exists as a weapon against you, or just in general, people are going to want it, because why would you not want to give yourself I don't give a fuck who thinks it's reasonable that I have 60, 70, 90 rounds. I don't give a fuck at all. If I'm defending my family, your opinions can,
right.
Yeah.
Straight fuck up. Yeah.
Exactly.
If you're coming to me with a tank, I want a tank. If everybody around me gets to own tanks, I want to own a tank.
If I'm in a life and death situation where I have to protect myself and mine, I don't give a fuck what anybody else is allowed to own. They can all own wrist rockets for all I care. I still want to give myself the best advantage.
Yeah.
Right.
And I'm not going to turn in anything that say we come to a program like Australia where we have a buyback program. Everybody agrees as a society that we want to get rid of this problem.
No,
going to turn
stop right there. Because nobody ever all agrees as a society.
Right.
Well, I don't know.
There's always guys like me that says, first of all, fuck society and fuck agreements, but anything else that anybody else can own or used to be able to own, or anything that they can use against me, I want to be able to own the same thing, whether it's illegal or not. If owning a tank is illegal, doesn't mean I still don't want one. It all comes back to what we want and not necessarily what we need.
Owning tanks is legal.
I know there's a guy up in Nasket that's got one. He fires it off every winter at the Nasket Barter Fair up there. It's fucking awesome.
You can have everything except for the exploding ordnance. That doesn't mean the bullet, the shell that goes in it, the head, like the military version of it, like the warhead that goes in it. That part's illegal. But you can actually even have one that fires too.
Yeah, he shoots wooden dummy rounds, wooden slug dummy rounds.
I honestly think that if we're talking about, like you mentioned, people don't have to have gun training. If we're talking about untrained people, I think that it would be that a fully auto gun would be less dangerous for them to own to society because they're way harder to control. They're harder to control, and you burn through your ammo way faster than you think you will.
I'm not gonna lie. They're incredibly expensive. The licensing for it, my renewal license is crazy expensive.
But don't you think that in untrained hands, somebody is more dangerous with a semi-auto than with a fully auto?
So my argument for this is kind of a little bit weird, right? It's not about danger or not danger. That's the person you want to die. Like, first of all, if you're the type of person that can afford a fully auto license and afford the ammo, well, if you die, right, like that's basically your money is getting pushed back into the economy because Darwinism.
Well, and if you're
at the not a bad argument
to have a full automatic permit, you know what guns are. You're trained in the guns. I wouldn't see that in untrained hands. A full auto Mac 10 compared to a semi-auto Mac 10, I would say the semi-auto would be less lethal and more safe.
Because the full in real life, anecdotally, you go through bullets a lot fucking faster when you're adrenalized than it seems like you will.
Oh yeah.
And I think that I just think that anybody with a full auto is going to find themselves out of rounds super quick.
Fast.
Yeah. Or drop the gun because the 3-round burst is going to pop it back over your head.
Which would also be fine.
Yeah.
So this is my argument.
But then they're unable to defend themselves when even an unarmed person can know that, one pull equals 1 pop compared to 1 pull equals 3 or 5 or unlimited. That
I'm interested to hear how Josh is going to spin this to where he gets to kill everybody.
No, this is no killing. We're talking about the training part. We get none. Like, I barely scored with the MP5. Like, I barely passed scoring. Yeah. I can't hit shit with that thing. It's more accurate for me to throw that fucking thing at you than it is for me to shoot with the damn thing. I hate it. I fucking hate it.
You got a bayonet?
No bayonet. Nope. The little
I got a bayonet in my
thing.
MK. Yeah, for sure.
It's supposed to fit like under your jacket because technically, like they don't. Our policy is the weapon's not supposed to be shown. But I'm such a skinny dude. There's no way I'm hiding anything. Like even my sidearm just fucking always sticking out the side. But that thing is useless. I hate the damn thing. Fucking hate it. And the ammo is exactly what I said. It's incredibly expensive.
Why no guns?
Yeah.
Use in schools. Like why no?
That's my argument. That's my argument for owning bulk ammo. Is because you're gonna buy you're gonna buy ammo today. It's gonna be cheaper than it is like 3 years down the road.
I think this might be more so about like the no gun areas or whatever, no guns allowed areas type of thing.
Why no gun?
Is that what Anton's getting to here?
I mean, the way I took this question is, I mean, to me, it makes sense if we're a gun owning society and a self-responsible society, and school apparently is where kids learn everything they need to learn. It would make sense that you'd have gun training and safety in school.
There we go.
We had it after school.
I think that brings into the tax money being used to fund things that some parents don't want their kids to be trained in guns, or go to sex ed class. So like, I don't know. I say it has to be a separate private class that is more like driver's ed, right?
And I would support that because I think that parents should have the ultimate decision, not administrators.
I gotta ask this: isn't this stuff still around? Like, let's see here, after school programs. You had Boy Scouts, Weeblos, 4-H. Like all of these things offered like those weird stuff. Like how they even
Boy
had
Scouts
like
is taking a huge hit. The extracurricular stuff that isn't straight up just church group, like Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts have basically combined anymore. Those numbers are way down, especially even from the 90s when we were kids and shit. So like, I think it's, as far as it goes with guns, it's an individual family decision. And there just needs to be something that says you have to have a license to even carry it out in public. You want to do something.
Let me get more wild with it. I think all schools should be voluntary. I mean, y'all have been around me long enough to know that I don't have any faith in government. I also don't have a lot of faith in statistics absent. I don't know what the word I'm looking for. I've seen shit in action, and I can tell most of the people I talk to don't have any clue what this topic is like outside of being just an academic exercise. Right. So it's sort of, there's some things you just can't measure, like things prevented. Prevention can't be a statistic. So it sort of misses a lot of the
and for
reality of things.
As a statistic, just because we buy weapons with a licensed dealer and they're not supposed to keep track of that stuff doesn't mean there's not a database, right? Which is why
correct.
I'm convinced there is
private, right? Because somebody else has got that number. So when they come, right, or I go to turn that thing in, that number was purchased actually by another name through a different dealer, right? So that brings in.
I don't think that's really like. I think that seizing guns is sort of a red herring concern. The issue is if your gun becomes illegal to use defensively, then it's not good for anything except for illegal use. So you don't actually have the right to use it at all. Right? So
in a way,
perfect example. I'm a felon. I could get a gun. Whoops, what'd I do?
Ruh-roh.
Illegal activity. No, I'm just kidding. I have no clue.
The thoughts and views expressed today in the Flow State podcast.
All right.
Of the panel.
What I was saying before I hit a weird button, I could go but the gun laws are not preventing me from acquiring nor using a gun in self-defense. What they are preventing me from doing is using one legally in self-defense. So if the gun becomes illegal, you don't have to round it up. It's got the same effect functionally.
Yeah.
So I think that when people say
what a jackalope is, right? You guys know what a jackalope is?
Yes.
Yeah.
You got a photo of the ass with the face.
Yeah, I was making it, and for some reason, I don't know, it just totally reminded me of Chuck.
Yep.
Yeah, and Vic, you can do that anywhere. Just a bill of sale, which is good to do if you trust the government more than you trust the person you're selling it to. So basically, if you're selling to a stranger.
See, and I don't know. I'm kind of anti this. The whole private sale thing bothers the shit out of me. I oppose. What about it? Well, I oppose any type of regulation on it. I know it sounds kind of a little fucked up, but I think it's kind of an overreach. And the reason is because it comes with too many problems. If you look at modern seizure cases currently, the vast majority of people that are getting hit are going to be within states with inheritance. Grandpa died, left grandson is shotgun from 200 years old, right? And this stuff is what's really clogging up the system. It's hitting the wrong thing if that's the thing that they're looking at. Worse than that, the idea of having grandpa's double-barrel shotgun that's 200 years old being seized to me is just like the biggest offense to like traditionalism that you can get. You're really not supposed to fuck with grandpa's stuff. I guess it's
well,
it gets.
I agree with all that, but then it also gets more convoluted, right? Like with the distinction between distribution, manufacturing, consumption. Like when you get into the letter of the law and how this stuff actually plays out, like when we discuss it, a drug dealer versus drug user, very straightforward. When you get into the legality and how these things go through courts, it's way grainier.
Correct. Yeah.
And the same thing happens with firearms for sure, right? Like at what point is something a gun? You can make a gun with a fucking nail and a piece of pipe.
It doesn't even have to be a fully auto. I think like what's the lowers on ARs? That's considered a gun by legal
the lower receiver is considered a gun.
I never even understood that, but that's what they classify. So having that is like the same as a felony. Like if Flo were to actually have a lower receiver, that would be the charge that'd get him for a felon or a conviction.
Having shotgun though it's
just weird.
Yeah, that's a weird line. Most of these guys do have to advertise. Like this boy's got a Marlin 1895 SBL 4570 lever action. Brand new in the box with 100 rounds for $2,000.
What's wrong with that?
Yep, that's a
gun
right there.
Wrong? This is what you're talking about. This is a stripped lower receiver. This is the gun component of an AR-15. So this is, if I had this, it'd be every bit as much of a charge as if I had a complete AR-15, which actually makes sense to me. All the other parts are considered what's the word I'm looking for? Accessories. Not the gun itself. Makes sense. So then you don't have this and the barrel and the stock, being 4 or 5 different guns.
Same thing with like Mossberg shotgun. That piece there would be your main assembly. But then most of these guys are advertising Idaho residents only, 21 over only. So they're not selling to Washington residents coming over here, where in their state they're supposed to buy only through FFA license.
I do not give a fuck about those ads. I have no issue with those ads. I have bigger issues with Facebook telling me they can't advertise that stuff, or animals for some reason. When I was trying to get rid of a chicken, did you know that you can't
right?
Yeah. We got chicks. One of them turned out to be a rooster. I was like, I'm getting rid of this fucking thing.
Anyway, can you imagine dogs and cats were able to be sold on Marketplace? That's all you would see.
I guess that is true.
There'd be no room for anything else.
It would be annoying.
Yeah. That's why they don't do it.
Well, what does Facebook give as a reason for like not allowing? Or are they afraid that somebody's gonna like? I
didn't look into it.
Too many fucking liability possibilities to even want to do it. Would you want to do that if you owned it? Fuck no, I wouldn't want that involved. It's just too much shit that you got to deal with.
I'm concerned now.
Oh, and actually,
what is wrong with society where there's a problem with advertising your cute little kitten needs a good home on Facebook? What the hell is wrong with us now that there's a concern for liability there?
It might be for a catophile.
Jesus.
And then you're inhibiting and giving strength to the problem.
Okay, for all the rest of you fuckers, I'm a redneck. I want to stay a redneck. I don't know where these people are that's coming up with this shit problem. I don't want anything to do with it. There's something wrong with society when this is a problem.
In red states.
Well,
I'm going to wrap up. I'm going to give everyone a chance for final words. I'm going to conclude on this. Everybody's responsible for your own fucking life. Stop being childish and stop looking for daddy government to take care of you and solve your problems. Daddy government doesn't care about you, never loved you, doesn't want nothing to do with you except for getting whatever cheese it can get off of you. So, do for you what you want for you and yours. Satan's little princess, are you still here? Do you have any final words? We'll come back to you because probably not. Who wants to go next?
I'll give mine. As a Fed, I pretty much agree with Flo here. I have a problem with
Why would you phrase it like that?
Well, I mean, because it's at the end of the day, it's basically
I'm just giving you shit. I'm not a Fed, but I do appreciate Josh and the evil role he plays here.
That's the idea behind this, right? Is fuckers are incapable or unwilling. One of the two. I'm really not sure which. Of doing life themselves, that you want the government up your ass. Like, I mean, fuck, what the hell? Are we that lazy and weak? Are we that useless?
Are we that weak? Right? Like, at what point do you look at yourself in the mirror and go,
I can't scratch my own ass. I can't teach my own kid. I can't,
do you have no pride, no balls, no dignity, nothing? Just the government needs to give me basic income, housing, healthcare, fucking safe spaces, pad all the corners of the world for me.
Lunch. You forgot school lunch.
Hold on, I got a clip for that. I got too many clips. I gotta thin these motherfuckers out, but this one's perfect.
All negative emotions will be relinquished. All feeling will neutralize. You will be able to live a fully functional, satisfactory experience in a completely safe utopia.
Maybe I'm wrong here. I thought that was the job as a man. Like that was what we were. Our job was to raise the kids. If there was a problem at school, you went to school and got involved. Your job as a dad was to put food on the damn table, make sure that the fucking roof was there and not caving in. Like these were all of the responsibilities of being a dad. What the hell happened? I don't even understand.
I think people lost the. I don't remember the phrase I'm looking for. Whatever the guiding principle is, right? Like with the gun control thing. For me, my main focus is always going to be, I want to be able to protect me and mine if I'm put in that situation. I don't give a fuck about the rest of society. Sorry, I don't give a fuck about any of you from a conceptual standpoint. And I know that society doesn't give a fuck about me either.
It doesn't. That's what the reality is. Society gives a shit about itself.
The only reason I would care in that situation is that I want to own whatever anybody else in society has or could own. I want to own the same. I don't want anything less. I want more, actually. So society does play a role in it, just as far as
society is only a reference point to what is possible.
Right.
But it's not because society matters. It's just because that's the only way we know of what's. It's just an information source. It's an information source. Yeah. Society is not a real thing.
Right. The reference point matters.
Society is just an excuse to infringe on the rights of an individual, as far as I'm concerned.
But it's also a way to hold a common
It's a concept. It's not real. It's just conceptual. There is no real society, and society has never had a perspective, opinion. Society. I never victimized society, for instance. It's a placeholder. It's like dark matter.
Yeah. Oh shit! You guys know why dark matter was even like where that even comes from, or
comes from the deepest part of your mom's asshole?
No.
I don't know, but I'm not sure if I want to ask.
It's where my heart lays.
Damn.
We did something to make Lindsay angry.
Well, I'm sorry, Lindsay. You're not society. You're Lindsay. So we can care about the individual. But if there was like 2 or 3 of you as a group, that we're not going to care about. That's what he means.
For the most part.
That works too.
Yeah. It's hard to care about anything when you don't even care about yourself. I'm just trying to live without fear.
Oh yeah, but the highest principles. And I think that if everybody's honest, like their highest, and that's why it's kind of hard to talk about these things with people who only understand them as a conceptual mental exercise, is because they haven't recognized that their own priority for this discussion. It's not abstract. When it's not abstract, it's not abstract. It becomes very clear in a heartbeat that everybody's main priority is their own well-being and those of them close to them. Nobody's ever gotten stuck up at gunpoint and went, well, you know what? As a whole, we
just grab it, knock him in the head with it.
What was that meme? What was that meme that was? There was like a sign. There was there was a dude holding a gun pointed at another guy, and the other guy's like pointing up at the sign. Didn't you see the no gun sign? Yeah, it's pretty much what it comes down to. Fucking bullshit.
It's already illegal to murder people.
Yeah, I don't understand half these I don't understand the reason for half of these conversations. Are people like whether it's advocating for new laws or adjustments or things like that? Whatever happened to just fuck, man? You just take care of my damn self.
Well,
people, I honestly, I think they're kind of distractions for a lot of people, intentionally so. I think that there's distractions. You got like abortion is a wedge issue, full stop. It will never be resolved. This is just one of those tragic situations of human interaction that will happen. There is no way to solve that politically,
right?
And nor do I think there should be. Like I think. Oh God, we don't even need to go there. We don't. No, we're not going to go there.
No. Well, that makes sense. Usually, like
same with what we've been talking about, though. It's
when we have election cycles, seems like there's the cycle of topics keep popping back up. You're right. That's what it is.
But gun law just keeps back up because we have stuff like parades and schools, and like every day there's something different. Is there a hyper focus on it where there wasn't? Where we have instant media now? Sure. The stats are still going up, and
are they? I guess I don't actually know about violence statistics, and I don't necessarily care about them because I think that some things like gun deaths are hugely easy to register. Some things like rape are not. Some things like prevention are impossible. So all I can do is apply my own personal experience to that at large, which is to say I've been around much more gun violence than the norm, and I much prefer to be able to be armed, which, by the way, I wasn't there. I was sick asleep on the couch, but Katie and her boys were at the Chiefs rally the other day, right by that shooting.
Everybody was wondering.
Yep, no, not me, but yeah, I think they're wedge issues. And I think a lot of it actually misses the point, because a gun is such a simple mechanism. And if you and like nobody ever thinks about fire. Like if you really wanted to do some damage.
Oh yeah, fucking yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know.
I haven't seen the actual, been around the actual personal violence and stuff. I've just been around a lot of people up here that are ready to use guns for reasons, and they're just fucking stupid fucking people that I don't think should have guns.
Well,
but they have the right to defend themselves, and I don't think that we should take away anybody's right to do that. So there's that instant thing where people in general want to say those people shouldn't have certain things. I'm one of them, straight up. I know it. Doesn't mean that I don't have the right to have it.
That's one thing I advocate for,
and wouldn't fight for that right too. Do I think
Well, that's the one thing that I definitely advocate for is restoration of rights. For the rest of you fuckers listening, the term is restoration of rights. Right. If you have a conviction, go to your local state, look up that term, find out what the requirements are, get your guns back, get your voting rights back. Unless you're like in the 2 or 3 states that automatically do it, which most people apparently aren't.
No,
most voting rights are reinstated.
Yeah, most voting and gun rights are reinstated. There's even a few states that
voting or gun rights aren't automatically.
There's
there might be a couple, but voting rights are the norm now.
Gun rights and then voting rights. There's even some states that let felons vote in, well, not convicted, but facing sentence, whatever stuff. Jails that do allow voting in jail.
Yeah, I don't vote anyways. I think it's a placebo activity. But real quick, and this comment I have issues with because of the broad generalizations. Specifically, what is a terrorist?
Oh shit!
Who's openly hostile? Like all these definitions right here are issues. I don't know. I don't know what point that was supposed to support. But
there's a lot of.
I can answer. I'll answer that question for you. Okay, a terrorist is anybody your government deems to be a threat. There's your answer. So, who gets on my shit list today? I mean, that's really what it comes down to.
All right, and with that, Josh, thank you. I'm gonna kick you.
Yep.
Whoops. Occasion twice. Fatty. Go fuck yourself. Barbie, just you and me.
Okay, good. Get her undressed and we'll do this thing.
Thank you for watching. If you didn't do it already, please rub my thumb. It helps with the algorithms. And also, hang around. I'll ship you off somewhere. I got to see who's up. But we'll do a raid somewhere. Also, if you don't mind, hit the share button and then copy. Share it. Share the link by all means if you think somebody would enjoy it. But even just click and share and copy, that does do the same thing in the algorithm as a full-on share. Let's see who is up to be redirected. Thank you, everybody, for coming up. As a reminder, everybody who came up on panel, their links will be listed in the description box below the video, shortly. I try to do it quickly. I don't always do, but tonight I probably will. Thank you to all the super chatters and donation buyers and name changers. All right, let's see who's up and is not restreaming me. All right, peace.